that's always the thing with Yoru tech. Is like the first time you do it, everybody's like, wow,
hello, testing,
okay,
testing,
how this works. So,
testing.
but that's the thing that's most fun about the meta we're in right now. I don't feel like there's particularly an agent that you
Are we here? Are we online? Are we live? I hit the start streaming button and it didn't work, and I've just been people talking to myself for the last like 3 minutes. This setup blows.
The fact is, we could have so many different things coming into this matchup. We've seen a lot of teams sort of
okay, I think I'm live now. It looks like the community consensus is that Team Liquid played better in their opening game, probably because Kiko just dominated. But I think this will be a banger.
I think the only thing, like, realistically on this map I want to be seeing is Raze.
Hello all of you. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. We just went straight into the game. 5 AM start time, no desk beforehand. They just raw dogged it. I have a 2-hour class. Will you be streaming when I'm back? Yes, I will. Wolves are the truth? Yeah, I mean, while this game is going on, by the way, in case you're unaware, Billy are playing against Wolves right now. And, yeah, the score is... Wolves had some kind of lead when I last checked it. Oh, they won the first map. Didn't even realize. Oh, it was 13-9. Yeah, so we can do like a little red zone checking in on this match occasionally. It'll probably oh, it looks like we're about to go in on that one actually. It'll probably fucking ruin my internet to try to watch both of them at the same time, but here we go.
Here they are. And yeah,
so this is the split composition between Navi and Liquid. They're running Breach Fade here with no Sentinel. So Navi are going to have to look to fight on defense side again. That's always an interesting dynamic in EMEA because the teams are normally fairly static on their defense side, I think. Like, that's where they would lean towards. I think Team Liquid's comp is going to probably be a little more what's the word? Like comfortable on the defense side. They are running the solo Sky, but they just have so much extra info from the Cypher. I think Navi are going to have to be quite creative in how they use the Breach Fade on defense. Artist Breach, yeah. I mean, he always played a fill role, I guess you could say, on Navi. He would play the Cypher, he would play the Chamber, he would play Duelist.
Couldn't tell how he got there. Yeah.
You know, he could play whatever.
I remember a guy specifically
he could play Sova.
Saying something like, how is he there? How is he there? Like losing his mind.
What happened to Carmen Core yesterday? They got beaten by a team that was absolutely on fire. Carmen Core themselves didn't play very well, but Heretics rifling was like on another level.
But either way, we are going to be getting into our first match. I'll be honest, this is the match I'm most excited for.
Hello, Scopes. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so we've got this. This B Viper wall is going to be really difficult for Navi to deal with. So they've got double initiator playing over towards A. But again, they're really going to lack info. They're going to have to be jiggle peeking a lot. They're going to have to be like fighting over mid control quite a lot. Like using the Fade util over towards A to get info. So if Team Liquid just play slowly, they're going to be able to get picks like that. Because Navi have to... Well, sometimes they're going to try to fight like they are now with the stun. But... Oh, Kiko got hit by the stun. I thought he got out of there. Damn.
Something you can expect to see quite regularly.
And Navi double up. Oh, Mystic swings forward when Enzo swings backwards. Oh, lacking the coordination there from Liquid.
The new boy on the block of Kiko, and what I would call a
Navi just with better team play in this round. I mean, the first 2 kills are like exactly how the compositions are supposed to play, right? Liquid play slowly, trying to bait an info play out of NaVi. They punish it. Then NaVi are like, okay, we're kind of fucked here. We need to fight. Oh, yeah. They got the C's in there as well. Dude, that C's is crazy, actually.
Obviously had to pop the reload after shooting out the eye. It's well, a very clean.
The stun C's nade there is huge. Fantastic.
No, it also just going back, having a little bit of
Who's the brother in this matchup? Emil and Doombros, the 2 coaches. Good afternoon. I hope you had a hefty lunch. Grey Bomb, it's 5 AM where I am.
It's like, I know he'll be good at it because he's good
Yeah,
at it.
though, Sugetsu's missed the lineup.
Maybe some better than others. His Yoru was unreal the other day. But the fact is, I'm just sat here looking at him playing that agent and thinking, okay, it's definitely a different time, a different position. Kiko again, back-to-back rounds getting that opener, Mitch.
Yeah, you've got Yumpy lurking
Bruh, what are they up to? They trying to toss away the eco? Sugetsu missed his orb at the start of the round and then decided just to raw dog the swing. Hello?
Even the smoke going down for NaVi. They don't want to hold that.
I don't know whose map pick this is, actually. I wasn't paying that much attention.
This is somewhere that NaVi do not want to give any space to Team Liquid.
Look how much NaVi are fighting over mid. This B, this B setup is going to be so important because they've got no Cypher trips, no Cypher cam, that kind of thing, right? Look at this push into spawn. Wow, Shao was somewhat aware of it. He was watching for it, he just didn't manage to kill both of them.
Mystic is still on a classic and quickly defends, but it comes to the 1v1, and this is where Nats can be so dangerous.
He knows where the final one is. Oh, close. Artist chooses that timing to try to cross.
Using that in the open is going to be tough.
I think Artist is going to get the read that he's going heaven here.
For Artist. He's got the HP as well to tank a shot or 2 from Nats. These spots not even halved on it. Nats has time. He's trying to
Artist getting half.
And he's just about
very bold from Artist.
Artist has bought himself a few more seconds.
Oh, that was so close to being a headshot. Oh my God, that's close.
Artist, a well-played round. One that should be easy enough for NaVi to close out.
Very confident from Artist there, grabbing the first half. That's about the only way he can win the round, but... Ooh, that's close.
Hey guys, could you not give Nats a Guardian and Nuka around, please? That would be really
Miles, I don't read the Daily Mail. Kiritsu, thank you for the 8 months as well. Yeah, Artist has got that mustache buff. So far, we've seen a dynamic here in this map where NaVi are using their Initiator utility to try to fight Liquid in mid here. Meanwhile, Liquid should be able to access this for free, or for kind of free in most of these rounds. So that means that NaVi are going to be playing retake in a lot of these situations because they're playing so heavy over mid control. Kiko grabs one but then dies.
Fighting for it, and they're winning. Here, 1-to-1 trades might not seem great, especially with Artist going down. But they had a pistol.
3v3 definitely favors the attackers, especially when you're losing people like, for example, Ardis, who, remember, if NaVi's strategy is to play a lot of retake, they need Initiator utility to be able to go back into the sites in the late round. And they've still got Paranoia, they've still got one Prowler, but it's low. This initiating, let's say, utility is really low here.
Now's the harder part of the round. You're 3 players defending such a big site, and you take 1v1 fights. Well, Angel's 20 HP with a pistol. You've got a Bulldog in there. Maybe you're better grouping up, but then you can't cover as much ground. You know,
Team Liquid have already pressured mid more than Kalinkor's last game after 3 rounds. Yeah. That's very true, unfortunately.
Went a little bit further around the corner.
Yeah, Kalinko had an extremely bad macro plan in their game against Heretics. But not to take anything away from Heretics, man. They individually were on fire. Angel hits these? Nah. Look where Yampi's positioned. This round's lost. NaVi have, I mean, it's going to be a good bonus anyway. They've already killed 2. They're probably going to knock some more armor or something, but there's no chance here for NaVi.
For the exits, but it leaves Angel exposed. Sugetsu's through, he's been tagged, revealed, and now here's the swing.
They get another one onto Yampi. Ooh, Shao gets 2. Okay, that's a really nice bonus.
have done so much damage to Team Liquid.
That's a really good bonus.
Yeah, not a bad round from them whatsoever. As said, Saigetsu's going to be a little bit low when it comes to the finances.
Why is Shao on Omen and Angel on Fade?
I believe that oh no, he's actually going to have to go to Bulldog.
Okay, I'm not 100% about this kind of stuff, right? But I think it's probably because you control the tempo of the match much more when you're playing. He's been in the gym in the off-season. It's probably because you control the tempo of the game quite a lot more when you're playing Fade. And Shao is a fantastic player on smokes or initiator. I've had the EMEA talent tell me constantly that NaVi are throwing by doing this, by putting Shao on smokes, because he's like one of the world's best initiators. But he's also unbelievably good in hard anchor positions. That's a huge kill from Angel. Zipan, I think, had a great chance of being able to get 2 there. It ended up just being a one and done because Liquid traded it out, but I think that timing is really nice to play off. I'm surprised that Angel didn't get overwhelmed. It's a sick shot from Angel, really.
I think they've already got the ping that all the players are rotating, but I guess they might be thinking that this was sort of a
Angel can't teleport in on Fade. Yeah. Oh, they're just going to insta-fight over Heaven, not allowing them. Wow. So NaVi's composition really struggles when the rounds get slower, so you can see them constantly trying to increase the tempo, right? Like, even in this situation, it's a 3v2. The Spike's down in Heaven, and they're like, fuck it, we're breach ulting them. Just to make sure that the round is over. Just to make sure that they don't lose track of where Team Liquid are. That is such a nice shot onto Kiko. And yeah, like I said, I think there's a great chance that Zipan gets 2 there. Am I casting today? Yeah, I am. Will there be any Disco Elysium in the weekend? I gotta be honest with you, I thought I would have so much more free time. And instead, any free time that I have this week has got to be used to VOD review. Because I've missed so much. I've tried to watch so much, and I've missed so much. Sugetsu almost getting killed there, and they're trying to lurk Yampi. Look, they're trying to lurk Yampi in. Is Shao ready for it? Yes. I mean,
he's been watching your scene VODs. I'm gonna have flashbacks in a minute.
Yeah. See, that's the kind of thing that Yampi can go for regularly, and it's gonna be very difficult for Shao to stop him. Because the setup, where's Shao supposed to hold? Like right here? If they go for a B pop, he's just getting owned. So Shao has to balance holding in a spot that's good against an exec versus good against the like. Oh, Shao is so. I thought he would get 3 there. He's really good in those kind of anchor spots though. So he gets 3, picks up the lurker, grabs 2 more. He set his team up for a win. He has given them a Vandal. It's possible that Enzo clutches this, but I don't think of Enzo as being that guy. We'll see. Maybe he is. Maybe he is.
A 2v2 scenario, Mystic has found some space as well. A lack of information now for NaVi is going to make things difficult.
He just kind of walked into the site assuming that it was safe. Good decision from Sugetsu to get off and help Zipan there.
Just such good buddy system play from NaVi. Again, when you're defusing like that, you see the split-second decision is to go and fight with your teammate, and they're always on the same page.
I can't remember whose map this is, and they don't have the overlay on at the moment. I can't recall.
I like the aggression out of Enzo. Again, this is something Liquid have been playing with in this round in particular, was pushing up and just trying to steal that.
Oh, it's Team Liquid's map pick?
From under NaVi's nose. You can see that they were always ready for it. Even though they didn't know Enzo was there, there was still that.
How does Mystic not come that they could have crossed pillar?
So this is,
yeah, I mean.
But NaVi are always ready.
I almost want to see them go for something slightly faster. Like
they were just fairly quiet, I guess, and didn't calculate into what they were doing. I think they probably made the assumption that the main retake was coming from Heaven.
The trading has not been bad, and they've done better in rounds on Eco than they have with actual guns, because each time I feel like they might be slightly overthinking a lot.
Zipan's ultimate here is huge.
Is going to go in on his own.
They're not going to choose to contest this. Sugetsu. Sugetsu's fighting so crazy aggro over mid. mid.
TP from Shao is risky as well.
Well, I mean, Mystic is going into spawn, man. What is this play?
Instead, it's gone terribly wrong. Mystic is
Ardis is not reading
They
it.
have absolutely no iota. And
He's missed the timing on Ardis. He's missed the timing. He's going to be able to get this kill. He's going to be able to get both kills.
And he's got 2 players right in front of him. Easy as can be for Mystic.
Wow.
His 3rd kill of the round, and that
They just thought Mystic had teleported into back B site, I think. And they didn't even think that it could be anywhere else.
The oldest trick in the book.
I really hate those kind of plays, but there you go.
It was a useless ult, you know? It's on me.
Yeah, you did.
To be honest, yeah, we've seen 3 spawn teleports, and the other 2 didn't work, I don't think.
Old teammate, he fed me the information.
I see. I forgot about that.
I mean, Red Guard's ult into spawn definitely didn't work. And what was the other one?
He is.
I see.
I can't remember what the other one was.
Finish to the round. The bow tied on top for Team Liquid. 4-2. They did invest quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, Maniac. You know, sometimes there's situations where there's... I don't like how... I mean, look, what is going on in this round? Why is Sugetsu fighting solo behind his ult? I know that they want to fight mid, but if there's an ult out B main, Sugetsu can't play that kind of... Oh, well, I guess if he thinks it's a 4-1 push, if he thinks it's really likely that there's only 1, max 2 in mid, then I suppose it's not that silly of a play to go for. Oh, the C's onto Nats. Zipan gets away with it. NaVi have cooked up some nice ideas for how to shove people into corners. It's the same idea as what they did in mid on the pistol round. Stun forces people into a corner, and then they seize nade, and then this time they get into occasion spam. Zipan's pretty lucky to not get traded or maybe even killed beforehand. But yeah, this could get dangerous. Ardis is on a pretty deadly angle here, actually. He's backing off at just the wrong time. Paranoia for heaven control. Ardis goes 1 for 1.
Although he loses Enzo, he's still fragging up full HP. And the spike to be retrieved can be pulled
if Angel had got that kill on Yampi in mid, it would have become a NaVi kind of deadly round. Because they would have had Nightfall, they would have had 3v2.
This guy's pulling rounds out of nowhere, 4-3.
But alright.
Team Liquid hot on NaVi's tail.
Yeah, he had some
Arctic Boy, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, the headphones probably have tape on them to obscure who the sponsor is. They probably have, you know, some other official headphone sponsor who doesn't make helicopter headphones. I don't know. Yeah, I'm wearing Sony XM5s. They're not.
It really sets them up wonderfully to just take this space for free. And okay, a lot of the time...
Alright, attacking Paranoia really early. The Flash. Oh, the Flash didn't catch anything because of the Viper wall, so they didn't throw the Paranoia off the back of it. But the Paranoia would have been huge. Look at this Viper wall, though. That actually helps them fight over ramp. They use this Viper wall at the beginning of the round and pop it so that they don't get hit by the Sky Flash that comes around the corner. And because the Sky Flash didn't pop, they didn't use the Paranoia.
Even like Zipan's nade over top or something like that.
I mean, even if they had used the Paranoia, does Kiko commit through the Viper wall?
Maybe it works out.
Against 2 nearsighted players, he's probably going to die. There's 4 people on B. There are 4 people on B right now for NaVi. This is the first round where NaVi have just lost mid control completely. They're not fighting for this area of the map at all. They're trying to catch Nats, and Nats kills both of them. They went for a walk re-clear. Shao gets Yampi. This is really chaotic right now. Team Liquid need to just take a breather, and Shao's going to try and take a timing. I think that's a nice try by Shao. I think he has to get something there in order for his team to have positioning for the retake. I don't know how NaVi ended up with 4 players on B and 1 player A, but that's like the definition of how their comp is going to struggle because they have no info. So if they, you know, they needed to pick that timing to go out B main, Please don't lose the 4v2.
And you can see Angel, it didn't even look like he was going for this. He was sat back waiting, might be in for a nasty surprise, but he should at least
He knows
give
where
that
both
info.
of them
In fact,
are.
he definitely has.
Zipan,
Both
is he
players picked
Kang
up. I've seen a man called
Is he
Kang win
Kang
this before, but I have no faith that this will happen again. Zipan,
He didn't get half.
with no time left on the clock. The camera just toying with him at this stage.
Nicely
The
played at the end there.
from Liquid is perfect.
Huge round from Nats to collect both of those kills in B main. NaVi ended up in such an unusual position where they had 4 people anchoring B. They didn't have any info, so they had to re-clear an area of the map. It just happened to be B main where Nats was. It looks pretty dangerous for Nats, but he's good for them both.
Even still, he would have had to hit 2 insane shots to make that work, but he'd already done it in the round so far. A good attempt.
Kang didn't have to fight against a Cypher cam.
And after a stellar start, 4-1 up, economic control under their belt, NaVi have now called a pause at 4-4.
Yeah. Now, what I will say, think back to old FPX, to NaVi. They were the one team that when everybody was talking about this map being incredibly defensive-sided, they would go, no, it's attack-sided. We like the attack. We will play for the attack.
Especially with Brimstone entry.
Yeah, and I feel like...
No, I didn't watch Team Liquid's first game. I saw the stats, and I've heard that Kiko just went bonkers. But
I do think that we can expect a very good attack side coming out from NaVi.
Yeah.
So I think what they're doing right now... Okay,
they are twin brothers. Yeah, Emil and Doombros are identical twin brothers.
I genuinely think if they get to 6 rounds, they're going to be in quite a happy space.
And this is, yes, this is also my first time watching NaVi this year too.
Every single piece of utility you could ever need to set up Zipan on those entries. And when he is on, which...
Yeah, I saw that Wolves are beating Billy Billy. I think that Wolves roster is good. That's why I changed my prediction to Wolves.
To make sure they have a strong attack half here. And to be honest, it's been going very well, especially for Mystic. He has been a demon in the server thus far.
What kind of parent names one kid Emil and the other one Doombros?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's their legal names.
It will always work the second.
To be honest,
Hello, Retro. Good morning to you as well. Good morning. Good morning.
Maybe Sagetsu would hear it.
Well, yeah, I think Sagetsu might be just in range. But it would be a bold play to go for. I do see him sat down inside the sewers. And I wasn't sure if maybe
the less noise that NaVi makes around the map, the more that they contact, the harder it's going to be for NaVi to figure out where to position and fight them. Because NaVi need to try to get info on where Team Liquid are so that they can stun them, nade them, swing them in order to make their defense function. So if Team Liquid play these really slow rounds where they're not using dog until, you know, like 45 seconds or something, they're going to make it difficult for NaVi to figure out where the hell they're playing. The downside, though, is that you might end up with 30 seconds on the clock running into 3 players, including a judge in B Heaven. Oh my god, that's important.
That's the battle that Kiko manages to win.
24 seconds left, pick committed on the site. They've waited so long, Liquid. They got Xiao though. Can Sugetsu win the round? No, he got 1 kill.
This is now a problem because that vibe
Sugetsu's going to get spammed, I think, at some point here. He's just so weak.
Down the angles, allowed his teammates to maybe win off of time by denying that plan, but the second the spike is down, this starts to just fade away.
I think it was a good idea from Sugetsu going for that. Because there's a decent chance there that Team Liquid fuck it up when there's only 20 seconds left on the clock, but they managed to get around it. They had enough bodies there, and they got rid of Xiao early.
Full buy from NaVi. This was not a round where they expected to win. They did put the Viper's pit in. It was a big investment. A risk. Didn't seek or find any reward this time around.
Yeah, I think if Xiao kills Mystic, maybe things get a bit more dangerous.
I feel like could have been really valuable for them in terms of just...
Emil's shouting wasted ult.
That's been one of the things they've been struggling with is Sagetsu's been a 1 and
Alright, Xiao fighting. I really like this Viper wall. I think this Viper wall's really strong.
I think they've realized as well that, okay, the extremities are now being fought by Liquid. Their initial mid-fights weren't going well, and now they're just trying to almost be a little bit cheeky.
Nats is assuming that because they got a kill here, they're rotating off to fight a different area of the map. So Nats, it looks really stupid what Nats is doing there, but he's assuming that NaVi, because NaVi are constantly rotating to fight them, he's assuming that NaVi will have left A Heaven because they just got a kill in A Heaven.
I like this though, yeah. It's a wise decision from Artis. Retake ult so strong on B.
So now we get to see an advantage retake. In fact, they don't even allow them to get the... that was a bit dodgy. It looked like Kiko might have actually been able to pick up a kill there. Got breach ulted into the face. I think there was a team flash or something from Ardis. Oh my god, Yampi sprayed down too. But yeah, NaVi used that breach ult to be able to win the 4v3 retake. Very solid. Very solid.
Still up for grabs as we come towards the end of the half.
The thing is, though, they've not had a clean round this entire game, so they're still on the brink again. Like that, those couple of kills right at the end coming out from Yumpy.
Yeah, Ardis did stun Kiko. Yeah.
They're gonna have light shields, but in the
with the stun, not the ult. I thought he got caught by the ult, but yeah, maybe because he did restun afterwards.
A little bit more problematic. And on the other side,
Ardis's breach is really good. It's really solid. Ardis got, you know, famous with the crowd for playing his chamber, but before he was playing chamber, he was playing Sova, he was playing Breach, he was playing Cypher. He's not really a duelist main. He is more of a flex player.
What do you do if we do this? Oh, this is maybe they have their ideas.
KG Hold, thank you for the 4 months. So Team Liquid are making it fairly obvious that they're going for a B hit here, and I think this is, oh my god, here he goes. There goes Mystic. It's been red. Sugetsu gets picked up as well, though. It's impossible to dodge a Raze ult at that point. If Zipan gets a kill, he's got ult. But I don't think this is going to happen, is it? There is some level of a chance that Zipan could do this. No, they're pre-firing him. He just walked into a bullet to the head. Team Liquid making that one look like it's a really obvious B hit. Almost got like spammed through smokes or something. But the Raze ult there ended up being extremely important for them. Wolves are playing Cypher and Killjoy on Icebox. I think that's doable. I would rather play Chamber and one of the other Sentinels. But I think playing double Sentinel isn't a terrible idea. I think if you're going to do it, though, it makes more sense to play like Chamber Killjoy, so you still have the big Killjoy ult. Oopsie daisy, Nats has beefed one of his cages there.
Swedish meatballs.
So they dog up Ram. Ardis has stun for this. Is there anyone ready to fight it? Can Sugetsu fight this? His stun. The wall is still up at the moment. Ult into back B site. They're making it look like an A hit. They're actually going towards B. Xiao's good for 1, but he doesn't have his smoke out. Worried about being pushed.
They've lost a big ulti and Nats is doing it again. He's doing Nats
Kiko picks up Ardis in heaven, and now Nats is behind them. So we're really seeing the downside of NaVi. The thing is, though, right? Let's take a look at this half. I think if that half had lasted another 10 rounds, Liquid would have won most of them. Liquid really figured out how to play against this composition, and NaVi's comp is weak on split defense because it has to group up and fight. But also 5 is not that bad. Because NaVi were able to win the pistol with a set strat, and because they were then able to win some of the follow-up rounds, and because they won some of the rounds where they had ults online, actually, they're in a great position here. Because getting 5 on split defense when your composition on attack side has breach and fade, unless they lose like pistol bonus, they're still going to make a serious fight out of this NaVi.
To delay them. Great half from Liquid, but as said, this is normally where NaVi get going.
NaVi Angel calls really well on this map too. They're just going to go for an A exec and there's nobody home. I don't know why Liquid have exactly gone for this strat in their pistol round. I didn't see what their exact setup was, but they basically just they nade and Angel's already read it.
they went for further aggression, but it hasn't worked out in the spawn.
Everybody's in screens. Everybody. 4 of NaVi are playing around screens in elbow, and all 5 of Team Liquid are trying to flood out through screens.
So it makes the retake so much faster.
They're not worried about Heaven because they've got this trip up here, right? But I think somebody should be trying a path like this from NaVi. Oh. Okay, Kiko gets 2, but Xiao responds with only 1. He's getting swarmed. Sugetsu goes through the smoke and kills them all. Oh, they didn't even have time there anyway. But I think he caught some of the Team Liquid players running out of bullets too.
Yeah, he's certainly woken up there. Take a look at the replay. A couple nice shots.
Nice shots from Kiko.
Get to this man, it gets a little bit ludicrous through the smoke, catching one.
Yeah, Mystic had to reload, so he's jumping around. But yeah, like I said, I think the time was over at that point. I think even if Sugetsu didn't kill all 3 of them, I think the round is done there. Oh, look at this. Force buying an outlaw. Force buying an outlaw to try to deal with all of these light shields on the other side. This could be so interesting. I don't think we've seen anybody do this.
It gives them an opportunity to pad the gaps a little bit. Now, bear in mind, we know that
Kiko missed the shot. Missed the shot, and now they know there's an outlaw, and they've done damage to Kiko as well.
This is a read. He basically has an operator right now. He can shoot much quicker.
Only downside is there's no one to shoot at over on the B site, which is where he's on his way
to.
And
the reason why we haven't seen other teams do this is, what does Kiko buy next round if the gamble doesn't pay off?
Screens would be in the perfect position. That orb came up a little bit late, but to no effect. If they can deal damage, they can make them all one shot.
And Kiko had a chance at the start of the round, and then he gambled on the wrong site.
Tagged up 25 shields on
a judge? Yeah, probably, chat.
Kiko just
probably.
Needs one shot to the body, and he is reliable to hit at least the 1. There's the first. Angel down. But now, you know, Angel hasn't been the biggest gun to deal with on the server here.
Yeah, he would have enough to be able to buy Judge light armor.
The squad have been on fire.
Well, that's the thing. If NaVi
yesterday, one of the EMEA teams did it. Oh, did they?
That's a success.
Who was doing that?
Yesterday.
Yesterday?
2 pistols every time. If you get 1 more,
I was watching the games yesterday. I didn't notice.
Have to overly invest in the next round or play the bonus with a pistol. So that's what we're looking at here. Can Liquid take down 1 more player?
Oh, NaVi did it. Right. Yeah, I didn't watch the NaVi game. That wasn't yesterday, though.
More problematic for them. He's even going to try and steal a rifle away, aggressing all the way into the corner. And okay, he doesn't manage to take out Sugetsu in the end, who will get one of those guns back, but he definitely made that a lot more costly than NaVi would have.
Okay,
yeah,
so
no concern about him, you know,
now, yeah, presumably they're running a judge in the next round.
Dissipated anyway, so a good attempt just to try to deal that extra damage, and I like that, playing the numbers in Liquid. They're not.
Did he just run a Vandal in there at the end?
Go.
I didn't notice. I was thinking about the economy. Oh, he's going to go for the Bulldog then. He goes for Bulldog light armor.
On the scoreboard, NaVi now in a decent position. They haven't got like what they had last time with Artis so close to an ultimate or anyone. It's actually fairly evenly distributed on the attacking side. But if you take a look at Liquid, well, those kills for Kiko certainly helped out. I'm not going down to the spike. He actually got the orb.
Yumpy under the same pressure.
Oh, Xiao goes for the teleport in to play off the Prowler. I really love the way that NaVi plays mid on this map. They put so much emphasis on clearing vents, but they have such good setups for doing it too. It's quite difficult to punish this teleport into the corner. I mean, if you were playing behind this box, yeah, Xiao is dead. But against anything else, he's doing fine. Kiko, though, was 1 B main control out, and now that's going to pull NaVi back. Kiko has ult online now, too. Even with a player advantage right now, there's danger in the round for NaVi. Big danger in the round.
Not a lot of his belt is going to be refreshing. You can see that's why, obviously, Fault Line is used up by Artis start of the round. They'll probably just pace it out until
contact play from Enzo trying to find some information. Why does Enzo need info there? They have full B main information. They have full A information from the cam. You know that you know that NaVi have to be somewhere in this kind of area, right? It's so dangerous for Enzo to just go walk clearing that. He's just essentially gambling that they're about to hit into Nats.
Start to this half. Like, that's the thing. We talk about their bonus being a little bit weaker than normal, but the fact is that aggressive push from Xiao,
living in the
to
past.
be the sort of burden of this Viper playing middle is that both of these teams have been very happy to just disrespect the utility.
And then as soon as Enzo dies, Kiko has to give up B main because he's worried about B heaven. The round falls to pieces. They had such a great chance of winning that if Enzo just chilled.
He has been the sort of main player so far alongside Mystic for the side of Liquid, up there again with 21 kills. It has really been an absurd sort of like debut week.
Yeah, it's possible that NaVi had found the gap, were walking like this, and were about to explode on Nats. But if that happens, let Nats try to kill somebody and play with the Raze ult for a potential retake, I think.
Lights out performances. Even now, Team Liquid are losing, right?
Yeah, I just don't think you can walk into NaVi like that.
Kiko is 21-9. You have a duelist pop off like that, it's tough to not have those rounds on the board, but it's also
the Outlaw strat is so troll. Last time the other team picked it up and Liquid had half shields.
You've got this guy who's being utilized.
Liquid shouldn't have half shields though on that round, because they should just be full ecoing apart from the guy that buys the Outlaw. They should still have. They should. Like Liquid should be able to manage their economy so that round 3 they have full shield.
They lose. It's just a fact of the matter. But
I think that's just a straight up mistake if that's what they did.
You got the Nats save rifle, the rest are on weaker weaponry.
What the fuck is Nats' economy? He saved. He saved, and so he doesn't get the loss bonus. So he only gets 1,000. But I mean, he gets to keep his gun, right?
To take some B main control, constantly hunting for information, but just look how far back NaVi are playing.
Nats rebought armor because he has the Phantom, I think.
They are happy to play things nice and slow.
Oh yeah, they're in no
Or maybe he just bought his utility, to be honest.
Angel's happy to take his time.
200, 200.
The trademark
yeah, like 600 bought.
But it's been a long time.
Looks like he bought armor as well, but I'm not 100%. Yeah, anyway, he barely had any money to work with because he saved in the previous round.
I just miss seeing him in there. Every game it was a guarantee. Angel is in vents, at least in the first 30 seconds.
Where are you?
This time he's on B and leading his team. Oh,
that's not the right nade from Kiko.
30 seconds left.
Things really have changed.
Oh, Slimmetry! What the hell? Thank you very much for the 20 gifted. Paranoia through to heaven. Pressure onto Yampi. They're committing to sight here with 16 seconds left. But Enzo died to the nade in elbow. Kiko trying to deny the ult. He missed. He missed completely.
Should be the end of the round.
He had a potential chance there, Kiko. Mystic's gonna have to ace though. These kills don't matter from Mystic.
Clutching this out now, turning to a nightmare. He's 19 HP.
Yeah. Kiko had a chance there to kill 2 people that were about to go for the plant. Thank you very much for the 20 gifted, Slimmetry. That's extremely kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Show me the replay of the ultimate. How did it miss? Oh my god, what the fuck is going on with my internet? Please, man, please. I just want to watch the replay. Please. Show me the fucking replay.
Buggers! Buggers!
It's not poggers. It's very much not poggers, actually. Fuck. See, thank you for the 28 months as well. I disagree entirely with your take, but it's not you, it's the stream. Oh, what, the whole stream? Oh, fuck. The whole stream died for EMEA? Oh, it's working on you. Oh, wait, it's back. Okay, that's bizarre. How did that happen?
So with a bit of pressure, he finds the opening, the flash there, but he's spotted beforehand.
Okay. There's no way Angel's just got those 2 kills. Oh, Team Liquid are so boomed, man. Team Liquid are so boomed. How do we tune in to just watch Angel dominate? Oh, fuck, man.
It's just Kiko and Op and 4 kills to find. He's saving this.
So Kiko bought an operator this round.
Like they've still got a player in mid. They've still got a player outside the safe
and
side.
Liquid double pushed out B main.
Initially meant to be
Just went straight into Angel. Hopefully we'll get a more sense of what happened when we watch the replays.
I'll say that again. The lurking fade.
Angel, swing me again.
Not expecting him to
Send 5 more. The Angel emote is one of my favorites. It's so good. It's so funny.
Dominate when it comes to this attack side. They've got so many credits available to them. Like both Saigetsu and Xiao are going to hit max. The rest of the players won't be too far away.
NaVi looking really good though.
Working out the last place this man has been. He's going to hit the leg shot. Nice one, but the trade will be there. No operator save. Another victory in double digits hit for NaVi.
If you don't like the Paper X team capsule, your head needs checking. I don't make the rules.
A 3-round lead. Team
FD Ding, thank you for the sub.
Their back is against the wall. Liquid can make next to no mistakes if they want to close out this map. And again, the key thing.
You criminally underrated T1. I just thought it was.
We could talk about Artis' Yoru and perhaps.
I just thought the T1 player card was not cooking.
So on. That was the thing long ago with Breeze when Angel played the Yoru. It worked once or twice, and then they figured it out. The thing is, the guy that's TPing now is.
I guess you hate large Korean corporate entities. Yeah, I mean, why would you like the idea of rooting for giant faceless building? I don't know. It seems so stupid to me. So capitalism pilled.
Good time to take a pause, and that's the thing. Last time out, they sort of had that pause. They had the talk. They adapted. They managed to find something new to do. I do think it's been difficult with. I don't know. A lot of these early battles just seem to be always going the way. A little bit of miscommunication in a couple of positions as well.
I live to maximize shareholder equity. Yeah, me too, brother.
Really
me too, comrade.
Like, he's been great for these early fights so far. But this is, well, I want to say this is crunch time, but it's not really. The pistols coming in for this round. You want to see what sort of ideas are going to be there. Basically, maybe not a stack of players, but a stack
Whose capsule do you like the most? Probably Paper X's. But I think there's plenty that did really well with it. Leviathan, Talon, Cloud9, Carmen Core. I think all of those teams cooked. There are probably some other teams I've forgotten as well.
The only angle really they had to worry about because smokes are up elsewhere, and he's caught them unaware.
Backwards paranoia here.
With his back turned, eliminated, but Nats is being fished out of that position. Nowhere for
NaVi are just so, they're playing so nicely off each other. They're so decisive when they're committing to areas. They're so happy to go back and play like help defense for each other. It's looking good. It's looking pretty fucking good from NaVi.
100 HP. That's all the positive.
Zeta and Sentinels did the worst. Nah, well, I mean Zeta for sure, but then I feel like there was someone else that was worse than Sen. Honestly, Sen were pretty down there though.
6 rounds in a row.
Wasn't big on Sentinel's capsule at all. Nah, DFM's Classic is okay.
Hasn't had the most success. I think we've actually seen more with the Outlaws so far.
DFM's Classic's better than Sen's. Furia's. I think Furia's is a really rough team capsule. They got themselves a tough situation though because their branding is so black and white.
Yeah, I mean, sitting back with an op on this.
All right, let's have a look. So Kiko still with that operator,
it's just not going to work for you a lot of the time.
But this time Mystic and Enzo playing in front of it. So Kiko's watching market while the other two clear out. And now Liquid back up. I like this. So they've created a lot of pressure in mid. There's a lot of threat in mid right now. NaVi are going into a B exec. They read it. Yampi's already there. Xiao stuck the teleport and killed 3. Dude, these Omen TPs into spawn, they can't be working this well, man. They're just not allowed to be working this well.
Perhaps there's still some life in Liquid in this round. If they want to save that call.
To be fair, they were fade ulted.
11-7. This is probably where they have the best chances.
Oh, I think they're going for it. Kiko picking up that rifle pretty much confirms it. A kill will get.
I mean, they just ended up running into Xiao because they were fade ulted. It's a pretty sick combo, to be fair. I just don't like the Omen teleport plays.
It's going to be sent in. Nyon immediately Angel's still sat in the corner. That might be a surprise as well. They're throwing all this util, and he hasn't had to reveal himself just yet. The horn will give it away, but the time, it's gone. There's just nothing they can really do at this stage.
It's
Kiko's got to try
over.
and get out.
All right, let's have a look at the combo again.
Xiao with a quad, an unbelievable round from him, and a second
Angel dies to the
impactful
spike.
from the shadows
Unfortunate.
of the match. And that is the first time I've ever said that sentence.
I have egg on my face, Tom. I chose a bad day to
You
come
did.
for the front.
Show me the replay of the combo. Fade ult into the Omen ult, please.
12-7.
No? Okay.
Curse
Never
definitely
mind.
still exists, by the way. I've never seen anything like it.
It's bothering me.
Okay.
Never mind.
That is the first and only time we're going to see ISO this tournament.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter losing Angel there.
I don't know. There
It's
could be
just
some
vaguely
no,
amusing.
No,
there's
who? It would be these guys right here.
I think Liquid are doing
It would be NaVi.
Hey,
fine on defense. It's just that NaVi are playing really, really well.
Isn't it?
Yes,
NaVi
that is-
won the pistol. They keep
in a single
the momentum
elimination
because
playoff. Let's throw
Liquid's
ISO
economy
out.
was not amazing. They brought double bulldog into the anti-bonus. So NaVi actually had a better... NaVi had better rifles than Liquid did on the bonus round. And then they just kept the pressure up. They've ult cycled. Their attack comp has so many ultimates, and NaVi calls the attack side really nicely.
Underline it.
I don't think Liquid are playing horribly right now. It's just that NaVi are
Look how straight.
in a fantastic situation.
Look how straight that was.
God, that was
I believe
really
about that.
nice,
That's
actually.
staying.
Fade ult, breach ult, Omen teleports. Xiao snacks on everyone.
Show my really straight line, please.
Yeah. That was a nice play.
It's gorgeous, Tom. You've done a great job.
Yeah. Okay, so just to make it a bit more clear. Oh dear, it's all gone wrong.
Stun into heaven there. Zipan gets the first. Zipan has ult. I like that use of the Prowler to clear out behind them before they commit, so they know that there's nobody in vents about to hit them. Nats is caught. Nats is dead. NaVi's rounds look so fucking good here. This is what I was saying about them only getting 5 on the defense side. I think Liquid completely figured out how NaVi wants to play defense with this comp, but NaVi are just dominating the attack. Absolutely dominating. They look so good. They look so good. All of the little details are worked through really nicely. The utility setup to get Zipan into heaven is excellent. Zipan wins his duel, which is great. And then they pause. They don't just pause and hold angles. They actually pause and Prowler back behind them to make sure that they have nobody covering the, nobody about to flank them. And then they commit with the ultimate through, with some people picking up the smoke and be heaven. Just lovely. Lovely, lovely gameplay by NaVi. Every round there on the attack side was really good. The teamwork looks tight. The game plan was perfect. The utility was overwhelming. Players were hitting their shots. Yeah. Gorgeous map from NaVi. Gorgeous map.
I think a lot of NaVi fans are going to be pretty happy. Ulysses might
Now,
have a chance.
I didn't watch the original Liquid or NaVi game, so I still came into this thinking NaVi was going to win. It seems like the community consensus was that Liquid looked a bit better in their opening game, but yeah, NaVi just absolutely diffing them there in the honestly in like every department. Because I suppose we had some glimpses of individual skill from Kiko, and like Nats had a couple of moments, but generally speaking, any metric you can use, NaVi played better there. I guess credit to Liquid, they did really figure out how to play the attack side against NaVi. They got caught a little bit at the beginning when they were unsure what to do, but the adaptation in the first half from Liquid was really good. They just couldn't do anything on the second.
It occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you.
NaVi trolled them bind, but they look good otherwise. Gotcha. All right, let's have a look at Wolverhampton. Let's have a look at the old Wolverhampton Wolves, shall we? What's going on in their game? So the first map was... Oh, the Wolves are about to win. We're literally tuning in for the last round of Wolves. They've dominated. They won the first map 13-9, and now they're up 12-5. Bro, please, just please. Please. Okay, hallelujah. We can't watch this in 1080p. Please, I just want 720p. Just let me watch the game. Just let me watch the fucking game. Wolves were such heavy underdogs? In the betting, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I think the odds... I think the betting companies are going to have a really rough time with China because there just isn't that much data. But if you know what you're doing, I think this Wolves roster looks really strong. And Billy have been going downhill recently too. YZ kills Coldfish. They've denied the plant though by killing the Cove with that spam. Double swing out through rafters. Spring needs help. Isn't really helped by Ucore, but they're in an alright spot. Ah, they're covering. Nice coverage from Knight to be able to pick up Ucore, who was trying to trade out Bear. Yeah, but yeah, they were winning until you tuned in. Yeah. No, Billy aren't just being rated high because of NRG. They were like, they made it to the tournament because they were winning in China as well, but they just didn't win for very long. They fell off like almost immediately after champs. They haven't been a top team in China for a while now, actually. The top teams in China are like EDG, Rare Atom before they changed and became JDG. Now I don't know how good JDG are actually going to be because they lost Yeoman, but then it was like FPX, Trace, that kind of thing. Oh, JDG lost 0-2 today? Fuck, dude. That team was so fucking fun to watch, and they were so good. Oh, they looked rough on the T side. Oh, after they cut their IGL, they get worse on the T side? Who could have seen this coming? RB Masterclass? I need to go back and watch that game, actually, I think. I need to go back and watch that game. Crazy though that they drop their IGL and they get worse. It's almost like they should have kept their IGL and dropped their star player. Stu went 59 and 38. Yeah, it actually doesn't matter how much you frag if your game plan is shit though. RB and Abo went crazy. Yeah. Abo's, he was previously like a sub player on EDG, I think. I think he went to the first champs with them or something. My hotel numbers are probably... Yeah, the people in the hotel room next door are probably thinking I'm the worst neighbor in the world to have. I wouldn't disagree. Updraft play? Do they anticipate this? Ooh, insta trade from YZ. How is Plix getting himself out of this spot? He's just got to fight his way out against a Sova and a Jet with ult. YZ could just scale up here and dunk on him. They're so afraid of there being another player there. Bianca's going to end up getting caught. Billy should just be able to win this round. They know that the Killjoy is over towards B. You can commit A. You've got a 2v1 on site. They're being a bit passive here. But they will commit once YZ gets to them. DRG seems good though. Yeah, they won Ascension. They looked very solid. They beat Rare Adam when Rare Adam choked. Vukashu's fucking nuts. Yeah, DRG should be really good. They should be a top 5 team. Oh, Plix is IGLing. I didn't realize that. All gamers looked solid as well. Really? Because I thought they would be tragic. Wolves were winning until I tuned in, and they just haven't even come close to winning a round since then. You've cursed my football team? Sorry, Wolverhampton fan. What two from China are making it? EDG and who else? I don't really know. I mean, if I had to guess, I would probably say... I would probably guess that it would be FPX. But to be honest, I don't feel confident about that because FPX play such tragic Valorant. Their game plans are so rough. I mean, Trace have got a good chance. DRG might have a great chance of being able to make it, to be honest. Tech, I mean, I don't know how good they are because I didn't watch the game, right? But maybe. I've tuned in and I'm just watching the silliest rounds coming out of Wolves. They're fighting so aggressively over B main. I don't think this is how the map works anymore. The match started? What? The NaVi game began before we could even see one round won by Wolves? I just want to see Wolves win. Wait, they're going to do it. They're going to do it on the eco, aren't they? They're going to do it on the fucking eco. Bear is so weak. Wait a second. One shot. One shot. Yuko knows that he could be through the other side. That's such an aggressive swing by Yuko. Getting slowed. Oh, he hits the shot. It's over. The Wolverhampton Wolves have won. You fucking lied to me. You fucking lied to me. The other game hasn't started.
And what they're capable of doing in the map. The last time that we saw him, well, a couple of days ago against BBL, we saw a beautiful Euro that I'm sure Lothar and
yeah, there wasn't a desk before the game, I think because it's a 3-match day, so they didn't want people to work. I would guess, chat, if I had to guess, it's because if they ran a desk and 3 matches, they would have to pay people crazy overtime rates. That's my guess.
Wanted to combo it also with the KO. That is a lot of initiation utility because they're not gonna have.
All right. So we've got Yoru versus Yoru on Breeze here.
KO to me is even better, not only because I'm a big KO stan.
So
I think that it gives you a lot of duality when it comes to the game.
Yeah,
Yampy with the KO, even though you're running Yoru.
Maybe it's just like an off-season one-off thing.
Is that worthwhile? I feel like Angel's got really standard, like very solid synergy with the rest of his team. He's going to be able to smoke the bottom of holes to threaten lurks. He's going to be able to smoke the site to threaten that they've teleported in. It looks like it's going to function a little bit like the triple controller composition from Paper X.
Oh, it's definitely going to be a fun one.
What I'm confused about is, what does the KO necessarily give you here? It's very good on the map, but it doesn't seem to specifically synergize with the Yoru.
Oh, but that's always the best games, right? They're the ones that get a little bit scuffed. And I think
rounds.
We'll see.
Angel's playing, it's always going to be a little bit scuffed.
I think this is probably going to come down to who's got the better ideas.
They were unbelievable on that defensive side last time out. So
all right, so one way from Angel.
That's normally where you get the best
with the recon dart though as well. Oh, this was the map. Sorry, this was the map I saw highlights of when NaVi played against BBL, and NaVi were just booking the spike in through A main.
Doesn't spot anything.
Like, it was within the first 4 seconds of the round, Angel had just jumped in through A main, right? I saw that clip, I didn't watch the match. Ruzeska, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, the KO has plenty of things that it's good at, just generally speaking, including, yeah, one of them being, like, suppressing the Cypher. But that doesn't necessarily, it doesn't synergize specifically with the Yoru ult. Sorry, with the Yoru.
this one together. Through the wall they
Kiko
go.
trying to
Now is down
fight.
Getsu, not able for two. Nats holds
Can
on
Nats get
tight,
another?
but he's surrounded. There's players
Oh my god.
everywhere, desperately
Ooh,
trying
he's
to
playing
find
that
a
pretty
fight.
well. But there's a fight in mid here. Angel's coming around the back over Yampy. Yampy gets the kill.
This time around.
Okay, now big advantage for Team Liquid. They know where the players are. Artis is weak.
Almost does a lot of damage onto Ardis, already low on
Should
HP.
be Team
Mystic,
Liquids.
He's not expected to be this close, and he's gonna get one. Should get the
There's no. Oh my fucking god. He nearly killed Yampy. There's no way. Oh my god. Hallelujah. Team Liquid are not allowed to lose that to one little Artis boy.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Him for the aim lab shoot
Oh
around
my
before this
god.
game. Otherwise, that could have been a little
Nozo
bit
Megan,
awkward.
thank you for the prime.
Just about
What's up,
saving
Deluxe?
the
How's it
game.
going?
'Cause if
That was
Artis gets off to a
very
start like
close.
that, there ain't
That was
any
too
stopping it.
close. Because Liquid had done a good job there. Kiko comes in, Yampy picks up the lure. Like, everything worked apart from Ardis killing people on sight.
It's crazy. Even this TP, you know, it goes down to 3 HP, pops
He
in the
nearly
open,
fucking
and
caught Ardis
almost
after he
one
hit the
bullet away.
teleport.
Look, he's so frustrated not to win.
Yeah, Nats' movement is really strong. Really strong.
20 HP away.
The difference between the two of them is perfect. Very small investment, a shorty, and some light shields for Ardis.
The KO knife into A main is so standard, so good.
Other than that,
This one way, though, that Angel is throwing makes it really difficult for Team Liquid to contest. If they want to do any, like, flash reclears of A main or something, they have to wait until the smoke goes down. It does seem to be pretty good. Yo, Ryan Central, thank you for the raid.
And already, oh,
Thank you, Ryan. I hope you all had a good day watching. Ryan, what did you think of those two teams? I had Wolves winning. I tuned in at the end though, and it did seem to be pretty sloppy gameplay.
Try to clear out those angles, especially if you drop your Cypher. At the start of the last round, you had Nats.
Ardis ulted? What?
The rotate from Kiko, which I don't think was heard. They didn't know he TP'd over. But the key point is that they identified, okay, we take him down, we get
I was not
control,
paying
potentially
attention,
a weapon
chat.
as well. It could have been huge, but the read was perfect. No, he couldn't see, he could still take him down. The close range fight in the cage, keeping him alive.
Are you saying Ardis ulted in to use the... Dude, I was just fucking zoned out. I mean, I was just like, yeah, an eco round. They've got nothing going on there. Dude, what is going on? They're going glass cannon operator here.
They really are going hard into making sure that he can get that ultimate as much as possible and just cause issues.
Ardis doing the El Clasico Yoru play on Breeze. The old Angel strat. Did they did spot Ardis there.
They had the information, but the player just about snuck away on time.
Ardis looking a little different today.
VIP Ryan? Yeah, I really should, shouldn't I?
Angel was on the Euro after all. We just didn't know it.
There you
wow.
go. Oh, there it is.
He's just taken the entry.
Angel's just walked in versus
I feel like he
Nats.
uses himself as the secondary of something, so he can basically just play a duelist on everything, and you can see why. Just wide swinging onto Enzo.
This looks super dodgy from Liquid.
NaVi, and it's almost purely
Kiko though
just down
picks
to
off
Angel
Sugetsu,
individual skill.
Yeah.
who wasn't going for the safer way of rotating. I mean, NaVi should be able to win this one, but they don't have any window control. When Mystic comes around here and pinches with Yampy, this could get really dangerous. Yampy peeks before Mystic's in position, though. Yampy should be peeking now while Mystic's set up here. And then any player that's around in this area would just be fucked. Wolves' pistols were nice on Ascent, had some good things, but bad retakes. They're a fairly new team, but I think the roster on paper looks good. Does Solo Viper even work on Breeze? Yeah, it does. There's tons of teams playing Solo Viper, actually. Honestly, like, of the two teams here, Liquid are playing the more meta comp. It's just that most people play it with the Jet instead of the Yoru.
I really don't see the point. I feel like anybody who you could have killed, you would have seen without having to jump into the window.
I actually like NaVi's comp more, because I think the Omens synergizes really nicely with the Yoru.
He's still going to be able to purchase, but you look at Yumpy, who's going to be down on an Outlaw.
Okay, so now Kiko has Op with armor.
Either way,
Yampy has an
still
Outlaw.
in the lead, Liquid 2-1 up.
They smoke the bottom of halls. This is one of the other things that NaVi are going to threaten constantly. Oh, the recon. Angel's awareness there. Not really thinking about how he could be punished. Just trying to increase the tempo as much as possible. Xiao's already out. Xiao is already out. They've caused so much chaos, dragging people towards halls, that they've got the plant down on A already. I like I like that strat of going for the A split through halls, but I do think you have to be aware that Team Liquid are going to try to throw some utility to counter you. Alright, they catch Xiao, who was really isolated from the rest of the team. They're going to be worried about the relurks and stuff like that, but with the Cypher ultimate, they get good info. Yampi's on the flank, and now Yampi's a really big problem. Artist, though, fucking Chad swinging. And now they can isolate Yampi. They should have been able to trade Yampi there. How is Artist winning? How is Artist winning? He's won the round. There's no time. How is Artist winning these? What a fucking... Dude, how is Artist... As soon as Yampi dies in backside, Artist swings... Sorry, as soon as Yampi flanks from A main, Artist swings backside and gets a kill, which is a great instinctive thing to go for. That kill, really good onto Nats. How does he get the duel win on Yampi when he's lit up by a recon dart?
I feel like you get two sets of Yoris. You either get one that doesn't know
Artist is popping off
and just runs around fragging, or someone that does know how to use the utility but then can't aim. Like that seems to be the two. Whereas there's few that are in that Venn diagram crossover.
I do really like this Omen one way in A main. It seems a bit daft to like one way yourself off, but it's so good. The defenders just can't contest this at all.
This map, you might be surprised if you've just tuned in, but round 5, he's ready to roll. Full belt utility.
Bro got 2 ults in 4 rounds. Yeah, he's farming. Double push down halls from Liquid. They're countering the smoke play by just walking it. Oh, that's... It's so silly that Angel gets the headshot in the first place, but then to swing the other person instead of leaving and waiting for the rest of your team. Just...
I love watching him play.
There was a strong chance that he was about to give the Vandal, and yet thankfully it flew backwards. Did you see the gun? It just flies back into safe territory, so Mystic can't even pick it up.
Headshot in one of the players. Now it's not a bad trade for Liquid.
It's a good idea though from Liquid going for a push down halls like that.
30 seconds left.
Because when Angel's actually scaling, my dude is stomping up halls, right? So I think it's a good idea to call his bluff there. So they know that Yampi's in the back. Does Artist have a shorty here? Oh my god, Yampi is popping off. Oh, Artist, how are you whiffing these shots?
And the lurk coming through from Saigetsu.
Artist is so confident, dude. It's crazy. Artist has just outplayed the fuck out of Yampi.
Same battle. Artist and Enzo both full HP this time. The weaponry not great.
He knows that at least one of them's there. He's gonna win this.
Enzo down. It's on to Mystic. He's got to get this done. His position's being revealed.
He's got another gate crash, man. Artist is actually popping off. I mean, he did fuck it up a bit, but... Oh, Mystic's gonna stick the defuse.
He's going for HP. Oh no. He tapped it again. He's baiting him for the fight.
What are you doing, Mystic?
Brave move.
What the fuck?
If he stuck it all the way, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, back-to-back Red Bull clutches from Artist. That's the thing. If he sticks it all the way, he wins. But
I'm not mad about him not sticking it all the way, right? I'm saying, why aren't you punishing him for running at the defuse? I've never seen a bigger fucking clutch gene difference there, actually. What? Why is it? I don't understand that at all.
His impact on the server when he starts out, his utility.
I can understand Mystic getting off the spike, but when you hear him running towards it, why aren't you trying to swing him? I don't get it.
And clutching them as well. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, they
That's so bizarre, that decision making from Mystic there.
Win round, which
it can't be a clone. They already shot his clone. Maybe he missed, maybe he lost track of that, but yeah, I don't know. They literally broke the clone right before the clutch began.
2 orbs away from having the ult. It's outrageous. Like, he can't be playing like this, yet he is.
Zipan taking down the aggression of Kiko. That operator has had little to no success so far, and oh, guess what? You can have all of your utility on the site, Nats, but
God, that dude. I know NaVi are only one away. Sorry, only one in the lead right now. Oh, okay. The flash didn't catch onto Nats, and Nats is going to do his job as the rat anchor. Gets punished, though. Watching plenty of different angles. Angel's in a really nice spot here, but they don't have the plant down. Angel and Sugetsu are both basically just baiting Xiao here. Like, Xiao is supposed to try to get the plant down, and the others are supposed to try to get the punish. Angel's repositioned. Xiao gets out. Angel can reposition here too. If he gets one... Oh, they know that Yampi's here. He got caught by the cam as well, actually, didn't he? Oh, that flash is so lovely. That flash is so lovely from Yampi. Oh, but Xiao and Angel just swing and get the kills. NaVi are so good at picking those kind of timings. They'll play disciplined until they swing together to try to catch you as you take some space. Dude, when it works, it looks so good from NaVi.
Than what we got even at the start of Split. Team Liquid need to find a solution.
The scouse is louse. The scouse is loose. How are you supposed to pronounce that to make it make any sense?
They just seem so well regimented in the post plants. The timing, the spacing is perfect.
Dude, this looks really good from NaVi. It looks really good. All of their game plans look good. The players are playing like clutch monsters. They're hitting their shots. They're picking nice timings to go for plays. It looks really good. Look at TMV celebrating the Wolves win.
You know what that means? That means Wolves win!
Oh, that's amazing. Why has he set up this overlay? This is why I'm annoyed that Wolves look like they're going to be a decent team. Because they just fit the concept of being a meme team so well. How long does this last for? Just forever?
No, we need this one.
Fucking hell.
Something I know Lothar has been loving for a very long time.
And it's also a problem because if you're Mystic right now, you're thinking, oh, I've got the Viper's Pit. What's going to happen? Artis is just going to...
Okay, NaVi on the anti-eco. This is when we need to see them not take too many risks. Nice idea of how to punish the one-way. Using their own orb to be able to get past the Viper... Sorry, get past the Omen smoke and then dropping it to, like, face with multiple people. I like that idea from Liquid. They don't end up with a player advantage, but I think it was a good idea.
So how do you now
You're behind? I don't give a fuck.
This round. Now, I will say, a super aggressive push coming down in behind them. The problem is there is a trip.
TMV doesn't even like Wolves. He put them last in his power ranking because of it. Allowing the British tribalism to influence your Valorant opinions. Oh, NaVi are so good at catching people doing that kind of stuff, man. It's so annoying because NaVi are good at doing that, and NaVi are good at catching that. They're just so good at being able to take a pause in the middle of an exec and just punish people for going for some like flash peek or something. Do you think if they get to the final at Champs that Wolves is going to watch party in the stadium? No. No, I don't think that'll happen.
These rounds have been very close. So bear in mind there's been a couple of clutches back to back for Ardis. But that round
Ryan was happy because they wear the same colors as Hull. Is Ryan from Hull? Oh. Oh, I mean, I knew the boy had had a rough upbringing, but Hull? Oh, no. T.E. Webster, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you very much for the new paid sub.
that potential combination of the dimensional drift alongside the Hunter's Fury could be pretty
My dad is from an area somewhere near Hull. He's from Grimsby.
Oh, okay.
Hello, alright. Team Liquid have found a couple of picks at the start of this round. Just killing both the players at bottom halls. They're going to try to use the... that's even worse. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't think it is actually worse. Grimsby's like a small place. It's just got a bad name. It's not a nice place by any means, but I think Hull's worse.
One in the pyramids and one on the plant. Nice and easy. And now the team can
picking out locations. Good round from Liquid. Good round. Now, all they need to do is get a kill in halls and a kill in elbow at the start of the round every time.
Finally broken that win streak for NaVi.
Yeah, nice round from them overall. I think just a little bit of extra aggression. They didn't get bullied out of the round by Angel as well with that initial fight coming in towards the halls.
British people, as soon as you mention a town or city more than 6 miles from where they grew up. No. This isn't just British tribalism. I don't have any reason to hate Hull. It's just a fucking shithole.
They're probably going to win the round. If you can disrupt that before it happens, which they were trying before.
I don't have a rivalry with Hull. It's just a shite place.
Hull might be a shithole, but it's our shithole.
We've seen NaVi slow things down and try to work that map control.
Southern Fairies. Adam.
They kill him.
I'm from further north than Hull.
Either he's the first man in, or he's on the other side of the map. So free space to take. That's one solution to it.
Let's have a look at this round then. So Kiko's playing from double doors. They have 4 players in mid. So Team Liquid making an adjustment to fight over mid control here.
He's got the site control. He's been flashed about 7 times, but he's
ready to fight again. Oh, what a play from Mystic. NaVi tried to have a little pause in the round. And my god, Mystic just owned them. Holy shit, he just dry swung through the wall, I think. Didn't he? Maybe it was set up with a flash or something. I didn't catch it if it was, though. It looked like he just picked a timing.
I think he knows he got away with one there. The fact is, they had the TP that gets them close to the screen, but I think they just almost expected, okay, eventually...
Was it a flash from Kiko? Show me the replay.
So if he's setting up to go through
Show me the replay.
Straight through, and no one watching it, no one aware. And that's the thing. That is basically Liquid playing them at their own game.
No replay. Oh, here's the replay.
Through all of these different pieces of utility, so he just goes
there was a Yoru flash.
Making his way across to the site.
Now, there was also a KO flash that blinded the piss out of him. But yeah, he swings out with a Yoru flash. Very nice, very nice. That's what they need to do a bit more of. Anyone have any tips for making garlic aioli? Yeah, try to make sure you don't put the garlic in just like whole. You do need to chop it up a bit before you just put it in there.
Artist is crouched from having been flashed 7 times that he's avoiding the first bullets, but he's still blind when Mystic comes running through. So it's nice and easy. Really well handled. And those ultis to fall back on, like you said, worth their weight.
Just don't eat whole cloves of garlic in the aioli.
Time to equalize for Team Liquid. This is
I'm gonna microplane it, but thank you.
It's where they wanted the fight to go down.
Isn't microplaning something that people do to their skin?
I was joking with Marcus in the break, saying that
like to exfoliate. You microplane?
Because NaVi always lose their own pick and then win their opponents. So we'll see.
Or is that going to be painful? Should I not be microplaning?
It wasn't their choice. They picked fine.
Shock Dart towards the bottom of elbow, and Liquid again fighting over mid control. Kiko finds a pick at the very beginning of the round, teleports away immediately. Nat's deep position, not found. And Artist somehow managed to pick up Yampi, but Nat still kills 3. They are owning NaVi by taking mid control. This is such a nice adjustment from Emil.
Yeah. Not letting NaVi have a say in how the round starts and how it breeds. They've choked all life out of NaVi's round. 5-5. Just suffocating them with this aggression.
The clip of you calling the Gentlemate skin trash has a lot of views. Egg versus French 2.0 incoming. Yeah, maybe. Dude, I was talking to Wyatt last night, and the Gentlemates fans were apparently up in his DMs telling him to get ready for the plug. Because he said on Platchat that he would put the Platchat butt plug up his ass if Gentlemates beat Vitality, and apparently the Gentlemates fans were telling him to get ready to get plugged. It's so fucking funny.
It seems like each member of Liquid are having a turn of who's going to.
But yeah, I mean, I don't have beef with Gentlemates, except I do think, listen, no one should take what I say seriously about branding or style. I'm about the least stylish person you could come up with. My branding is like horrendous even on the internet. I just think Gentlemates is kind of ugly. But then I think plenty of clothing is ugly that other people love. So I'm not the fucking authority.
They were 2-0 up, went 5-2. Now 6-5. They put a stop to NaVi.
Yeah. Did you lose 5 rounds?
But I think what I think Gentlemates ugly as fuck.
You gotta be feeling pretty good about yourself. And for NaVi, again,
you're dressed like Steve Jobs right now. Steve Jobs is famous for wearing turtlenecks. I got no turtle up here, just neck. They're running 3 operators because they have so much money. They have 3 operators because they have so much money.
To see what Liquid have going into that attack. A lot of ultimates online again. We still haven't seen that combination since.
Okay. One of the only players with a rifle gets the opening kill, but they do punish Nats in mid. Nats was playing the same kind of position in mid, and they finally shut it down.
An angel for Nats trade. I think that it's almost expected.
Enzo's got a rifle somewhere, right? Like, why the fuck is he still playing with his op?
He's actually not bad.
Surely you just op at the beginning of the round and then you go back to your rifle. Why is Enzo opping?
Kiko got caught by the flash, TP's back, and then they swing thing, and it's a little bit more clear.
Hello, Enzo. You need your rifle right now, buddy. Hello, Enzo. Enzo, mate, you are fucked. Okay, well, really nice play, body blocking inside the Soverall as well. The Yoruil Soverall is a super powerful combo, and he was going for the body block, but, yeah, dude, even if Artis had just decided to come out of his ultimate there, Enzo's gonna hit a fucking op no scope in order to punish him.
You really have to rely on Kiko doing something crazy.
He's been known for it. Been a bit more
he missed the recon dart. Mystic's such an unusual player, man. He'll come up with some huge plays sometimes, and then in other rounds, he'll just look so out of it.
So they might have done exactly the same thing. We haven't got enough data to really talk about how we feel like the sides of this map are going to go, and especially with both teams.
It's just, I don't know, quite inconsistent, I think.
There's
some of it might be nerves based, I don't really know, but sometimes when he's like in a clutch or in a sticky situation, he just loses the plot a little bit. But he can make some really high impact plays.
It can be filthy.
Well, I think that's it. It's finding
he's not terrible.
So your opponents just can't get that step ahead of you. See the utility 1-2 times and know exactly what you're going to do. And I think we saw that on the attack side. Those reads there from
sounds like most players. Most players at this level don't completely beef stuff very often.
We kick this off with a spam through the smoke. Artis up close, completely unaware.
Artis gets one but doesn't get away. Oh, the shocky.
That's just unfortunate.
Just about dodging. Mystic still alive, has support from Enzo, but this has just become a Hall's battle. The only thing to really watch in the meantime is where Nats is going.
Yeah, Nats could definitely win this round. Getting a pick on Angel here and opening up the pivot B would be huge.
We share one.
Yeah, now his team's got a... Oh, Mystic, what are you doing? Nats has just potentially won the round for you. If you buddy up with Enzo and leave, you have a path to B.
But it is Nats that's on the other side. He's going for a head peek
angle.
Decently low. There is an opportunity.
Yeah, the thing is, they don't need to peek. The spike is down in mid. So they can just hide, and that's exactly what Cygetsu is doing.
30 seconds left.
Nats is
What do you
kinda
think
good.
about enforcing
I'm
a
also
physical
good, but I
exercise
don't
routine
need
on
to
players
fight
to help their
him. I
health
just
in
need
such
to
an
fight as much
intense
time
yet
as humanly
sedentary
possible.
lifestyle?
Just be an irritation.
Well, I think
Not really give
generally
anything away. He still manages
having
to
an active
hit
lifestyle is
one of
better
the
for your
cleanest
mental
goal
as well,
players
and
in the
plenty of
entire
the
world. They've gotta be
organizations
careful
do
of
have
that.
some kind of like
It will
encouragement
eventually
for
just
a
about
fitness
run around
program
and
with
looking at the
like
HP of both
eating
of
and
them,
stuff like
10
that.
between them. It's a bit scary.
It was a little
Eating
bit
nutritious
spooky in
food,
the
I
end,
mean,
and
and
that's always gonna be
like
the
encouraging
concern,
people
but
to go to the gym and work out
thankfully they were
together
able
and
to get
having
all
it
that
as a
reward. It was, yeah, it was the recon
team
that got the
building
shot straight
thing as
through.
well. There's plenty of orgs that do that,
For the
and I
side
think
of
it's a
Liquid,
good thing in
caught
general
off
to try to
guard
encourage
right
the
off
players
rip.
to do so.
For NaVi, if they can build up a streak of rounds, they might be knocking on
It's not a brand new
real
idea.
quick.
There's lots
Team
of
Liquid,
teams already
They're
do
not
that.
gonna be able to buy in this one either. So we're probably looking at that 2-round lead for NaVi. Let's see if they play the same. Yeah, 2 pistols, indeed. Scanning ahead. Same old, same old. So they can even afford to lose a player or 2.
Yeah, it's the norm. And the thing is, as well, you kind of expect that for Cygetsu, it's almost
Yeah, I think.
practice. Oh, this kind of stuck in the corner. I think that's what
hello,
Cisco
hello.
does. So that's one of the guns already dropped to the deck, and also in a position that, for the attack, not too difficult to retrieve. For the defense,
Yeah, I mean,
should be impossible.
I'd fucking.
Even still, though,
I'd love to do
Zipan's there as
more
bodyguard,
exercise than I
defending it to
currently
try and
do.
allow Xiao to retrieve it.
There are so
Sorry,
many
Angel to
VODs.
retrieve it.
There are so many VODs.
So much, sometimes I get lost.
I feel that. I feel that.
Need to get a bicycle.
Especially with Angel. It could be
And
any
just-
other thing.
Oh, he still
Nice
gets
kill.
it.
I need to get one. Oh, hello. Wait a second. Wait a
He
second.
can't be stopped. Wall up
Mystic's
as well. That's
picked
gonna
up
cover him on the way
2.
out, you would think, but Zipan's around the corner, taking Kiko
Okay.
and Mystic.
Okay.
Closing out the
Zipan
round the
shuts
way
it down.
NaVi needed it to go. They were able to lose some players, Tom. They almost lost 4. Even still,
Just
they're
go
gonna
run
feel
half
the
an
hurt
hour
'cause
every
they lost
morning
2
after you
rifles.
wake up. Yeah, I literally woke up at 5 a.m.
Cygetsu
today.
managed to pull
I'm
it,
not
because
waking
obviously
up
they
at
didn't
fucking
manage to retrieve
4
any of
a.m.
the
in order to get
guns
in
that were on the
a
ground other
run
than the ones that
beforehand.
Zipan kept.
It ain't
Now, the
happening.
one saving grace for them, even though they've got a pretty short.
Yeah, I need to. I need to get like a roller for my bike, like a stand and a roller, so that I can just cycle while I VOD review.
Going into the first purchase, you can do some serious damage, maybe plant denial, cause a little bit of havoc while Artis thrives within the madness. While for Liquid, you want to bounce back soon. We saw, as I said, in the last map, they didn't win a single round in that second half. It was just run away by NaVi. Artis in such a
That's a really, really deep smoke from Angel. All right, they double up to fight Mystic.
Checks this. I don't know why you would.
This in a
Such
tucked
a
position
disgusting
here. How long does he have on his gate
Because he has
crash?
the gate
I wish
to
you
get
could
out of
see
here,
it
so
from
he
here.
entertained the idea
Oh, he
of
gets out
playing
before he
that
can get
angle.
traded as
The
well.
fact that Sugetsu's close to swing on the back of it,
That's kind of
truly
sick as well.
disgusting.
Yeah, if Ardis wanted to commit to that, Sugetsu could have tried to swing as well. But he got out.
He's got a big old bow in his back pocket. It's Xiao. Shorty in hand.
A big old bow in his back pocket. Is that a bow, or are you just pleased to see me? Oh, yeah.
One of them in a round like this. They're not expecting the Shorty to be in play. And it's just to reset
This is
their
a weird
economy as well.
defensive
They're
Viper
getting
wall
respect
as
for it,
well.
but still
I
playing
haven't
that
really
physical
seen
game. It will be
teams
the A
running
side
this one.
that is sought after. With Angel up close.
I guess it.
and Artis further
I guess
back,
it just
and
kind
this
of
is a
locks people
deadly
off when
duo
they're
to
in
take head
bricks.
Oh, it's a gamble of a TP.
That, I mean, dude, Angel didn't even react. Angel straight up didn't react. He believed with all of his soul that his team had his back.
Hoping that it gets something, and instead, the only thing found is a bullet to the face. Angel will close it with a triple.
NaVi have plenty of these moments, by the way, where there's like an individual is swinging to punish somebody,
The confidence has got to be high on that
but they're
squad.
just,
They came in,
they're
like
so
you said, with
consistent
many
with their
weaknesses,
aim that they don't get punished for it
and
very
those
often.
weaknesses aren't really lent
They
on.
still have
Again,
plenty of
these
team play
early
moments as well, don't get me wrong,
aggressive
but
find them so much value
like Angel
and
fighting here,
intent
for example,
to push in and
where he
play
goes for the
close,
swing
but
onto
I
Enzo.
think what you're missing there is
Not
just that
tradable if
Viper
Enzo
wall
wins
that
the
we've
duel,
seen
but
consistently put down from
NaVi
Xiao,
make it work
on the
so
attack
often.
side for NaVi, that allowed Artis to actually get close. If you don't have Mystic, if he's not alive or he hasn't got his wall down, it doesn't work the same.
Imagine getting farmed by a 40-year-old. Yeah, Angel's got that aim some days, you know? He goes crazy. Well, this isn't going to be a dangerous round. This is just a very standard, you ran into my trips and into my Viper setup kind of situation. I really think this wall is interesting. Let's have a think about it. So you're pushing up here, and you've got the wall in your face. You try to get out, and you end up in bricks. You're kind of walled off as well. If they're A splitting, if they're going through A like this, then the wall, you can drop at any point to try to take multiple fights from multiple angles, I guess, and catch people as they're scaling. It seems like it gives the attackers quite a lot of room, though, on an A split. But to be honest, normally they have no wall in their face at all, so... I'd like to see Liquid pull off an A split here through double doors just to see how NaVi would deal with it. I want to see this wall in action.
When NaVi just won 8 rounds in a row and the game ended. They're now at 4 rounds in a row, and Liquid...
I'm quite sure that the two coaches are brothers. I think so. I think so. You might be onto something.
We're waiting to see a response. Look at the push already from the defense. They are in the bottom of mid. Do you even expect this many players to be coming up so quickly? Just look, the cages are giving them a
the flash though, the flash though.
But they shoot the decoy, and that actually saves the attackers from falling victim again.
Ends up dying on the teleport into B. Oh, there we go. That's huge.
They saw him. They dealt with him.
3v3, insta pivot into B, into A, kill Zipan. All right. So yeah, NaVi got a little bit unlucky there shooting the Yoru clone, because they got flashed and it ended up fucking up their plan.
This is a rare position to see that spike in just due to the control.
Gosh, Sugetsu's clean with his aim.
Should allow them to catch them off guard, yet despite both
not so much with Enzo.
Not necessarily being expected, Sugetsu's avoided death. He's claimed a life already, and with 23 health left, he might be in a tough spot for future duels, but Xiao can tap that spike, apply pressure. All they need to do on the side of Team Liquid is deny the defusal, flash through, the recon as well.
Is so
they know
blind.
who Xiao is. They've got this one in the bag, surely. Shock dart's not enough to deal with it, but unless they were to both swing and
Enzo looking like you in ranked? Fuck off.
Oh, can Sugetsu make it really costly?
He's not that bad.
Watching in his direction. No, he's going to take down another. That's the thing, it's still not a clean round for them.
Oh, God.
That's something at least. I do think they get saved a little bit by the fact that a decoy is shot and the Nats had the quick thinking to jump up.
Yeah, I think Liquid got a little lucky there.
Being another round for NaVi, just with how proactive
but they've managed to avoid getting completely caught.
Because one of the things you always worry.
Ardis has picked up the operator. But he's going to be able to have a teammate drop him. I mean, the money on the other guys is just so huge.
It is going to be another purchase. Ardis still at the top of the board, and he's now got that operator into hand. But
Yampi's ultimate makes me think that you would want to try to head into the Cypher setup, which you've seen towards B. But they're going for the Halls play. Ooh, Xiao didn't spot anything. Oh, now he did.
Giving all the information away.
Zipan's gonna open it up and drone.
Huge kill on the Xiao.
They're gonna try to punish. Zipan got the kill on Nats just by spamming in. Oh my god, they've just been fucking boomed by Zipan and Ardis. Oh my god.
A competition for who could take
oh
it down.
my
it looked
god.
Like it was Zipan, but Ardis hit the shot. 11-7.
Zipan sprayed in behind the Yoru ult, gets a kill. Ardis gets an op kill. Ardis peeks A main, gets another op kill. Zipan gets pushed from front yellow. Oh, he didn't spam. I thought the first kill onto Nats was a spam kill. He's just spotted his head because the cage wasn't deep.
They're rubbing it in.
Jesus Christ.
Let him breathe. Let him breathe. Come on.
Who had a higher peak, Gambit or NaVi?
That's the thing.
I mean, it was 100% NaVi FPX. They played at a later point in the game. The game was more advanced at that point. And yeah, their roster was actually even more stacked, I would say. Because Sugetsu was phenomenal. I guess it kind of means, I guess it kind of depends what you mean by higher peak. If you mean higher peak relative to the competition,
So they're not going to have any troubles for the next round. They've
I
almost got
think it was probably Gambit relative to the competition.
A bleak scenario
because they dominantly won Masters Berlin. And I mean, FPX had a dominant run all the way through the lowers at Copenhagen as well, but I think when you look at like how far ahead Nats was compared to everybody else at the time, if you do it relative to their time period, Gambit was probably a bit further ahead, but the literal higher peak was definitely FPX play. Like, it's extremely rare that a team that comes later is going to be worse than a team that comes earlier in a game that's constantly developing like this. Like, we're going to have to wait some years before we can have those kind of discussions, I think. Generally speaking, the quality of play is going to go up year on year. Not always. Like, I don't think we're currently seeing better gameplay than Champs last year. You know? It's not a constant linear upward progression. But generally, Shao just peeked into the recon dart. That's rough. Yampi gets a kill onto NaVi. Sorry, gets a kill onto Angel. And a little flash peek to punish. Ardis has his ult to clear this. They have ult, they have recon, they have drone. They should be able to put a lot of pressure here. They can just get on the defuse.
They want to deal with this guy. Very soon, they've spotted him.
What's Ardis doing here? He hasn't spotted the Viper. What's going on? They're getting half, though. Alright, and then Mystic is dead. Can they win this with the Silver ult? Yeah, they definitely can. Nats? How did Nats not deny? I mean, okay, they were coming back to deal with that anyway, but holy fuck.
The synergy between
that's pretty tragic. That's pretty tragic.
Such a beautiful combination.
But that was also an eco round for Liquid.
He took the risk throwing everything in with the ult, and then you just see Zipan sneaking his way through, fakes him out with the decoy at the end, and Zipan's just stood there just like, hey bro,
yeah, really nice.
The easiest kill of my entire life.
When Enzo watches this back, or just right now goes, how much you hit him for? How much you hit him for? And realizes he's 1 HP. That could have saved the round. Oh,
the thing is, yeah, I mean, I don't think that was getting too close, even though Nats had a really good post-plant alert, just because Enzo got so punished in that situation for trying to go for the ult. There was still 9 seconds on the clock. Like, they had a lot of time they had to buy there.
So it seems like an almost impossible road. A 6-6 half.
NaVi have looked
in the first and a 6-1
significantly better than Team Liquid in this game.
1-2-0, take themselves off into the playoffs, and
oh, that's a great shot by Nats. How does he? He hits the shot on Zipan, but he can't hit the trip.
Give him a trip. A little bit more difficult while he's gone.
Zipan, though, picks off Nats in the end. Nats trying to make the play happen.
Now they're starting to put the pressure. They've tried to avoid Ardis every time, and every time he's in the right place at the right time. Hunter's Fury being
it's pretty much over here, isn't it?
They need to find their way onto the side. I don't even know if
no, they've caught Mystic too.
Sort of snake in the grass, and now they know where he is as well.
Yampi with the ace. Yampi with the ace to save his team. No. Ardis skilling it to end the match. Let's see Ardis with a fucking crazy 360 quickscope to end it. NaVi were way better than Liquid there. Way better. That was a different tier. That was a tier gap between those two teams. It's not that Liquid were playing horribly either. Liquid were playing pretty well, and NaVi fucking gapped them.
I don't know what it is. NaVi struggle against BBL. They had a very labored series, and now back-to-back 37.
Yeah, not too much to be said there. NaVi looking really clean. All of the players looked super on point. They had ideas that were solid. Liquid didn't really know what to do about the attack side on split. They couldn't stop it at all once the ult cycle started going. It took them a while to even figure out how to play against NaVi on defense side. They let NaVi get 5 rounds on their defense.
Other teams are going to have to watch just the synergy between those two players on defense.
But yeah, I think the more you learn about how NaVi play, the more you'll be able to stop them. But I think NaVi have got such great ideas with what they're doing. The defense side of Split is gonna be rough. It's always gonna be rough. But they're so good on the attack side, and their comp is so good on the attack side, that they're probably gonna be able to get away with it against almost every team. But yeah, I think when you fight against NaVi, you just have to be able to win so many fights against them, because NaVi are not the kind of team to always throw the perfect utility for their swings. NaVi are the kind of team to constantly challenge you. Like if you want to take some space, you actually have to push those guys off the angles and win fights against them. Like NaVi are so happy to contest space with their rifles, and the problem is that they've got such extraordinarily good aimers that it's pretty difficult. It's pretty difficult to get past them. Who in EMEA outside of Fnatic is looking close to NaVi so far? I'm tempted to say Vitality, but I actually think NaVi played better than them there. Heretics, dude. Heretics fragging up against NaVi fragging would be extremely good to watch right now. I hope that the Heretics players can keep it up, because they don't play for a long time. Heretics have now got like quite a break. I hope they don't cool off. But I would expect NaVi to still win that game. But dude, if Miniboo is still just going to take 2 with him every single time, then then obviously Heretics have got a great chance of winning. But yeah, I think Heretics having so much time off is actually not good for them, because they're playing so well right now. I think it's really good for a team like NaVi to have time off, because they rework compositions, come up with new ideas, that kind of stuff. Heretics are not trying to be creative. They're trying to have the best responses possible. They're trying to make sure that they set each other up. They're trying to rely on like fundamental stuff. So I swear to God, if Fnatic and NaVi are on the same side of the playoffs bracket, I will scream and piss my pants. It's really possible. It's very possible, right? Because you're probably... I mean, we now know that NaVi are in playoffs. I think there's an extremely strong chance that Fnatic are in playoffs. Let's assume that's the case. And then the other team to get out of the other group is... Oh, well, Team Heretics, isn't it? We already know that. Sorry, I'd forgotten. So then... NaVi would have a 50% chance of facing Fnatic if it was Liquid who won play-ins, right? So if Liquid wins play-ins, NaVi have got a 50-50 of facing Fnatic. I think the play-ins in EMEA is going to be really competitive. Like, seeing Foot against potentially Liquid, against potentially Vitality, I think any of those 3 teams have a chance of winning that.
Happy anniversary egg.
Like, personally, I would put my money on Vitality. But I think Foot are maybe even the odds-on favourites. And Liquid could certainly have some kind of surge to win it. Vitality are in the group with Fnatic. They can't draw Fnatic, so it's 50-50 if Vitality win as well. So it's 50-50 if Liquid win, and it's... No. Whoa. So wait. Fnatic... If Vitality win, they can't play against Fnatic. So yeah. Okay, yeah, you're correct. So if Team Liquid or Vitality win... there's a 50% chance that Fnatic plays against NaVi. That's not looking good for EMEA fans, to be honest with you. Your chances in Madrid are getting trolled. I think you should be rooting for Foot. just to make the odds lower. I mean, we also don't know for sure that Fnatic and NaVi are the top teams. I mean, we haven't even seen Fnatic play yet. I think it's true, but that doesn't mean it necessarily is. But yeah, it's possible that Team Heretics would beat NaVi. You know, the top two teams right now might be Fnatic, Heretics. NaVi might be better than Fnatic, and you know, Fnatic might lose to Vitality today or something. I don't know. It's Valorant. Different things can happen. All right, let's listen to the Twins interview.
Thanks to set up.
Oh, it's Zoe.
It happened. I did get the interview with both the brothers. So indeed, they are two different people. We weren't quite sure. And also you did allude that you are actually the same over on social media. But we need to chat about what just transpired on the server. Starting on this side, of course, you guys got the dub. Both of your teams had, you know, shaky first showings, at least on the first maps yesterday. Cleaned it up nicely today. Really, really convincing. Did you change
Common
your game
Zoe
plan at all
W?
after you watched their
Absolutely.
game yesterday? You have your own, yeah.
No, not really. We just try to play our own game. We're an experienced roster, right? So usually when you start, don't do that to me. Come on. No, but we're a new roster, right? So always starts.
Yeah, Zoe is the host
like
of,
maps.
or was the host of the
We're
Overwatch
very
League.
close, but the later the maps go on, the more the experience shows, right? So that's what I think happened. You know, we're a good team, but in the end, we kind of falter a little bit.
Did you give him some heat after watching the match against BBL? First map, did you say something, anything,
I mean,
a little poke?
Okay, here's the thing. He says experienced roster, right? I think we dropped the ball against them.
He always says this.
Yeah, I always say this. That's true, but
It's a good excuse, honestly.
it's a good excuse, but we started strong, right? Like he said, but we lost some key rounds, didn't check some corners. You know, obviously we're playing well. And they are experienced. I will give it to him, but in reality,
Gracious of you.
it should have been at least closer.
Should have been closer. Well, you as the older brother by 7 minutes, that's a long time, I tell you that. By 7 minutes, you want to share some wisdom with the little brother? Anything he can do better in his next game?
I mean, keep up the good work. It's not about the short-term results, it's about the long-term results, you know?
Okay, Boomer, 7 minutes.
Okay, good.
By 7 minutes. All right, it's rough out there.
Dude. I would be so tilted genuinely if I was Emil in this interview though.
I do want to chat a little bit
because it's got such a like, it's got such a jovial tone to it, but he has just lost.
Lots of very interesting lineups and compositions. So far, it's been
Emil's
pretty
lovely
vanilla
though.
over there.
Emil
Standard,
won't
relying on
genuinely be
individual
annoyed,
skills.
but
Is this just a
I
format
think it's
which brings
difficult
you
to
a
not
little
be a
bit?
little bit tilted in a situation
I
like
think
this.
We're trying to do a little bit.
Emil's wonderful
cuckoo
though.
stuff,
They're
you
both
know,
wonderful.
But do it as a small sprinkle and not go full into it, you know. So have some own ideas, have some more safety.
You're scared.
No.
Scared.
We have artists, and usually if artist says bro 12 times, then we change comp. You know.
That's the rule. That's the rule. Okay. We
I do
learned
like
something
that rule.
today. Guys, thank
It's a
you
good
so
rule.
much. Can't wait to see both teams back on this stage very soon. For now, we're going to head over
Thank
to
you.
the desk.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Sangren brothers. Shout out to Zoe, by the way. Welcome to VCTEMEA. Now, we talk about the Sangren, you know, last year as well, Lothar, the twins. Who's going to come out? I feel like Eric surely has to be the more superior brother at this point. He's proved himself.
Well, you're lucky because I have.
Yeah, that's NaVi looking so incredibly good there though. They're looking great. All right, that was the last game of China, right? The Billy Billy Wolves game of the day. The China broadcast has stopped. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely need to go back and look at this VOD of JDG playing against Tech. The stats page is so funny. Stu drops 320 ACS and they lose 2-0. How is this team? How is this team winning already? Fucking hell, man. So what, they won 13-8 on Lotus, playing Metacomp against Metacomp. And then they won 16-14 on Bind, Playing Solo Sky against Sky Sova. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting one to review. I'm going to be really sad if JDG just fall off a cliff. That team was playing so well with Yeoman as the IGL.
We talk about the elimination match that is coming up between BBL and Koi. Of course, we had to say goodbye to a team.
Wait, is it BBL Koi before Fnatic Vitality?
Today, let's start with BBL. Hello, the other boomer. You alright? Doing good today?
Oh, bro.
Let's talk about
I don't want to watch
BBL,
BBL Koi before Fnatic Vitality.
About how you felt about this BBL team. Not this, but the BBL team. Yes. So talk me through what you thought about that game against NaVi.
Yeah. So
Fuck,
BBL, they're kind of like on this trajectory, right? They're kind of like playing pretty well, pretty solid, pretty, you know, good everything, but not really bad anything. They're just on a constant line. So what do we see here? They just need to work on the communication, aim, map awareness, crosshair placement, eco management, pistol aim, optics, etc. And they'll move up from this baseline level. But when we saw them against NaVi, like how did BBL take that map off of NaVi? Well, NaVi is like this, right? They're up here, they're a little bit higher, but then Angel decides he's going to walk out and peek with the rifle instead of giving the rifle to Artis. But then Artis is able to pick up the rifle and start carrying some rounds, so they're up here again, and they're kind of like all the way around here type of thing. So right now, NaVi has kind of like the higher ceiling, but they have like all these dips and dives. But then we're focusing on BBL, right? BBL has this constant kind of baseline level, but they need to raise that. They need to raise their floor. So what do they need to do to get to the level that they need to be at? It's kind of a mixture of, you know, adding in more layers to their plays. Right now we see them, their best map Ascent on attack, it's just like 5A or 5B. Can we get some like map control in there? Walk around, explore the map, add some prods, add a little bit of fade.
I didn't watch BBL, so I have no idea how
for making mistakes. But right now
accurate this is.
Kind of just like the simple execs and not really much more depth than that.
Let's talk about that, Ascent. I'm glad you mentioned
it. Oh,
I'm
not looking forward to watching BBL Koi, man.
I was expecting always will be the map that BBL will win no matter what. We have a meme here in EMEA. If you want to beat BBL, you ban Ascent. Life is Gucci. You don't have to worry about it. But they lost. Josh, they lost on the one map they're supposed to win, so how worried should we get? You know, should the BBL fans be feeling right now?
I don't think they have to worry just yet. Now is not the time to panic. There's still time to recover. Obviously, going up against NaVi, it's like, okay, well, we played against NaVi. What can you do about it?
Turn it into a drinking game? Dude, it's 7 a.m. It's 7 a.m.
Not what they did well, but what were they missing? And what they were missing was on defense, being a little bit more proactive.
I should actually order some food right now.
A little bit more info so they could rotate a little bit earlier.
That's a good idea.
They have the good setups and start around plans, but where they falter is when they have to start adapting, or the later the round goes on and things don't go their way. They fall apart in those situations. So getting a little bit more reps, adding in more protocols to fix those types of situations.
I have work later on today.
Games, because I know you love a bit of mind game yourself. On the other side of thing, again, I think last year Koi
8 hours.
Don't need to leave that open. You're chilling.
Dude,
but after seeing what happened,
what has possessed me to wake up at this godforsaken time to watch NaVi play? I enjoyed it though. NaVi played really well.
More from Koi. I don't know what their map pool is going to
turn up to VCT, just hammered. How was the apple fritter? Just covered in sugar. So dense.
It might be like, oh, these guys should pick this.
It wasn't a fritter, in my opinion.
You might feel very confident on certain maps. So if you're Koi, you have really good.
All right, what should I order for
similar to BBL,
breakfast?
But a very different style.
Oh, I know. There's a good breakfast place nearby, actually.
And game plans. I feel like Koi, they looked pretty good against Liquid. They looked good on their Icebox pick. I don't know if it was their pick, but they looked good on Icebox nonetheless.
I like this segment, but
it was their attack sides that looked really
they
good.
needed some highlights for Steel to show examples, I think. Because I'm getting lost here.
I'm going to bring it back a little bit to Kushner, of course, the player that didn't leave BBL. Only 3 players in this kickoff tournament so far in the EMEA has played Jets. No one else except for Kushner, Kiko, and Ardis has played Jet. The Jet pick rate is at all-time low right now at just 4%. Of course, this is something that Kute is very
4% in EMEA Jet pick rate.
With you, Lothar, do you think it's still a good idea?
Dude, honestly, utterly based from EMEA though. Utterly fucking based from EMEA.
Yoru, Neon, stuff that everyone else is doing.
I think it's very wise to stick to your guns when you know something works well, specifically when it comes to the duelists, because your job has such a value, there's so much weight when it comes to the performance of the entire team. And if you play Yoru inefficiently because you don't have enough time to practice him, if you play Neon inefficiently because
the shop is closed. I'm trying to order food before the fucking breakfast joint opens. When does this open?
You thought they played all right.
8 a.m.
I also think there's one thing that you said the last time they played.
Gotta wait another hour for my breakfast.
Which was teamwork. It felt like everything was very even between all of them.
Yeah,
tragic.
Well, first of all, I know this is the first time Kakuka's not on the desk. It's not Kakuka, it's Kushner. Sorry. Anyways, moving on. Koi, yeah, so
you're one of us, you learned. Yeah, anyway, carry on.
So Koi, they looked really
Doesn't the
good.
hotel have room service? No,
for example,
it doesn't.
How they were kind of like
They have a breakfast downstairs, and it's the saddest thing I've ever seen. It'd make a grown man cry, seeing the state of those eggs and potatoes.
Where are we at, like, what are our true intentions? They were really good at that, but where they started to fall apart was, well, one, Kiko's up, getting in their faces, kind of threw a wrench in the gears, but like also looking at their game plan on Bind, their attack side was all about this pre-planned start around set play.
All right, what stuff is
open? If they were able
open?
to execute that properly and they didn't lose players along the way, then things went really well for them. But where things started to fall apart for them, especially on their attack side, was when they weren't able to get those plans off because someone died early, or there was something that delayed them from getting the spike planted, or they were just in a position where they weren't able to stabilize in the round, and then they started getting picked off one at a time by Liquid moving around.
Actually, there's plenty of things, but there's no way this place is open. This is a pizza place. There's a fucking pizza joint open at 7 a.m.? Why?
And you can see how they struggle.
They sell chocolate croissants.
Because you don't have the recurring informations coming back. We have seen them play still with some default Sky flashes for the first information.
They don't sell pizzas, but they do sell pastries. I'm not going for the croissant again. I can't do it to myself. I can't do it to myself.
Without using the utility.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about in terms of a distribution of contributions here. Everything is so even. We're not really seeing the kind of Kiko effects.
No, I'm not in the UK. I'm not in the UK.
Yeah, you're not really seeing Koi kind of playing with this. One person's gonna.
What do I get for breakfast here? I tell you what I want. I want falafel. I don't know why. I want falafel. Is there anybody? Is there anyone in LA that's willing to sell me falafel at 7 a.m.?
Everyone contributing. They're always moving together. Even
No.
the rounds they lose.
No, there isn't.
3 people together in like a 3 versus 3. It's not like it's like one over here, one over there. It's like everyone's together, and then Nats walks out and gets them in the back and lines them up.
Oh, wait. Breakfast falafel wrap? Wait a second. Wait a fucking second.
Just hitting insane multi-kills on the Yoru.
Oh, it's got so much cilantro in it, though.
They need to have that team cohesion. They need to have more understanding at the level when it comes to trading and efficient map control, because so far that was the problem with the previous game, and it was only 13-10 and 13-11 that they lost. So those, even though it's a 2-0,
it's gonna be awful. No.
A lot behind.
Just take it out, dude. It'll be riddled with the stuff. It'll be absolutely riddled with the fucking stuff. Falafel wrap. Wait a second. Wait a second. I found it. I found the place.
How to handle a player like that if they want to beat BBL.
I mean, we have seen that in the previous match from BBL. He was not able to get a shot with the operator because
holy fuck, this is a vegan breakfast place.
On rafters,
oh my god, this looks like it goes crazy.
He was either blocked off by a smoke, he was either flashed by the KO, and there was nothing that he can do unless it's a retake. And when you're retaking with an operator, well, then
I've ordered it. I ordered a falafel wrap and a breakfast burrito. I'm eating good today.
Also,
if I'm gonna endure a BBL Koi game, I'm gonna feast.
I have to remind him to sit down when he was prematurely.
Do you have the soap gene? Yeah.
I didn't. I think we actually have a clip of this the
what is this?
incident versus you, Josh. Yeah, is that you over there? I think I just saw you.
There's hugging going on that might not be me. that NA who? Yeah, that's after they went around. They won a map. This is him winning a round. They think they're gonna win. He's getting real excited, but
Your
then
you know,
I showed
him. You know, undefeated against EU.
What's the secret?
Region.
What's the secret to telling him to?
Miles, thank you for the 100 bits.
Wasn't really the problem on that team.
Yeah, I've been mewing. I've been mewing.
Avoid him and you're chilling. So that's what we focused on, was avoiding that. And I don't think Stark
God,
has that.
that game has just brought up so many memories of us on the couch. Us on the couch watching Nitro beat Ascend, playing Jet on Breeze. And Avast just going fucking bonkers. And I was in misery because I was rooting for Ascend. They've hot mic'd.
Well, we've seen both of these teams here at the Riot Games Arena already.
ETF to L team. Why are you sending me an ETF to L team?
They have a chance for redemption today, and a reminder that the loser will be eliminated, which means they have no chance of making it to
How was the first match? Impressive from NaVi. Not a particularly great competitive match, but very impressive from NaVi.
Any of them want to go out right here, right
Who
now.
am I rooting for in this game?
Have they had enough time, Lothar?
I don't have a team that I'm rooting for. Frankly, I don't care about either of these teams. I'm looking for a reason to care about either of these teams. That's what I'm trying to get from this game. Why should I care about you? Do you have any chance of beating Liquid? Should I give a fuck?
Where I worry for either of these teams is their defense, right? Their attacks look good. Their game
The Barbar cam is back. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, Barbar's fun to watch.
But
yeah, he's fun to watch.
Both teams play a very static approach, and they kind of do this.
Koi's player card is better. That's very true. Koi's player card is better.
And then they'll have a reaction.
Koi's pistol is also pretty good. Actually, BBL's wasn't that bad either. I quite like BBL's. I think both of these teams have good pistols.
You know, Kushner, we're highlighting.
Who won out of NaVi Team Liquid? NaVi. They dominated.
He could actually lose them for his team as well by pushing through smokes, inopportune moments, trying to stabilize or help his teammates that are, you know, defensive on a site.
How miserable is it to cast games between two extremely mid teams? It's not miserable to cast because you've got like a job to make the game interesting, but I find it miserable to watch because unless I'm forcing myself to care for my job,
when you have an enemy at BBL, you're gonna expect that.
Yeah, I don't see the
like a signature for the team. You're gonna expect how the team.
Dude, the coach just full on gut up Camo's butt cheeks. Just a friendly slap on the ass, but
interested here, BBL, they always pick it. It's left open for them.
He really got in there. Hendy, thank you for the 8 months.
They left it open, and my God,
alright, so BBL picked Bind immediately. That was the map that they won against.
What is going on?
That is very surprising because
Liquid, obviously. Koi have got to get rid of Ascent at the end, right? Yeah. So it's Bind, Split, Icebox. Okay.
Doesn't feel confident. Yeah, they're not confident on the map that they've always been confident on. Josh, I'm worried.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing. Is there a chance that these teams make international events? Not really. Not really.
I wonder what the purpose of this pick was. I wonder like what the mind games are going to be going into this.
I didn't watch Koi Liquid, but Kiko destroyed them. I don't know much else.
I feel like we're going to see these teams both just really strive on their attacks.
What I hope happens here is that both teams are horrendous and it's entertaining. I'm rooting for both teams' downfall. I'm afraid.
I'm worried because they've always had a fallback.
It's nothing personal, BBL and Koi. I don't dislike you as people, but I am rooting for your downfall.
More than just Ascent. I don't know if they have the depth, like you said.
You're not analyzing the Americas game? Yeah, the Americas game isn't on for like hours. Hours and hours and hours.
Well, remember though that on Bind they won against NaVi, right? That's the map that they were super happy about.
But you
the
both
thing
said
is,
it was because NaVi
yeah, exactly what I wanted to say. There was a lot of punishment that was made by BBL towards NaVi because they just overextended. They had been doing a lot of
the Sentinels tweet after they lost aloud was so fucking funny, and I think it's very applicable as well. What did they tweet? They said something like, "To everyone that prayed on my downfall, you won." No, it was funnier than that though. They phrased it better.
More kind of.
What did they say?
Just like not giving up
to all the haters out there praying on my downfall, you won. Good day to be a hater. I can't remember what they said. It was something about that. The haters were right. I can't remember how they phrased it, but it was really fucking good.
And I'm gonna try to take a first engagement onto the site, even though we have all this space. I feel like
oh yeah, the haters said we couldn't do it, and the haters were right. Good call from the haters.
Execute their game plan on
I mean, that is so fucking funny. That's really funny. I think that's actually one of the greatest tweets from Sentinels of all time. Good call from the haters just finishes that tweet off so fucking well. Honestly, good call from the haters.
Yeah, let's take a look. It doesn't seem like they're going to change up anything.
So
they
good.
don't need to. Right, and we're going to
Oh, I'm sure it's already a meme. I just think it's fucking funny.
I don't think we've seen the two skies, but
I assume it's from like some TikTok that people make or something.
You are right. When we watch them playing on
I just think it's exceptionally funny.
Really good kind of counter initiation utility. So what would happen is NaVi's
yeah, Zoe is here today. Taylor. She's doing the on-floor interviews, like the post-match interviews.
Positions to get a counter stun off, an aftershock, flashes for his teammates, and it's gonna buy time for their team to kind of swarm.
All right, what is this? Why are you trying? Why are you linking me this ETF2L team? Some no-brain shit nerds. Yeah, that was the name of my 1v1 team. Because I was a no-brain shit nerd.
It is an elimination match, and it's time to jump into Bind.
Look at the photos. I don't want to dig too deep into the past. There's probably some awful stuff in there.
No one wants to be a backmarker, and that's what BBL and Koi are both fighting for. There are ambitions, there are dreams, and both of these
ambitions and dreams. BBL, Koi.
Elimination on the line, right? It is do or die.
It's just you and a bunch of large pillows. What?
And heading into Bind.
Okay, we're gonna have to explore that later. We're gonna have to explore that. Let me watch the pistol first. Okay, so BBL are running the double initiator composition, which is gonna play.
With Koi, you do have well, Lauren's not even here.
Yeah, okay, so wait, what are these? What are these?
Fix will get jumping into the match straight away. But I think what's something interesting here for BBL, and that's
oh, dude, what a throwback! What a throwback!
I've got a feeling here. Wait, is BBL replacing the Turkish powerhouse?
Dude, probably fucking 50% of the people in my chat won't even remember when this was my sub sound.
Being able to succeed online, you know, kind of bring the idea. Wait, this is going to
It's so good.
Probably the best thing in history.
Ah, the memories. The memories. It's been many years since I changed it. Many years to Jubenai. I think I changed that in 2019? Maybe 2020, something like that. It was a while ago. It was a while ago. I don't think it was in 2019 though. I think I still had it in the costume. What is this? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with me? What is wrong with me?
Nerfs that had occurred the last patch. You don't get to refresh.
I can't remember who all of these people are, man. That's Permzilla. That's Stark. I think that's Evoke, isn't it? Evoke? Who was that we were playing with?
Isn't everything, you know, it's just the beginning of the
season. I can't recall.
And yes, of course, they'd like to continue.
It was at the LAN in Lithuania.
You know, both of them having not the best of years
Fuck,
last year.
I can't remember.
Isn't a good precedent to set. So, and if you consider the experience that some of these teams have, like Shade
okay, just why have I put in an image of me just drinking?
It feels like we're so far away from when they were champions of the world that you know,
oh yeah, I fell asleep in some pillows at the Lithuanian LAN because the games got delayed until 12 noon the next day. You've never been to a terrible, terrible LAN event until you have to stay awake for over 24 hours to play the games.
And yeah, this is definitely an opportunity for them to show
we
that
played the grand final at 12 noon the day
kind of
after.
I think especially that limelight being on start. So not just the champion that you are mentioning here, but also slotting into this IGL role for the very first time. Can he lead this team to
Open your DMs. I think you won a free skin.
Came together pretty late before kickoff, and I think that's something that we have to temper our expectations.
I can't help you with that one, Divine. I don't know. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
We saw a lot of that success there on the attacking side. What I'm worried about is every single map, Koi are going to be starting on the attack. Can they even close a map out on the defense?
The reason that we were so delayed as well was because the Dota tournament and the CSGO tournaments had to finish before ours could begin. We were actually so low on the totem pole. It was crazy.
Being such a struggle point for them, that's definitely something.
No, we didn't win the Lithuania LAN. I think we agreed to call it a draw because we waited until 12 noon the next day to play the grand finals, and then a cleaning lady who was cleaning up the venue accidentally pulled the power out. So we lost all the power halfway through the grand finals. So I think at that point we just agreed to call it a draw. I can't exactly remember, but I remember we didn't we didn't finish the grand final after that. I'm deadly serious. A like fairly old Lithuanian lady accidentally pulled out all of the power to the PCs whilst trying to do some cleanup at the end of the LAN, and we were still playing the grand final.
Doesn't matter, Koi already have sight.
Yeah, they do indeed, and it seems like Koi have gotten a lot more than that as well.
All right, Koi
has gotten 2 kills of his own, and they've gotten full control. The spike doesn't need to go down, and if you're killing all your opponents at the end of the day,
they're going to flash out into backside, anti-flash played. They don't go for the plant, they go for the swing into backside instead. Just trying to make sure that they double up and don't allow Koi back, don't allow BBL back into
A little bit
the site.
The positioning I think we saw from BBL off the gate there into the pistol. They're playing
was there even a crowd?
On
no.
The A site, despite having gone for a lot of that early information on B outside of Hookah. So I think for BBL, their Brave wasn't necessarily expecting Koi to be already ahead
TMV
of that
getting
volley.
view botted up to 7 to 9k viewers. What, he hasn't been raided or something?
But now, anti-eco
maybe people are tuning in. Maybe the maybe the fucking French are attacking or something. Maybe it's all of the Wolverhampton fans.
Yeah, Koi are 4 out of 4 in the past pistols that they've gotten, and 4 out of 5 in this tournament as a whole. Unfortunately, they weren't able to use that.
So Koi send the dog up towards B long. They see Para playing over there, but I think this is going to end A, and I think BBL have got the right stack.
This consistency BBL
could still be dangerous here. Could be dangerous.
You need to make sure that your performance today.
All 6,000 Wolves fans. The Wolverhampton Wolves must have a larger fan base than that.
You want to get that early information. BBL on the same hand, they've stacked up onto this A site, and that's Koi basically trying to figure out where's the stack going on. And I think they might have discovered it, given that start.
I did see the clip. The clip was very funny.
No one there.
Conan Oddwell. It was very funny. I love that TMV set that up beforehand.
Hookah left not to be cleared, but Koi, they're going to be aware of that. The fact that they have not gone and cleared into those close quarters. Para's already walked all the way out, just ships in the night.
This is a slow round, and Koi have eventually found their way on B. Para's missed them entirely, and there's classics on the other side. It doesn't get any more snoozy than this.
The damage you can do into this round. You've still got a fault line to work with. And
Finesse co-streaming the EMEA toilet bowl. Well, actually, yeah, that's an interesting way of thinking about it, right? We were talking about recently which regions have the highest skill floor. This is like, I don't know, this is like Furia MIBR or something like that happening in Americas. So, let's have a look. Let's see what we think. Which region's got the best skill floor?
The only player with a Ghost team gets most of the kills. And Para, the player that was close to the action the entire time, is the one that is left alive by the end of it. Won't want to give away an orb.
Furia MIBR was horrendous. It wasn't horrendous. MIBR looked alright. It wasn't like, it wasn't like claw my eyes out dreadful play all over the place. It was just dull. It just, they were just trying to do standard stuff fairly well.
Come and try to re-clear towards Hookah and flank back around, but anti-eco now. weapons in the hands of BBL.
Furia don't look great though.
Looking towards
for sure.
the ultimate economy. Koi, they've been very focused towards
I think
Shadow
they've just got a fundamentally bad read on how they want to play the game.
Those up, not likely to see them coming into this round. But we've seen kind of that
On their attack
that
side in
Koi
particular.
has been putting on the ultimate ability, on those ult orbs, trying to push those extremities.
Not having your coach will do that to you? Possibly. Possibly. I mean, they didn't have their coach at the beginning of last year either, and they they ended up winning the first 2 weeks when he wasn't there.
I think it'll be that concerning. They've got 4 shields all across the board.
But yeah, they are in a bit more of a difficult situation.
It's a risk you always take facing an outlaw on these situations. And ever since the Fnatic buy has been favoured, so the outlaw definitely being a big counter to that. But for now, slow and steady as we know it for Koi, but this time they do.
God damn, if Koi play at this pace for the entire game, I'm going to give up and play GeoGuessr. We're going to end up doing chess streams. Motherfuckers. This is so slow.
But nonetheless, BBL, they still look to
45-second group up for the short hit.
Still walk back
Yeah.
here. This poison orb,
I think
really
Elite's seen
nice.
them.
Forces Elite back.
Yeah, but Elite has spotted them, which is important. BBL
There's now 4 people here.
Only one left towards the
Koi decided to cancel and wait until the snakebite went down. But now there's another second snakebite and the nade. Because they didn't make it look enough like they were committing short, they didn't pull all the utility out. So there's still util here, and there's 4 players. Are they going to go through the TP or something? No, they're just committing to site. Down short. Brave swings. 7 seconds left. You can just play time here, man. Alright, Poro can swing. Oh no, Shados is defending them. Shados is winning the round.
Upside down for BBL in a matter of seconds.
Stark so low though, at the very least, but this toxic screen gives really nice cover. Reezy, nothing to work with in his kit.
Pros don't fade.
Oh my god, if he had just stuck that. Oh, good double swing towards the end there. Shados has just won that round by defending people trying to deny the plant from going down.
I mean, looking reminiscent of this matchup that they had up against Team Liquid.
They were very, very close to getting punished there, though. Very close.
On the attacking side. But what's a bit concerning is BBL, you would expect things to be, I think, a little bit closer this early on the match. When their matchup against NaVi, where they were really shining on defense were those retake situations.
Yeah, if you keep feeding me the Barbar replays, I'm actually really going to love this match. Fair enough. To whoever said the Barbar coach cam is the reason they care about the game, I'm getting on board. I'm getting on board. Oh, Barbar's so fucking funny. He's just adding joy into my life after his team played a really slow round and nearly threw it away. Anyway, that was Koi on their bonus, so BBL's economy is now shot.
Seems like Koi are anticipating this. And it's perfect. But if you look on the other side, it is 2 players. It would be a 1v2, and Grabinho has a chance to be traded out. Oh, but the patience game.
I mean, they don't need any more, right?
Koi will start to move in.
Pora gets 2, the push out sand, and that's the spike.
I mean, no, not knowing what threats are looming on the
Why have they just left Brave here with a stinger? Where he can get pushed from both sides, and everyone else is left. Why is Brave the lone defender of the spike while the rest of his team takes safer positions?
Definitely calls his team to try and join him on that side.
Okay, so now Starzo's taking short control for them, so he can call that they can backfill that space. And BBL have stacked the wrong side.
This time here, it's worked out for them. Pass, so free save.
Koi getting away with that again, I think. But yeah, BBL making a really unusual decision there with Brave just deciding to fight the world's worst angle with his stinger.
Well, the Seekers has definitely alerted Koi of where they are heading and where they're coming from. It's just a matter of BBL or how much of a freebie are they willing to give. Maybe with a stun, they'll try and find a pick. Other than that, I can imagine they might fall victims to the spike explosion to avoid giving over the orb. Shados kill on power. Starkso as well, wanting to chime in and buff those stats up. And Kushner, the only one remaining. They know exactly where he is, but make it explosive.
Kushner's really far away from his ultimate here, so... And the economy's still pretty good for Koi.
If not both, but
Yeah. So they don't really do too much damage there at all on the eco, even though they kill a bunch of people.
As their matchup against Team Liquid.
Now, Koi can't afford history to be repeated here, right?
It's a good point. They started off hot, but I think the difference there was Team Liquid was also a team that
Okay, so guys, we've got another minute before Koi do anything, so don't worry, guys. We don't need to tune into the early round. Happy birthday, Schneeflock?
Didn't quite catch the name there, but happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday to whoever's name was on there. I also didn't catch it. The leaves were in the way there, but for BBL, this is a pivotal round.
Okay, so Koi are probably going to play even slower this round because BBL went for the walkout hookah in the previous.
Yeah, one of the big
They don't dodge the flash, so they're giving information to BBL that there's somebody over there. That's both flashes used. Reezy's used both of his flashes in the first fucking 20 seconds of the round. He's used his dog as well. Reezy is just trying to fucking throw out every piece of utility he has in the first 25 seconds. This is the round to play slowly because BBL have no info now, but they've exec'd already. Okay.
Being provided the space and BBL going to be confident to pull all their chips into
all right, Grabinho.
To get too comfy, the spike is left into no man's land, has to be collected. That buys enough time for BBL to come.
It'd be lovely to have a flash to retake with. I guess they've got one breach flash. Poro gets a kill on Grabinho as well, and that was the spike. This is now really difficult for Koi to get this back. They have to cross the fire. What the fuck is going on? Why are they planting triple alone?
Inching forwards, covering more and more
What's going on here? I think the fight into backside was really rough from Koi.
They thought they had this round lock and key, but this is all it.
And the decision for Grabinho to have spike and plant triple there would have been fine, I guess, if he'd got the plant down, but he ended up getting denied. Oh lord, oh lordy. Yeah, Shadow's crosshair is horrendous, isn't it? Absolutely horrendous.
With the fact that they were initially starting with those very early, slow, patient defaults the first 4 rounds.
That fight into backside was dreadful. I mean, they had the spike when they fought into backside.
But BBL, they also made their adjustment. I think a big difference there is that they didn't actually have.
I just heard the breach flash noise.
Within the first 30 seconds.
That must have been.
Numbers to actually try and contest.
That must have been in a replay or something that they didn't show on screen. All right, let's see whether Reezy uses all of his utility in the first 5 seconds of the round again.
Like posture towards B side again. I think what's curious.
Okay, Reezy's jiggle peeking. All right, he goes for the flash. I don't mind a late flash like that. Responding with a flash there as well. That seems like, again, fairly heavy investment of even Starzo's flash when there isn't really a threat that they could have walked down hookah.
Just as long as you've got some other utility.
But all right, Reezy's actually holding on to his util more in this round. He's not insta-flashing, insta-dogging.
But there is an approach on this B side here, and there's 3 defenders for
Reezy's on a really aggro angle. Okay. They've got a stun to refight this.
Also drop back a bit at least.
They don't go for the refight though.
Throw in a dog of their own.
Dog comes in. Poro's going to try to stop this a little bit. Quite a bit of utility's been bled out here of BBL.
That's a lot invested, though, just stalling out this one choke with.
They haven't left anybody over towards A, so they can't really take teleport and be super happy about it. Oh, there was no smoke from Brave on hookah. And now Brave's getting ulted. Oh my god, that's so close. Grabinho mollied on one side of tube and then ulted on the other. Brave survived with 4 HP, but oh, for fuck's sake. I think there was a very good chance that Brave got killed. Alright, we didn't see what happened there, but Koi just kind of ran in and killed everybody on A, I guess.
Got the opportunity to try and get that heal up. We're going to see Brave able to get a little bit more of that health.
How was Carmen Koi yesterday?
So low in this situation.
Their macro game was not amazing, but they just got fucking owned in every aim duel. Heretics looked outrageous in the gunfights. But yeah, they did. Kamiko made it too easy for Heretics. The macro game plan was pretty pathetic. No way Reezy wins this, right?
Shadow is no longer in the spike means he's got less time to work.
Shadow goes for a reposition. 3, 2, 1, swing. Dude, I'm gonna lose my mind. Please, please, God, please give me a tiny shred of download.
Shadow nodding after that pick as well off of Brave, just knowing, okay, I got this. We're in 2v1. It's our round. It's our round. There's no way we end up throwing this. So Koi,
Pepero,
they take it back.
I don't decide them. The moderators decide them. How was Benji for Heretics? Benji was frying. The first match that Heretics played against Foot, Benji was alright. He was pretty good. And then this game against Karmine Core, he was... His aim looked so precise. He was just one-tapping people with a Phantom all over the map.
Towards B long, but the difficulty was, again, they were
I'm gonna have to reduce the quality if we keep struggling here.
That space, and also with no showers control.
The French are kicking off. A quick picture with Fnatic before our game today. That doesn't even work, man. You can't style on Fnatic like that. It doesn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't sell.
When you're able to make the decision to rotate around, you know, catch, execute of their own for a retake. So definitely well down here from Koi to turn the.
You can try that with other teams, but with Fnatic, it doesn't stick. They've won too much.
This is a map which they beat NaVi on.
Fnatic's reply is just their 3 trophies. Yeah.
Said, okay, this is how they want it. Maybe NaVi throwed a bit, but we know how to deal with BBL here.
God, the game looks so bad in 720p. God bless my hotel internet.
Streak needs to continue for Koi, but for BBL, most importantly, you lose this and you're back into economic deficit.
Viper's Pit towards short as anticipated. Both the Prowler and Dog used right off the gate here from Koi towards this B side. We've seen those plays.
I think this smoke makes it more difficult for Reezy. If he wants to be jiggle peeking for info instead of using his Sky utility.
More so that information that they're looking to seek. How much map control does BBL have right off the gate? Shifting back over towards A, they might look to backstab actually behind the pit through showers. Empty here for BBL.
Valorant should allow teams to take loans. What happens if you can't pay off your loan? What happens if you don't win the round and you can't pay off your loan? You just forfeit the match? Go into insolvency? You're only allowed a classic for the rest of the half? There's no way you're buffering while I'm in 720p. Please.
This game has been going on for about 5 hours. How are we only halfway through the first half?
No, this is the second game, mate. This is the second fucking game. Oh, dude. Alright, Twitch is just dead. Twitch is dead. Oh, fucking hell, my food is here as well. And I didn't realize. Alright, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to love you and leave you with the YouTube stream. And by God, if it doesn't work, yeah, you'll have to go and watch somebody else. I'll be back in a sec.
Even if they weren't necessarily contesting the round itself, they were trying to take some of those weapons out of their hands, make it a little bit more difficult to build up that economy.
And we were talking about economy the previous round as well, right? BBL had to win that, and not only do they win it, it's completely flawless by them, right? Not even dropping a single point of health throughout it. Don't need to reinvest into shields. It's going to do favors for them, for sure, and it's going to do favors to their morale. Not dropping, you know, tremendously behind, being 3 rounds in reach of Koi. Definitely making it a little bit more comfortable as we enter round number 8. A buy round again across the board. Viper Spit still available for Shados. Let's see how this is approached by Koi. BBL so far, they've got the reads. Funneled Koi exactly where they needed to the previous one. But don't really have the facilities to do it the exact same way this time.
No, just defaulting. Very patient. Koi, they like to start out the early round very slow. This time, a little bit more focused towards showers here for Koi. Not too much presence, though very passive thus far. Deep Sky Smoke coming out here from Brave to deny that information towards Hookah. Will force one of those Prowlers out from Shadow if they do want to clear into these close quarters. The Boombot, at the very least, finds a little bit.
You can tell it's an elimination game, right? Every single one of these players is afraid to make a mistake. They don't want to be the one caught off. Obviously, the game here is to get information, but there's a lot at stake here, right? They want to keep those dreams alive. They want to make sure they can go for a glory run.
But you can also be too measured, expending too much utility in one spot just to clear out those angles.
Let's see if it's going to be paid for. Camo, first blood, opening up onto this A site. 2 to the back of it, but it's a matter of if Koi decide to push past it. Trailblazer only clears a bit of it at the back end. And instead of moving onto the side, they get a lot of that lamp control. Grabinho not allowed to plant himself. Viper Spit taking up all this lamp space.
Ooh.
And it's going to deny any of the defenders to move in that direction. Really strong. Kushner jumps above, denies a partner. There's only 40 seconds. They've got to move into it quickly. All BBL have to do is deny this spike from being planted, but they're failing to do so. Starkso puts them all one by one into their graves. And Koi is on 6 rounds already.
What, 3 headshots in a row there from Starkso with the 4K? Absolutely mad, especially when BBL, they were heating up into that retake after Kushner finding the initial pick. Things are getting tight, things are getting dicey. Again, very measured into those early rounds, but then once it gets into the late round, especially when there isn't nearly as much of that utility left and available, things get extremely scrappy. No, you cannot deny.
Disgusting.
That was just an AimLabs moment.
That's an AimLabs moment indeed. And for that, Koi are going to be thanking Starkso. Get a pat on the back. Thank you. They needed that. But for BBL, on the other hand, they're back to the point where they cannot afford to lose a round. Last time they were in this situation, they won.
Careful
so maybe
here.
this is a way they can keep going in the right direction. But the ult management from Koi seems to be superior thus far. 2 available to the contrast of 1, but Para is 1 orb away. And those are very high impact ultimates. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike as well. And a map like such as Bind, heavy retakes, very useful.
I mean, it depends on how you want to look towards that ultimate economy, right? Koi with 6 rounds in a row, naturally they are going to cycle up to a couple of those just a little bit ahead of BBL, especially when BBL aren't actually fighting for that ultimate orb control to try and contest that.
Yeah.
But right now, again, Reese is just looking for some of that early information with the jiggles. Has to fall off there. You see Brave very... Okay, he actually comes back towards site. I thought he was just going to play fully off site for the sake of the orbital strike, but they're looking to just deny the push.
He's considering. They still want to deny this push from coming forwards. The fault line as well makes Camel stuck. Showstopper, allowing them to gain extra space, but look how fast BBL are already onto the back of this site. There might be a sideline cover here from Elbow. Camel reason in time, that's incredible! Koi dismantling them one by one. BBL don't stand the chance. It's 7 for the Koi.
The Seekers on Starkso were the difference maker in that round as well. Things were
Koi is just surging out to a lead, huh?
There for actually hit some of the players on BBL as well. Just completely shifts the tide of that round now. Ooh, okay, yeah, you can see the little celebration.
You missed Starzo being goated? Why? What happened? What happened?
That's incredible. But I feel for that moment in particular, it was the Camo versus Kushner moment. Kushner was like, oh, I'm cooking up a flanky, I'm cooking up a far sideline. And Camo just enters the smoke and is like, oh, bye. And BBL back to
a Guardian 4K.
Short space gather.
Okay, okay. Why the fuck did he have a Guardian?
I mean, they are, but they can afford to be. They have the weapons.
Koi have just been winning every round. Shouldn't he have a rifle every round?
That utility from BBL, knowing that
I guess they kept it close and hurt the economy or something?
Not able to really capitalize. Just looking to kind of stall things out as much as possible. Shadow's kit completely gone off the gate, but lots of information garnered at the very least towards B. They are aware that.
What did you get? I got a falafel wrap and a breakfast burrito.
BBL, they actually draw one of the rotations back over towards it.
Quality on YouTube is so bad compared to Twitch.
Back and won't be the case. BBL want to hold and maintain the pressure to the back of the site. Camo opens things up.
Let me see if I can do anything about it.
Behind the box, but Kushner
Oh, this is 720p, that's why.
Does get there instead. Still
I mean, it's still bad, but it's not as bad.
There is a flank in the making, but it seems that Grabinho's got it all covered. Brave will be sidelining across, but Grabinho was stunned. Brave takes full advantage.
Pora has ult here as well. Pora could just ult lamps.
And Shados,
no.
The moment the smoke goes down, starts
well, they know there's one lamps, one showers.
And BBL's hopes quashed.
You don't want to go for it, Para?
Sure, they solidify the spy round of their own.
I think they should have sent it there. You go for it.
to the
Go
ground.
big or go home.
Koi on 8,
You're 7-2 down.
Really far behind.
You've
with
got an
only 2
option
rounds
of
spare in
trying
the
to help your
Koi
teammate.
looking very comfortable once these rounds get scrappy. Again,
Send that
very
ult.
measured in the early round from both of these teams. The scary part here.
Make it 1440p. My internet will have an aneurysm.
Yeah.
Again,
The cables will just. Oh my god.
Bottom of the
I hate being in a fucking hotel room.
Did you hear the coaches there?
Yeah, the banter between
I've got no room on my desk. Oh.
It's unmatched.
Yeah, Shadow's crosshair is horrendous, isn't it?
Just the
They're just
goated
chit-chatting.
coaching.
Did you pay $24 again for 2 things? No, I paid $35 for 2 things this time.
I feel like you look at the Koi roster, you're going to be like, okay, after seeing some of the shots of
LA
Starks
is
celebrating
miserable.
up against Steel, you're like, okay, this team is all vibes. It's all vibes. You let to see it from
Yeah, we're going to need the
coaches as
vibes
well.
graph after this, Alice. That's good enough. But for now, Koi, this time I've been given quite a
What
bit of
in the
space.
fuck
So
is that?
Not something we
It's
see
bright
often from a
green.
Sky.
It's so fucking green.
Thinks better of it. Throws down
That's the falafel wrap.
Trailblazer instead to try and
What is this
gather
bursting
some
out the
information.
side of it?
But the spike left
What
in
the
no
fuck
man's
is
land
that
means
bursting
we
out the
have
side?
yet to make a decision
Is that a
on whether this
grape?
attack is going to take place.
I mean, they're just trying to see how much they can draw, I think, over towards this A site.
That's got to be a tomato, right?
Afraid to
There's
expend
no
that
way that's a
initiator
grape.
utility to draw the rotations.
This is giving me hardcore old NaVi
It's a tomato.
vibes. Just drawing out that clock. It's already 30 seconds and the spike only
How did
now
it
is
like
starting
bust
to
a
make
fucking...
movement towards
This
the
looks
center.
like a bullet hole.
They thrive
It looks like
when
I'm
timer's tight.
Yeah, and BBL
trying to find out the ballistic records of who killed this rat.
So they're going to find this clear.
The reads here from Koi are so good. BBL trailing behind the moves.
I don't understand why spinnet traps exist. I know that they're very popular in LA. I haven't really seen them elsewhere in the world that much. Why are they a thing? Because my thought was, oh, well, maybe they're gluten-free. They're not.
They've managed to get the spike down eventually, and Mistarks are holding this cross line with the op. Won't let a player pass. But fortunately for Reezy, he doesn't have to pass. He's sticking onto the spike. Halfway defused. The Elite finds another pick. Reezy in a 1v1. It's a Sky 1v1 here. The Seekers revealing position
5
in
HP.
the end.
There's
Not much health remaining on Reezy at all. Oh, but he's kicking it. No way he's going to stick it. Starkso does not permit him. It shots through the box. And a bullet to the head.
Yeah, I think...
IGL on the side
I mean,
of Koi.
personally, I can't taste too much of a difference.
Right now, 13-4 Shadow.
And I'm not eating the burrito
I mean,
or the
they
wrap
are
for the actual
holding
tortilla
on.
anyway.
Again, that's cycling into the Seekers, the Nightfall so
But whatever.
quickly in this
It doesn't
first
really
half
do me any
BBL.
harm.
Man, even just the play from Shados in towards Lamps there into the post plant, they're denying Lamps as an option to fully funnel the players on BBL into the operator.
And realistically, you can't see BBL to have too
Score
many
out of
options on this
10?
one, but they're going aggressive on B long. They've managed to spot out
So far,
Grabinho,
I'd
but
give
he's
this
calling the
a
retreat, move out of there. I'm not quite sure how
6.
many players Grabinho was able to spot. Maybe 2, maybe 3, but there's actually 4 on that
Yeah,
stampede.
I'd give this a
And Koi
6
looks to
so
bounce
far.
directly
I've
onto this
had
B site.
way better
Power might have made the right
falafel.
idea. Elite holding the
Wrap
sideline
or
against
otherwise.
Shadow, but that's all a rouge. That's a fake. The main fight is going to have to be B.
I mean, all the attention that was pulled, and then you already have Shados moved back towards this B site. Reezy sees the presence.
He does, but how much is that going to make a difference?
Fighting forward.
What? He's just
Oh,
fighting
Gamma with a
forward.
spray down.
It's going to be costly. Oh, but a strike available. Showstopper
And they
thrown
pop
in as
both
well.
ults coming off the back of it too.
Way too many weapons here. It's some very useful utility that could be used for the post plant. But BBL can't hold back.
How did BBL beat NaVi on this map?
There is no other way.
Koya just like
literally
double walking through
2
smokes
players
and winning
on this
rounds
elbow
against
side
them.
That could do so much. Camo is low, but he's quick with it. Paint chills towards Kushina, softening him up, and it's Grabinho to help out, so it is a 3v2.
There is
BBL.
some
Definitely
dreadful
finding a
decision
huge
making
round
going
here
on there.
In this round. One more flash remaining for Power if he's going to make any difference. Elite is holding a really good angle with a snake bite. Is doing damage
Yeah, I mean,
towards Power, and it will be
the
enough
rest
to
of the
finish him off
EMEA
eventually. Elite doesn't
desk
have
was
enough
saying
time.
that it was
is
like
a few
Navi's
halfway,
fault, not
but it's
BBL
two
playing
different
well.
directions he needs to look at. Even if he's quit on Grabinho, even if he picks up Shados,
No time.
it will not be enough. Double digits for Koi at halftime. Valiant effort for Elite. but it's all she wrote. An excellent round for Koi, an excellent attack, and now they need to finish off what they started on defense.
I mean, this is the way you want to start here if you're Koi. They struggled on defense, but 10-2, that is a hard matchup to throw. BBL, right now, they're going to need to look to get back into the game mentally. They need a very solid pop-off pistol round to try to bring themselves back into this matchup. But losing this hard on
not having a halftime break is so nice.
On such an
Yeah.
important match, that's tough.
I hate the halftime break. Now, EMEA still need a halftime break. The players still have a break at the half. Oh well, no, I guess they don't. Wait, did they not at all? I thought they had a break, but the casters just talked over it. That's what they did last year.
Coming out from Koi in this A-short direction, they still hold by though. It could be quite the crunch.
I mean, BBL, we saw the player cams. Sure, they're serious, but they're still chill.
It's so much better to get rid of halftimes.
Information garnered. They know that there's pressure coming in from BBL.
Apparently the players like them.
I love how
so
far forward plays
I'm surprised that they've been able to get rid of them in the
really
EMEA.
that. Although those footsteps and power, I do believe Shadow might have hurt them.
Oh,
so it is causing alarms for Shados here to cover his ground.
Which fully denies the power of this.
But yeah, halftimes are the fucking worst. They break the flow of the games so much. They break the flow of the game so much, you can't do any proper analysis because you can't get highlights that quickly. It's just impossible for production to turn them around that fast. So you end up just talking about some like very basic stuff anyway. There's not time to do a proper analysis of the first half, even if you could get the highlights. So any content that you do in the halftime ends up being really basic. It's like consistently the worst segment that you do. And then the viewers don't like it anyway. The only people that like it are the players, allegedly.
But that's BBL with a pistol, ending the streak of pistol success here for Koi.
Still not as confident as we would have liked that pistol round to be, though. Not as decisive from BBL. A great,
you know, I'm downgrading this sandwich.
Must that BBL did need to pick up.
They've made the classic fucking bungle of putting all of the liquid in one side of the wrap, and all of the falafel is really fucking dry in the other side of the wrap.
Very strong buy coming in here for BBL. They're looking to have a very strong bonus into the next round.
It's so dry.
Eco of Koi to look towards the future. Deep smoke.
It's going down to a 5 out of 10.
Sure, information garnered here for the side of Koi. Oh, that's a bit dodgy.
Look, it's a pistol round. You want to take some sort of a risk here from Koi.
Have you had one good piece of food since you arrived? Yeah. I ordered a...
I mean, sure.
There's a pizza place in Santa Monica. It's like the only good pizza I've ever had in LA, but it's so good. It's a place called Milo and Olive. It's so nice.
Shift back over towards the A site here for BBL.
And I've had some really good burritos as well while I was here.
Shorty in hand here for Shados towards Lamps. He's gonna have to back off.
There's not much that can go wrong.
And that avocado bulgogi bowl was really good too.
Although now that I do say that,
they just didn't give me any cutlery, so I had to eat it with my hands.
On this short proximity, it could be their demise, but. And a rifle collected perhaps, but I don't think
there is extremely good food in LA. It's a great food city. It's just about finding it.
From Koi, the possibility of a short.
Because there's also a lot of crap. The average is pretty decent though.
Right now, Koi.
I mean, they're
not
just
really,
buying time.
Yeah, they're not doing much here. It's all about just trying to deny as much of that Altorb potential coming in here.
When I lived in LA, I knew all the places around me.
Comfortable right now. They don't
but now I'm in
anything too risky
like near the Riot Games arena,
they really have
and I don't really know the places around here as much.
Shadow the only one from Koi to find any damage.
I don't even want to eat the end of the sandwich because it's so fucking dry.
That BBL needed the follow-up to the pistol. Only losing one player, strong start, and it's exactly the direction they want to be looking at if they'll be closing this 8, well, now becoming a 6-round lead for Koi.
With the focus that we've seen going in towards Powera on the side of BBL, Rolling Thunder 3 away from coming online.
It's so dry.
Could see some of that attention being drawn towards the extremities of the map. Try and get those absorbs into pocket here for BBL. Again, they need every single advantage that they can find in each
Oh,
round.
Jesus
with
Christ.
how much Koi does have to work with in that sense. As the round starts.
Okay.
Very classic lineup coming in to try and deny some of that information towards.
Shadow doesn't get good info with his prowlers, so he has to use both. They're going to try to crunch showers. They miss the C's, and there's no, like, nade follow-up.
Everyone's falling for easy right
That looked like a really rough showers crunch there.
Let's not bring that back. Grabinho, though, on a 1v4. It's a lot to ask from the man. And BBL, you know, all down to Reezy, closing out this round for them. No problem at all. That will place him on 5 already here, Ash. And definitely making this comeback look a lot more plausible.
I'd like to see this round from the perspective of the people that went through the teleport.
This was supposed to be BBL's bonus.
The fear, though, for Koi
Because all we saw was
to fall apart on the defense.
the C's and the 2 players from A.
And you had the ideas coming out from
Not really looking that great.
Pinch towards the Showers player, but man, the timing's off there.
What does BBL even stand for? Brazilian butt lift.
Coordination to come through. So BBL, I mean, they're slowly working their way into this, but we cannot deny still the lead that Koi does find themselves in. Seekers in the hands of Reezy to be saved over into a future round.
Not that, the team.
All eyes are going
Yeah, it's
to
Brazilian
be
butt
on
lifters.
Fabinho if you're a Koi fan going into the next one with that hero rifle.
Well, Berlin definitely have
God,
chosen their
I mean, that guy is fucking trying. That guy is trying.
Pretty quiet on the Koi side, though. Even though they're the ones in the lead, it seems to be some belief reinstated.
That's
for BBL.
Yeah,
sure,
the showers crunch there, where you don't have the nade in a good spot.
To chain 3 rounds together,
Playing your raise and
Koi
fade
assigned
on
alarms, timeout time,
sight,
to rethink this through.
so that they
How
can
do
seize
you get
nade,
control back
and then
from
having
Obviously,
other
you've got
people
a lead,
push them
right?
from
It's not a matter of
behind.
overthinking here. It's a matter of going back
Seems
to
like a
the tried and tested,
much
you know,
better
get the
system than what they went
call
for.
off early, perhaps, because it seems that every single round that BBL have gotten so far, it's the product of Koi's players being called off early.
I think what gets a little bit scary here, of course, first 2 rounds, sure, BBL looked great. We can't forget, though, that it still was just the pistol in the anti-eco, so plenty of time for Koi to try and come back here. But again, with them being on this eco round themselves with the hero rifle, BBL looking to have a very similar start to their attacking side is exactly what Koi did to them into the first half. And what I'm looking towards is Koi's adjustments. What's worrisome is, okay,
Timeouts
BBL,
feel longer when you
really
don't
well
have a
the fights that
countdown
they've been able
timer.
to take after getting that spike planted.
When you know how long you have left to wait, it's reasonable. Your brain can handle it.
And that is where they
When it's something like this and there's no countdown timer on the screen, I feel like I'm stuck in purgatory.
The lineups were so frustrating to deal with. And
It feels like it lasts so much
when
longer.
They are on those retakes, we'll have to fight so
Okay.
far forward to deny that.
Okay.
But Koi need to prove themselves on defense. Maybe not this one, but there's a hero.
So they go for that classic stun all the way through showers. Flash as well to try to push back Shadow. They're not worried about being showers crunched because the showers crunch was shite. Although having said that, the dog did actually connect there onto Elite.
Pressure towards that B site. A push that gives them information, but Shadow vacates the area. Doesn't want any business with this. And BBL
Triple push, trying to abuse the fact that BBL do not have a Sentinel. But Reezy and Elite are already watching it.
Smart thinking. Having more ultimates available for them. Reezy, he's got the read.
Well, they triple faced onto the angle quite nicely there.
One for now. Gets out.
Good awareness from Reezy, but he's a little bit stuck.
Shutting down Elite as soon as he peeks the corner. That's impressive. How many shots of like these are we going to be seeing? Maybe a second one. Maybe a third one. Hang on a bit. Koi might have done this whole thing around. There's only Brave alive. And rifles is being collected here from Koi. They're going right after Brave, but Brave is good.
Brave could still win this actually with a molly. He didn't shoot the molly.
And we'll be peeking through
He
the
swung.
smoke. Grabinho will be shutting him down. Koi turn it all around. And I think they've got just enough time to get the spike.
Oh, they've got tons of time.
Is theirs, even when it shouldn't be.
Thrifty round there for Koi, and the way they were able to manage the control of lamps, the pressure from
What happened to Elite and Reezy playing off each other to control this?
Uncomfortable for BBL to
Reezy just fucking ran away. He got one.
Now, a timeout for a timeout. BBL
He had a really nice peek as well. He peeked in, really shallow peek, got one. And then he just kind of bailed and left it all to Elite.
Tall order, especially losing around like that. That's exactly what they didn't need right now. It's exactly what they were hoping wouldn't happen, right? It's the condition where they were able to streak rounds together. You know, you can allow Koi to win one buy round of their own, but it can't be the bonus. It can't be the pistol. No. It can't be the save, you know?
I mean, that can fully stop the momentum that was starting to build here on the attack for BBL. And then the big thing too, Q-Sure popped that showstopper just a second before he got taken out of the round. That's a tool that we're not going to be able to see carried over into this one. A massive one on that with that Raze ultimate, especially when you have Koi with the Nightfall in hand. It can usually be a really great counter to deny that flood in on the retake situation.
I wish Americans had both coaches on cam like EMEA. You mean the assistant coach as well?
With Barber as they enter this next round. It's a difficult
I can't really think what the America's POV looks like.
They've replaced potentially Ascent with, right? It's a big change to how they approach.
I think the room might be set up a little differently.
Right? In BBL's history.
But yeah, it is nicer.
So far have stopped that momentum.
Is the upper bracket? No, this is not the upper bracket. This is an elimination match between two of the lowest teams in EMEA.
A little bit of delay in any
I hope you're not a fan of one of them thinking this is an upper bracket game.
Already, they're changing the pace this time. BBL.
This is a different defensive wall here. This is like a retake A wall.
Hold and tested.
Whoa, they're going through.
This is exactly how Koi have allowed BBL to move onto site so far.
Kushina, what are you doing, man?
From Showers.
What are BBL doing? BBL are scrambling. They don't know where to position themselves. Right, now they've got themselves back into short. These positions look a bit better, but at the same time, Pora's kind of alone here in Lamps. Alright, now Kushina's grouped up with Pora. They know where the breach is. Reezy goes down. Kushina's just hiding on top of the spike. And he dies. And Pora dies to a snake bite.
Only his gun, only his trusted Vandal, and he can't do a thing against the Stampede of Koi. It's 12.
Well, Koi had a very set little idea there. We're just going to play retake A, pop the Viper wall down, and BBL looked completely flustered in the post plan. I mean, it makes sense to try to be backstabbing through Showers there, but Kushina was playing triple, and then he went over to play short, and then he went back to play on top of default. Power was alone inside of Lamps and couldn't really do anything. He just smoked off. So yeah, not very good post plan by BBL there.
In that sense, now information garnered here. BBL.
It's like Fury at MIBR. Yeah. I'm not sure what the relative skill levels are, to be honest. This doesn't look very good. I thought MIBR looked a bit better than this, I think. But it's quite hard to tell. They might not do. Like, Koi might be playing a bit better than MIBR. I'm not 100%, but I think MIBR played a little better than this.
And give the idea to Koi that they might be rotating to A.
Well, I mean, BBL off the utility usage here from Koi, they know that 4 are stacked over towards B. They saw the Viper Snakebite, they saw the Boom Bot coming out from Camo, and then there was that early guiding light, and you're not going to be able to get that smoke from Grabinho if he's over towards A.
But the push from B and long means that BBL are no longer taking up that space. Starkshow's given the call over, and everybody from Koi will start to rotate over or build up a flank behind BBL's lines. And they will move into this A site. Shadow has got a nice cover behind the Poison Cloud here. Will take the open.
Nice from BBL there. Good punish onto Shadow, who was just trying to find a kill as the rest of them went towards default. There's the ult. 15 seconds. Koi's starting to get people in. That is a great shot by Camo. Here comes a flank around short as well. These other two don't need to fight. Grabinho and Shadows don't need to fight. Nice little shoulder peek actually from Grabinho. Baits out the crouch spam and then punishes it. Okay. Okay.
And Koi close out map number 1.
That was pretty comfortable from Koi.
As clean as ever and show us that they do have some defense in.
They looked alright in these A retakes. They had very slow approaches to the attack side in general, but yeah, forcing mistakes out of BBL and punishing them, or just being able to group together and outfrag the individuals on BBL. Not outfrag in the sense, but like there were quite a few moments where Koi had just a duo working together that managed to trade out a single defender and then take some space on the attack side. Yeah, Koi looked better, but I don't think they looked amazing.
Do I buy the G2 capsule?
Do I buy the G2 capsule? I don't like the G2 capsule personally, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't buy it. Miss, thanks for the 7 months. From what you've seen so far, what region is the strongest? I don't think you can say that until you've seen Fnatic play. Because... actually, EMEA does look really good right now. If Fnatic plays really well today, EMEA probably looks like the strongest. Because NaVi looks really good. Vitality looks quite good as well. Heretics have been impressive.
It's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this. I think
Americas, though, has got a lot of very good teams. But... yeah, Americas probably has more good teams, but I think EMEA, if Fnatic are playing at a really top level, is probably just going to have a higher ceiling than Americas at the beginning of the year.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What about China? I haven't really watched enough of the China games. I would assume that China is going to be the weakest region overall. I mean, I have watched China like a few months ago, and I definitely thought it was the weakest region overall. But I would expect that to be the same. We'll see. I've been impressed by all regions. Yeah, I mean, the general level of play has been pretty solid. It's not as much like last year where we had some horrendous teams at the start of the year. It's all right. Fnatic tweet. Okay, let's have a look.
Oh, hey. You're here for the kickoff hype film, yeah? Well, about that. I mean, obviously we're super excited to be back, but with keeping the team together, it's been a bit of a drama-free off-season.
Yo, Buster.
Oh, hey, mate. Your skills are really coming along.
You know the business, mate.
I mean, I could tell you how insane Leo is, the clutch king. But you already know that. Or we could do some skit where I call up all the boys and get the crew back together like it's a Hollywood movie. Yum.
Let's fucking go.
We can make a hype song that you'll listen to just one time, but we've got bigger plans in that department.
It's almost done, Buster. I will share it with you soon.
Love that.
Does Alpha even play guitar?
Now we could do some crazy edits with lots of frags and slick 3D renders like this.
I heard man when I chat and chit. I come through like what's good, these big split. Man better breeze than sprint. It's long if I choose to bite down in the sprint.
Great music choice.
But you've seen those clips 100 times before. And this is kickoff, not lock-in.
Fucking hell.
How sick was lock-in? Really what it comes down to is we're just super excited for VCT to be back, and we know you are too. No drama, no roster changes, no crazy hype video.
Durka was probably flinching there. I think that's an extremely good way of Fnatic putting out a video at the start of the season. They're just confidently the best team in the world. I think that's an extremely good video for their brand, their team, their story. I don't think there's any other team that could pull that off, but I think that's an extremely good idea. I think they've sold that really well. Yeah, they really did nail it. The tone was very good. They're the only team that always wins and is still likable. I understand what you're talking about, but they didn't win champs. They didn't win champs. They didn't even come close to winning champs. They haven't won everything.
Vamos, joder, vamos. Vamos, bro.
Dude, Baba has got to know.
Guy is like ult flash, ult flash.
On the brim like this. You know, you're gonna smoke from T-stop. Double molly. Rondon, bro. Vamos.
They're putting her on their own little fucking show in the coaches' room.
Two more different
God
coaches
damn.
than Baba and Epic, and we're here for it. I'm your host, Inks, and I'm back with Steel and
That's really good.
Koi,
That's very
they
good.
Take that first map, Steel, and it does feel like a lot of the things that you were expecting, we ended up seeing in the game.
Yeah, we saw a lot of like really good tactics on the attack side, and the defense just fell flat. And even when there was opportunity for
They've just fucked this rap.
to like claim their way back into a round, it's just like, okay, right after what do? We overheat. So
All of the dry stuff is at the bottom, and all of the veg is at the top. How do I get a mouthful of both at once?
From hookah towards
I'm gonna have to eat it sideways. I'm just gonna make such a mess.
There's the over rotation. We're going to go all the way back. So if we can play this clip, then I could talk us through it a little bit better. So here's the first pick happening, right? So.
Well, I knew that was happening.
They
I
see
fucking
that
called
it's
it.
okay, yeah, it's going to be an attack towards B. Shadow gets the kill. Okay, Koi's like, you know what? Let's get out of here. You know what? We missed our opportunity. Here's a stabilization from the defense. We TP back. We're going out showers here. Elite's made his way all the way back towards Heaven. So here, Koi, peek before the smoke's down on Heaven, and then boom, Elite gets 2, right? 4 and 3, you think, okay, now we just play the retake out. Just kidding. He's going to run through the smoke and actually die. It comes down to a 2 versus 2, and then it ends with Koi being able to take this round, but it's just like, this is a perfect example of just how so much like back and forth happens, where it's like good play, bad play, good play, bad play, good play. And if they want to be able to close out more defense rounds, they have to take what they get there with those 2 kills and just say, okay, 4 and 3, let's group, let's make sure that we play the retake together.
Yeah, and I thought maybe we're going to get a real comeback, but a fake comeback.
I think that's a good way of explaining it from Steel as well. When you have these teams at this kind of level, it's not that they're only making bad plays, it's just that the mistakes end up overwhelming the good stuff that they're doing.
Just for now, you think Koi can bring it home as we move on to split?
You can put like crazy amounts of effort into generating yourself a first pick, and you can throw it away in 2 seconds.
I feel like they're looking good. Also, BBL.
It's so easy to toss.
On a very basic fundamental level, we have seen that on Bind. Like they played aggressive on defense in 2 rounds.
Tara's
One was on
Himalayan.
Eco, and the second one was they were pushing.
Whereabouts in LA is that,
players,
Retro?
But then just immediately fell back and didn't retake any map control. So it's something that Koi can definitely punish now. And Koi was
They didn't even give me the raisin custard croissant yesterday.
Potential pushes from BBL, but they were never happening. So now when we're going into split, I feel like there's a lot of question marks. We've never seen neither of those teams play split yet. So we don't know
Over by Culver?
positions.
Ah, that's not too far away. Okay, we could check that out. Hot take, China will improve at a much faster rate than expected and will already be as competitive as the other regions by the end of this season. Also, China will win a trophy earlier than APAC.
Attack side, I think it's like the defense is where both teams need their work right now, and as you said, yeah, they weren't doing any of the walk.
China will already be as competitive as the other regions by the end of this season.
Because both teams have really good attack side game plans, and I can't stress that enough. And we talked about it before the game, and we talked it during the game, or we saw it during the game.
Yeah, as you guys
I don't think that's going to come true.
Like BBL, they just love this
I think it's much more likely that China has
because on Bind it did actually cost them a lot of map control, since they don't
like
have
1
the
or 2 teams that can compete.
They again will not have a lot of vision
But
control.
every other region has a team that's looking for the actual like
I
title.
feel like it's a great for early map control, but also limiting the
And
for the players.
I don't
And
think we're
also
going to get to the end of this year and have a Chinese team that looks like they can win the
potential,
title.
Choke like choke points control. Both
I
of
would be
these are gonna
surprised.
add to the paranoia for the wall,
I think
the
you have to give them more than
then the stocks with the season
more than
before
just
that.
this year.
Yeah, just looking at how BBL likes to kind of play their attacks on other maps, they're a little bit more explosive. So I understand that the breach in the
EDG
sky,
is still the best team, but I wouldn't say they've ever had a tournament run where they've got close to or looked like they could win a title.
Contention for Madrid, Pavlos and Ash, the pressure is on.
DRX have been trying to do that shit for fucking years.
One map away from being eliminated from kickoff, and for Koi, this is a chance to show they can close out a series in a fashion that they themselves would like. A chance for the Polish core to show that there is a chance of Polish Valorant here in EMEA, and that it can grow, it can prosper, and can show us.
I don't agree with your hot take, but I don't think that
it's
idiotic or anything.
The dub here right now, but it's
I don't think it's going to happen, just because they're pretty far away at the moment.
Man,
and 1 year isn't very much
starting
time.
Out here on the pistol run, already looking to push directly in towards the A side.
But you never know.
They're looking to go in right off the gate.
They really are. Guiding light, delaying them for
Bro,
just
you
a
look like the
little
creepy
bit.
Omegle TikTok
As
guy.
they do,
Don't know who that is, but
do move a little bit
sounds good to
towards
me.
this ramp side, and BBL take that space as well. Look at that, 3 players moving up in here. It might actually be a crunch of 4 different players, and instead they'll be moving into Vents. Elite holding it all down by himself. No one shall go into Vents but him, and BBL win trade after trade, determined they want a
Shay just picking off Elite here might matter if Grabino wins his duel as well. Yeah, okay. Oh, not quite. Okay. Almost.
That's the first round for BBL, and Koi trailing behind.
Yeah, really awkward pivot over towards ramps. The second
Yeah, I've never used
a
Omegle before.
Got a little bit uncomfortable there for Koi, but BBL, they needed to start off with this pistol, and you talked about how good Koi have been on pistols. Starting off on the right foot, though, for the side of BBL to try and shift that into their favor again. You want to see them starting to rack up the rounds early on, starting to build that momentum, be fresh going into split after losing out their map pick.
Yeah, I think after BBL lost that one map, it's like no pressure. Guys, do your thing. You guys know how to shoot. I think that's something that needs to be brought to their minds all the time. Build up confidence.
Can Koi punish this?
Valorant is built off of, right?
No.
Confidence.
Okay.
And that's what exactly BBL will be looking for this time around. Koi, on the other hand, playing it slowly, does mess with BBL a little bit. I feel like that's a big issue of it. You know, you get a little bit angsty. You want to get going, and you are not permitted to have that fast-paced gameplay that you would like to take over. But for now, the better weapons for BBL will take it on defense here.
Do you think Koi are going to be able to play this kind of composition as well as NaVi did? I think the chances are about 0.
From the upper angle, Brave takes 2 down before he himself falls. And Stark, so the final remaining player, will live on borrowed time. That's 2-0 for BBL, as clean as it could be.
That's what you like to see if you're a BBL fan. You can hear the chanting in the background from the crowd as well, just trying to give them that momentum, that support.
Is Pora a Nepo player?
Koi.
Not really. He was in Tier 1 a while back, and he was like IGLing the top Turkish teams. They didn't really go anywhere, and then he went back down to Tier 2, and he grinded his way back up by leading Tier 2 teams to success.
What is this? Elite with the
So I wouldn't say he's a Nepo pick. I would say that he's actually like,
of that attention here,
he's done the hero's journey. He's been up towards the top. He lost the confidence of the top teams, and now he's back.
Especially when you pair that alongside the poison orb and the snake bites.
I love that he's also trying to conceal that he's got that gun.
Yeah, I mean, a long time ago, he was winning in Tier 1. But then, once he started tailing off,
perhaps if they do end up moving in this direction,
he eventually, got popped back down into Tier 2.
Pressure in mid, and you can see BBL not want to hold back on it at all. They still have got 2 players holding their particular angles, their respective angles.
But I mean, that is fucking ancient history, first strike.
Bot line coming forth, it will delay them even further. You can see Power moving left and right across the map, trying to be at the ultimate place at the right time, but it seems Koi might find an opening.
It's like if Zoms found his way back into Tier 1.
This is tricky positioning.
Off the rope, that's a headshot. And Kushin has put BBL
Actually, it's more like if
44
Shazam
seconds.
found his way
Koi are
back
in
into
tight
Tier
trouble.
1 as an IGL.
Okay, you got a very deep prowler over towards Vents as
It
well.
is somewhat
so Koi
similar to
know
that, I
there's
suppose.
no immediate backstab looming.
Not only are they in time trouble, they're in space trouble because they really can't find a thing. It looks like they are fancying this B site more than anything else as Elite does drop, but Kushner does damage before. He's got a chance to do it again, and he's got his teammate Brave as well. Paranoia, super important. Brave had to win that fight to keep BBL in contention over this B site supremacy. Kushner though, the only man standing.
I like the. Oh my god! Wow.
But it's all a distraction as Shadow peaks at the same time.
I do like that Koi are being cautious and not getting caught by BBL's defensive utility and setups.
All by himself.
But they're ended up hitting the site there with about 6 seconds left.
Maybe if you can find a Vandal, or maybe try and do something.
And they didn't really realize that Kushner was hiding in the corner until super late.
Man.
I haven't watched Valorant since the pre-franchising days. It feels like it will be impossible to catch up. Nah.
I think they did really well as far as
just watch one international tournament. Everyone's got a short memory in Valorant anyway. Whoever wins the fucking Masters Madrid, people are going to be talking about it was obvious that they were going to win. They're the best team in the world. Everyone else is washed. Like, everyone in this game is super reactionary. You can catch up in fucking 2 months.
And now, for Koi, it's a question of, can they continue to force that utility usage? We saw it on Bind, where BBL seemed a bit quick to
EG back-to-back champs.
And again, it's the story of Koi being super successful.
I can't see it happening.
Again, right? Of course, not winning the pistol does, you know, prohibit them from having that early lead, like they did that first time, the first pistol.
Was the Liquid NaVi game worth watching back? If you want to watch NaVi look really good, yeah. Like, if your opinion of NaVi after the BBL game was that they look a bit shaky, they don't look like a top team, you should watch it to change your opinion of NaVi. They looked pretty immaculate in that game.
Right off the gate
but it wasn't competitive.
Not much space to work with, but this is familiar for them. They're very much so allowed to play their own game in that kind of sense as well, with how slowly they like to default. And again, they continue to thrive in those time crunch moments to get that spike planted.
Vikings are the best Brazilian team. Wake up. You've been in a coma for 4 years.
Have the protocols with you know, the buddy systems and close it all out. You know, it all becomes too simple.
What's your favorite esports game so far this competition? You mean, what's my favorite match this year? So far, it's been Loud Sentinels.
Usually comes out on top, but here's Koi moving onto the safe side. They've got a death ball approach to this, right? 5 players strong, no flank in the making. 45 seconds, and Breezy's figured it out. That's a tremendous Trailblazer score that, given all the info in the world, BBL.
The Ascent comp was so interesting as well. Alright, Pora gets caught. The flood out from heaven, also watched for. Kushner doing his best, but I don't think this is going to be that easy for Brave to win.
I mean, plant secured here for Koi nonetheless, but you still have a Paranoia to work
Do you think
with
Team
here for
Heretics
Brave.
is legit after them versus Karmine Core?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wasn't really putting too much respect on them after the win against Foot, because I was like, I don't think they'll really be able to keep up that level of play. They looked better against Karmine Core. Oh my god, okay. Brave's got it. And he's got a smoke for the spike.
Still another part to it.
Shados hasn't heard the tap. Brave has no idea where Shados is. This smoke is going to dissipate, but not in time. Shados has got to spam. Oh, it's over. He didn't throw the snake bite at the beginning.
What a way
That's
to do
tragic
it.
for
It was
Koi.
a fraction
That's
of a
tragic.
second with the fact that you also see Brave ends up falling to the snake bite nonetheless.
Why
Man,
is he
that was
positioned
around that Koi
so far away?
Again, uncomfortable
With the
money
spike
situation,
not really
though,
planted for
both
him
sides.
in the
Looking towards
1v2.
BBL, you've got Kushner, who has cycled into
Why didn't he play
the
with
showstopper
Shadow?
At the very least, not nearly as many pieces to work with here for Koi. We can look.
Why
towards
is this
Shadow,
crowd
trying to
literally
get that Rolling
silent?
Thunder online.
Because I don't think many people give a fuck about these two teams, to be honest with you.
And definitely it has to be Shadow, that Rolling Thunder.
Or let me phrase it this way. The people that do care about this match are Turkish or Spanish and aren't turning up to the live games. They're watching Ibai's stream, or I don't know if there's a big Turkish co-streamer, to be honest, but
Ramp here in A, but the main meat and potatoes may have to be this left-hand side, this mid positioning, or maybe a double crunch.
yeah, they're not the most popular teams in the league either, but they're fairly popular.
Koi, again, they look for that space. They
Yeah, there's one BBL fan who's trying to lead everybody else, and I respect that.
cycle back up on that poison orb. Just try and continue to creep up.
Yeah, they smoked off the left-hand side. They're definitely looking across. You can see some pings on the minimap as well.
Koi is no longer a Spanish org. In what way?
Of his approximate position himself, but you can see how much space Starkso has garnered towards the other side of the map, right? Trying to keep everybody busy. He has popped off the showstopper because of it. Kushner doesn't have available no more. As the rest of Koi look to move onto this ace side. Look at Power though, a highly influential position that can catch so many off guard, and with a judge, it's the best weapon for multiple players to try and run into his face. BBL winning all
Isn't
of these
Ibai
trades.
leaving? Is he really?
Away from this, it's gonna have to be a 1-on-3.
1-on-3, but you've got the showstopper online.
Yeah, Movistar is Spanish, Koi is Spanish, so I was like, yeah, of course this org is still Spanish. They've still got Ibai, but why is Ibai leaving?
They start to circle all the way around and leave him with no exits. And that's BBL.
This isn't Koi like Ibai Koi. This is Infinite Reality Rogue owners.
And that's the positioning from Power
what?
that you had initially noted there as
When did
well.
this kind of stuff happen? What are you guys chatting?
Outside of A main, the fact that he's able to get 2 with the judge turns the tides, because BBL, you initially saw Elite was pulled over towards that B side, that rotation away. It was all up to those 2 players.
Ibai split with Rogue and merged with
A,
Movistar and Mad
they do
Lions.
enough to
That was just
take
League of
down
Legends.
2 apiece with
Dude.
them. Koi,
Dude, I'm clueless.
still,
Half of you guys are clueless.
They're still
This is the
able to
blind
be
leading the
able to buy
blind.
But now, this is where things start to get tight.
Could get very tight, especially in this cramped area in mid when the Viper is thrown into it as well.
I mean, it's probably the best Viper's pit here on Split. Like,
Yeah, I'm
undeniably.
sure
So you
Masters
deny
Madrid will be good,
the pinch
Nanobite.
towards either site there.
There have been some really good
fully
games so far, but
funneled
it's so
into
easy to
either
just get
strategy
lost
here.
in the just
Too claustrophobic to enter.
match after match after match after match.
The only thing could be maybe just trying to utilize Shadow's utility.
Yeah, the venue's owned by
Kind
Riot.
of sense, but again,
Well, I mean, the
it
building
still
probably
is
isn't,
a
but
really big
yeah.
risk. Like
Or
you
maybe it is,
mentioned.
I don't fucking know.
It's not worth it. But then you also
But sometimes
have,
it's-
I mean, Brave is
You know, someone else
far
owns the
up
building
towards
and they
that.
just
So
rent it
not
out.
seeing anything. It's a comfortable stack here for BBL towards A.
Ibai is the
Say that, of
Spanish
course,
Bulls,
Future
right?
starts to
Yeah.
walk away then.
Yeah, what's interesting about this, the Trailblazer has just been
I mean,
used outside.
Ibai, I think, is pretty similar to Ludwig in the sense that he runs like big events pretty regularly.
All right, nobody's nearby here. We're approaching the 42nd mark. This
America's is live today later on, yeah. Yeah. I'm basically just treating this BBL Koi game like a fucking waiting room for Fnatic Vitality. And so, yeah, we're vibing, we're chilling, we're chatting, we're vaguely reacting.
I mean, and now not having to utilize that Rolling Thunder, the showstopper, to actually get that execution down. This is going to be a
They
very
have
comfortable
so many
post play
huge
for Koi.
ultimates here, Koi.
If they're able to use their utility at the right point.
Ideally, they want to use as few of them as possible. Shadow's playing off-site for the...
Shadow, Rolling Thunder. Looks like he wants to use it.
Okay, you don't use this ult anymore, right? Because Camo just killed 2 of them in heaven.
Out of nowhere, and BBL's chances in the mud.
Save the breach ult, man.
They just save.
They have to at this point. What can you do? Reezy, no confidence, no health. It's 3v5. The site's impossible to take with the Viper's Pit.
Ibai was a League of Legends caster? Was he really?
Is that for Shadow as well? It's just too
I don't know
tough.
much about Ibai. I thought he was just, I don't know, general content creator, Twitch personality.
Much needed one here for
I didn't
Koi.
realize that he started as a
Themselves
league
back
caster.
Into this match. You saw the reads there. BBL, they're trying to play back on that ace site, expecting all of those ultimates to be used on the execution, but with so little
Is there a
pressure
schedule
coming
anywhere
out
for when
from
you're casting and when you're
BBL on
co-streaming?
those choke
No.
points, Koi very comfortable,
Basically-
just walking on it. Nobody's home.
No, there isn't.
Now, again,
Um,
same kind of standard default.
I can
setup
tell
here
you,
on the
though,
side of Koi, you're going to continue to
I'm
see every
doing-
single round the same wall being thrown out by Shados, just pressuring over towards ramps, forcing some of that early utility.
Dude, I'm losing my mind. Let me double check to make sure that I'm
BBL,
correct here.
looking mainly towards Reezy to try and just find that information.
For now, Koi left-hand side lenient this time around. Brave taking up some space and might be greeted with some players. Shadow does back out before that's the case though, so he does avoid some confrontation here, which allows Koi to dry peek it, gain this
Yeah.
access for 3.
So me and Bren are doing Loud Leviathan,
Contest B main.
and then I think we're doing Sentinels versus the winner. Sorry, versus the loser. So I believe me and Bren are following the Group B games. So those are the ones that we'll be doing. Oh, the team flash.
Look at everyone.
Ooh, big kill from Pora.
Trying to shut down all of these Koi players, and they will do so in ease.
Yeah, banger matches. We got lucky with the banger matches.
Stunning flood back on towards site there from BBL, looking to pressure right off the gate. They were giving a little bit too much.
The Koi Rogue partnership dissolved. Koi, Movistar, and Mad then merged to make a combined project, but the actual org has different names. Movistar Koi in Valorant, but Mad Koi in League, due to the previous sponsorships and slots tied to the orgs. That sounds very
Neither of these
convoluted.
teams, though, have been able to really comfortably build up that economy. These rounds have been tight, despite the score.
Yes, I will agree to cast in 2024, but only if you give me the most clouded of matches.
It's been a difficult attack, and the attack is.
Would you have winning Lev Loud? I've got Loud winning, but I think if Lev have their players popping off, Aspas, King, Com, they can win that game. Absolutely, they can. But with how well like Cow and Zine played, with how tight Loud looked, with how good their ideas looked, I do favor Loud in the matchup.
Knock off a single brick. Okay, 2 rounds for Koi, it's not too bad. 3 rounds of difference, it's fathomable.
Frankly, it's just going to be awesome to watch Aspas play against Loud.
Do get those wins, they don't look comfortable.
No.
Aspas and Com were doing really well.
It's really difficult.
King had a terrible game. I'm sure King is not going to perform like that, usually.
Pretty good.
Like, that was one of the worst games I've ever seen from King. He's normally super consistent, really good. He just couldn't aim for some reason. It might be because he was speaking English much more. It might have just used that extra brain cell that caused him not to focus on his aim as much. Oh, Brave's been lit up. He's scanned like groceries. And yeah, I don't think Tex had an amazing first match either, but you know, Tex could end up being really good.
But no payoff quite yet. Giving up this space here now for Koi. They have to re-clear back towards mid. They haven't had anyone over there. It's only been Shados constantly lurking it towards that A side, just seeing, okay, what utility is being cycled.
Yeah, Loud currently look like the best team in Americas, but again, they've only played 1 match, so the sample size is pretty low here. Do you think individually Lev is on the level of Fnatic? No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Just lurking around, but Starkso does get the pick.
I think like a few of their players are, but I don't think.
Trample on Starkso and backs off before he gives the advantage back to Koi.
You know, it might be closer than I'm giving it credit for, to be honest.
In hand here for Camo. Kushner still on Raptors.
And he's going to peek out. He knows where one is, gets a spray, knows one is dropped, notified his teammate. Blast back assist.
But no, I think Fnatic
but he still stands tall.
I think Fnatic are a bit more well-rounded in terms of their individuals.
Shados gets a pick, but with 20 seconds, it's all down to Gravino, really. If you really want to have a chance in this one, it's Gravino all day, spray on one, but you're never going to read Brave on that left-hand side angle. 10 seconds on the clock, but this round has got
Koi are really struggling. Koi have got such a fantastic composition to blow away people on site, and
nothing you can do
they're
there
just
on the
not
side
really
of
able to
Koi.
string these things together. They're playing so spread. They're not tight enough to be able to overwhelm the BBL guys. Yeah, I don't think Mizzino has been amazing, and I'm not expecting Tex to be, you know, like alpha or anything.
Come through here on the side of Koi. I know we're talking about
I think
the
Boast has been pretty good as well.
I don't usually like to over-focus on it, but again, it's such an important
yeah, I think
point of
it's somewhat close because Aspas is so good. And King usually is really, really good too. But I think compared to Durka, Alpha, Leo, you have to be pretty crazy stacked as a team. Oh, there's Koi going for a similar play to NaVi that we saw earlier this morning. But playing with a Marshall in that spot. If you had a Stinger or something, then sure, you could definitely make that work. Just my hot take, balls, that's a good one.
That is incredible. incredible.
The
and with
timing.
this moment's notice,
Shados is on the hard lurk.
and puts Koi in contention.
Is this
Now
possible?
we're just waiting for Shados to regroup.
After the
Got
double
two
stinger
rifles to
kill,
work with
is
here
it
in this
possible?
2v3. Both players on Koi low though.
Brave, all he has to do is stay alive. He just needs the information, back off, and play the numbers game 2v3, especially when Power has a rolling thunder.
Okay, Brave. Just waiting. Spike initiated, sure, comfortable at the very least in that kind
Pretty
of
late
sense.
aftershock there.
Not wanting to have to use the rolling thunder in this situation. Still gonna come out, but a great
It missed
aftershock
Shados.
to
They
divvy up
didn't
the
check
team.
for Shados in hell.
Able to avoid it. Crucially enough, picks up Brave, and now it's 2 versus 2, and he looks to go all the way around to
Oh,
assist his teammate.
BBL,
Oh,
man.
and BBL has to
They've
keep
lost the
looking
plot
right.
here.
Cannot stop considering that this heaven angle could be
The
covered, but
reposition from
instead,
Shados is so decisive, and BBL are scared.
the spike is
I mean, they're
planted
going to run
directly
out
in
of
them.
time
It's
here,
not
I
being
think.
touched, stunned, being enabled. They still
Shadow still has a flash to recontest this.
Only just picked, but it might be all too late. Spike in the middle of it. Pyra blind as it
Oh,
bats. And with
God,
that,
that's
Koi
not-
eventually managed to close off a round of their own, a third round on the board. And that's an attack side
BBL
success
used their
for the
breach ult to
I mean,
retake,
that was a
and they were
round there
all
for
just
Koi
tunnel
as
visioned on the
well.
place that the breach ult
Not
went. They
having
didn't
the
think
weapons,
about
and the
clearing
timing
left
was
side
so
rafters.
perfect
Hell.
For Shadow
They
through
just
that
ran
dark
out
cover,
straight into
dodging
Shados.
That boombot that had come through to clear him out.
Was that a
The difference maker into the
2v5?
rounds.
It was,
I mean,
wasn't it?
If you look at the old Apex roster, Shadow is one of those players that has been overshadowed by others.
Bruh.
Right? You can look at old Fnatic core members.
Bruh.
You can look at Kiko, who's been the star of that roster, and now doing.
That's flipped the economy on its head. And Koi are going to start to get up to big ultimates. They're going to have breach ult, and then the breach ult's going to feed into the Raze ult.
Shown it before, but this is where Koi could be crucially enough in contention of a match win. Starts to close to the action.
What the fuck is going on? So aggro from Starzo, getting pushed up that deep as a solo fade anyway.
Oh, weapon recovered here for Power as well. Again, the open plants here towards B, very standard.
All right, Power gets caught
Starks is so
miles
deep
away in
to
spawn.
Just expect Power to commit to that.
I
flank
don't
coming
think
through.
Kushner
Seekers
commits
is
this
very
unless they get
early,
another
But
pick.
it gives off the hint that Koi are down in towards alley.
Spawn, Camo gets the kill.
Smart enough to hold back.
Yeah, this is the problem, man. Camo should go and chase now as well.
Numbers, Reezy is low. He's only got a sheriff. Looking bleak for him, at least this one. Koi's chance to close up the gap.
Okay, Starzo gets the kill there. So they still have the breach ult.
Okay, look
Camo
at
could get up
coordination
to the
coming
Raze ult
through
even
here
in this
for
round.
Koi. Starting to get a read
If
on
Koi
how
send
BBL
everything,
like to maneuver around the map.
There's a decent chance they tie up the half
And
at 6-6.
BBL, I mean, they were also down in a couple of weapons there. Koi, nonetheless, you got to take those rounds, start to rack them up. They do have the advantage of the last map at the very least. This is important for BBL to try and maintain this lead, especially as the next half is looming. Right now, I mean, you do have, again, tools to work with here. Mid denied. Classic, as per usual.
Oh, you're so slow. They've lost mid. They know that there's going to be two people inside that Viper's pit, so they can't also be fighting B main. There's just no way. And they're just giving Brave B main for the first 25 seconds of the round.
Going to Madrid, so it is a Spanish all,
yes.
and Spanish people will definitely root after Koi if they do get to Madrid.
They could have done
It's a
that
long
play in the
task,
first
but
5
right now, if
seconds
they
of the
do get this
round.
win and avoid elimination, they've got to face up against Team Liquid on a rematch.
Hot take. This year's international tournaments will have way less regional parity than previous years. Asia seems to have regressed slightly and China's still early days, while America looks stacked and EMEA is looking better than expected. In my opinion, the top 4 of each international event should be very America's EMEA heavy.
Well, Thunder in mid, trying to keep Elite out. Although I don't think he's being concussed. Shadow's going to go for the chase. Oh, this is crazy! He goes right
We
after
have
him,
had
sneaks
some
in front of him,
spectacular
and
parity.
punches him in the face.
It is reasonable to
Koi
think that that
taking
wouldn't
over the
last
A site
forever.
In the meantime, Camo looking to push on the stun
God,
is
Power
immaculate.
is getting
Shadow
owned in
doing
this hard
wonders,
angle
even
spot.
though he's not close to the fight. Aggressive with his position.
Just landed on top of Grabinio's head. But I will say, I think that saying you're expecting America's EMEA to dominate the standings,
Brave is down. Shados,
The-
he had to get that, and he did. And Reezy now is on the clutch.
Well, I think the regions are stronger. The top two of each of the regions. Paper X shouldn't be counted out from making a deep run. They've managed to do it many times before with multiple rosters.
Map, but the positioning here, king for Koi. Looking over towards what we have to work with into this last round, though. Uncomfy.
Don't fall off your chair, mate. Come on.
There's no way Barbar is not doing that deliberately.
You gotta have that kind of energy in an elimination match.
He just must be.
I can only imagine what the comms look like over in a timeout. That'll be dope. That'll be dope to hear at some point. But of course, Koi need to finish this off on a high unless BBL are able to stop them. Here's the flash coming through. Power has shown his presence. Stun coming out. It seems the pace of this game have changed entirely.
You're at 306 out of 350. Oh, really?
Up for BBL here, but it is subsided.
Yeah, that's fucking huge. I'll talk about it at the end of this map, though.
It's a 5-person stack.
Because the map's kind of heating up. Camo gets 2 of them anyway. That's going to give Barbar a heart attack. Incoming Barbar heart attack.
Can he isolate these kills? But Camo says a big no.
Yeah, so they tie things up at 6-6.
Equalize on the final mark and
so that's
on a high.
What a way to hit
a very good recovery in the round
pacing
from Koi.
BBL. Now BBL
the entire
to respond onto the
entire fucking flow of the half changed
but can they
after that
find
failed
another? Again,
2v5.
they're the ones that we're looking towards to start racking up those rounds early when Koi do
Or
have
rather
the comfort of
failed
being
5v2.
up a map right now in this best of 3.
Ash, I'm concerned about something though.
Okay, hit me with it.
Every time Koi have sort of failed on defense,
Yeah.
they
Paper X have played literally one game.
That lead doesn't exist. It's 6-6, right?
Paper X have played one game so far against Gen G. They looked like they, in my opinion, looked pretty damn good on Sunset, but they weren't really cooking on the other 2 maps. They also had a shit start to the year last year, and they still ended up almost winning an event. So
get a little bit chilly in here.
you can never count this Paper X team out.
They're heading towards this B site.
Just walking straight on up. Quite happy to play the retake over there.
I mean, maybe they don't even look good at Madrid,
resources
but
towards
you
mid.
shouldn't count them out.
Just gonna play it a little bit slow, but look how diligent BBL are as well.
I think T1 can beat them. Yeah, I think it's possible that Paper X don't even make it to Madrid.
Expecting more of that
I think it's extremely possible that T1 beat them. But you still shouldn't count Paper X out for like even like winning Shanghai or something.
Outside looking in right now, but can't see much.
It's really plausible that they could pick it back up.
Paranoia. Oh,
Paper X are not in lowers, they're in a single elimination playoff. So Paper X could get eliminated by going 1-1.
Even finds a kill with his paint shells. How is that even possible? 2 to the back.
Because they were the top team, so they had it all. God, Koi are kind of running away with it now, aren't they?
Then you are also gonna have what? How many points now? 5 into the showstopper off the back of a pistol rounds here for Koi.
Yeah, Camo's looking good. Where did he come from?
The way
he was just a fairly impressive looking tier 2 player from Poland.
I mean, yeah, I feel like you also can't really do much there when the coordination was on top of
Who
it,
apparently has been a shithead to Yinsu and Boaster in ranked before, I think.
And then on top of that, I mean, the paint shells, it's just
I didn't really look into
that, streak, I think, on attack,
so I don't know what I'm talking about. But
and it definitely showed on the pistol a lot more dynamic.
I am gonna just repeat those claims without looking into it. Probably shouldn't, should I?
But no pressure. I mean, other than the PC utility themselves, you can already see Koi. They expend one of those prowlers out to clear out towards A main. Nobody home, so you see the pull back on that A site. The rotation.
I don't like this
one way.
B. I've seen quite a few teams running this.
Lying in wait here for Gravino.
I think either you want to be smoking the choke point.
Off to the side though, picks one and still hasn't been traded, and this is
so
a sideline coverage.
The attackers don't have a safe place to play in B mid. Or you want to be smoking for yourself on site.
Wants to put those streams in the
or
dirt.
both, I suppose.
But goodness me, was that expensive for Koi, but around they collect nevertheless.
Not just expensive for Koi, expensive for BBL as well. They forced into that round.
Yeah.
So at the very least, you can kind of frame it in the sense of, okay, at least BBL took down every other person but the last, so the bonus isn't too insane coming out.
Yeah, I mean,
Koi.
people have been doing this one way for a long
them
time. I
now
saw
with a lot
Yampy doing
to be
it, I think, for the
desired in a
first
round
time
where you're gonna be
in like
expecting them to
LCQ in
actually have the
2022.
weapons to overtake.
It's really
bonus
powerful in
on the
terms of
side of
denying
Koi.
space. But once the attackers actually get through it, it's not really very useful for you because the attackers still can dip back into B main without losing.
We've got this. Let's buy.
I mean, right down to the
Like
wire.
B main is really good for the attackers to be able to isolate an angle onto the person playing kind of like default backside without getting shot from heaven. And normally the normal smoke denies that position for them, but when you do the one way, they can still play B main in order to not get shot from heaven and still help their team.
Losing out on Reezy, though, that's all of your reconnaissance on the
So-
side of BBL now out early. Really gonna have to focus more on those set plays.
Yeah, I'm not
positioning.
huge on it.
Finding one on the other side of the map, though, at the very least able to equalize.
And these sheriffs from BBL can hurt, so you can tell Koi have to respect it. Have to drop back.
I mean, you can see the fact that they're not even...
Yeah, I mean, I
not that
guess that's
sheriffs are a
just part of their
close-range weapon, but they are
game plan
trying
is to
play
force
that
second round every time they're on the attack side.
And that one-shot range grabs
They've watched the
moving,
TMV video.
even though there's a trade in the making. Elite.
Oh, okay.
If he would have gotten a second there, I would
Ayo.
bow down
Ayo.
to him for the rest of VCT.
I would've
NBA.
walked off.
Yeah, that's it. We out of here. And so would BBL at this point. This Paranoid can catch both of them, and it is perfect. But he's close proximity with Camo, so it doesn't mean
Okay,
anything.
okay.
Koi do lose
Okay,
3
okay,
rifles,
okay.
but get the win and extend that lead even further.
BBL still keeping it close in those rounds.
Not gonna lie, I am rooting for Koi.
Yeah.
At least
Because I want to see Vitality Fnatic.
looking towards Koi right now.
I
They're going to be able to afford into
Cannot
this
lie.
round, but this is where all eyes are on BBL. If Koi can manage to shut down BBL once again, this series could very well be over.
Oh, it definitely could be over. I mean, you know, economical recession for BBL. Koi could definitely keep this momentum going. They feel best on the momentum swing. They are 7 consecutive rounds in right now.
Koi are going for the
That
round
is
16 delayed bonus.
Aggressive.
Starzo with only a
Space,
frenzy in his
but
hand.
they want to push further. Scratch that Grabinga just smoked it, so they're not pushing anymore.
I mean, it's just...
I don't think
claiming
that's a
this
terrible
is what's
decision
most
by any
important.
means, though.
They've aided me. I thought I was
They've still got a great chance of winning this, even as
Hey,
is.
you live and you learn. You can hope. We'll see it later, eventually. Slowing things down,
I mean,
of course.
Koi are playing a comp that's so similar to what NaVi was running earlier. And NaVi had so many set plays to be able to try to catch or pressure the attackers, and were really mobile. And Koi are just spreading around the map trying to jiggle peek everything. It's like it's the opposite. They're lacking info, so they're not proactively going and getting it by fighting areas. They're just jiggling and falling back. It doesn't look great from Koi, but it's fine, I guess. Your breach is just going to play an aggro position on A ramp and kill them as if he's a jet. Sure. Starzo takes the fight with his frenzy instead of trying to pick up Shadow's gun.
Full heaven control, but you've also got the Seekers
Oh,
coming out
this has
now
gone
here
so
as well.
wrong
Camo
for Koi.
has a showstopper, could make the difference.
Camo can still win this with all... Oh my god, he's sending it. Oh, nice try from Kushina. Shadar should be able to pick up Para. What a flick.
Not planning for heaven.
This guy's mouse control is crazy.
1-on-2 with Power swinging through. They've
Oh, if he hadn't gone for the tap there, he looked good for that.
BBL on the board.
Great timing on that swing, knowing that the bait in that tap was going to come through once again. Closing the gap. Now
Hawk Grove, thank you for the 3 months.
How's the toilet bowl going, Egg?
This was a
How's the
momentous
toilet bowl
round
going?
they needed,
It's
but Koi, their reads were
it's
really
not
good into
funny.
that round as well.
It's
You talked
just
about how
not
Shadow was
very
able to
good.
shift his attention back over
Like
towards
they're not
A-main.
doing anything
That
too
presence
silly,
in towards mid was the green light
so it's
for
not that
Starzo to
entertaining.
roll
It's
the
just
hunt
that
to check A-main for that crunch.
there's
to
a lot
delay
of
that.
errors, a lot of
further.
individual play, and a lot of not optimizing for your
Got to start
strategy.
getting ahead of these plays.
It's a world away from the previous game, Liquid NaVi. It's a world away.
Viper Spit available for Elite, and they've been really good with playing around with that one.
Especially with focus over towards that breach ultimate. Shadow's the one to look to delay this push towards mid. Just wanted a little bit more time here for Koi.
BBL. Left hand side stacked.
Also, these teams are so cautious.
Seeked it all out. They figured out no one towards A main, which allows Koi to maintain a lot of
I mean,
pressure
look,
towards B.
Koi have
Four
got
defenders
good
in the
information
direction
just by
of that
walking
B main
Starzo up.
position.
Their
This is gonna
fade
be
is
a hard
just
take for VBL to
fearless.
execute.
I mean, all thanks to
They're having their
Sark, so,
fade
all the
and
way
breach
walked
play
up
like
here.
aggro off angles as if
Getting
they're
so much
duelists.
opportunity.
So
Pora
now they
has
can just stack
all of
B
these
based
util
off
shadow.
Starzo
You
pushing
could say
out.
the same. No stun at the very least.
It's kind of silly though, because why? Oh. You have a 4-stack and no one's actually fighting them as they come through the choke.
Joins the fight. It's a 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds to spare. BBL have a chance to get the spike down.
Look at how they're
They're
regrouping.
not going to expect Starzo to be here this quickly. But I think this is bad from Shados. Shados should not be coming with him. Oh well, now it's good actually.
Expect him to be there that quickly, and Kushner is left on the 1v2.
I was going to say, if Shados continues playing Heaven and making noise and baiting, Starzo's much more likely to actually get the first kill. But if Starzo just gets a freebie and then they're doubled up to play the 2v1, that's like the perfect scenario.
Okay, double digits here for Koi. BBL, I mean, things got tight there on that execution. Koi, they found so much space towards A. They thought, okay, for the side of BBL, we've done that conditioning over towards that A site. Just didn't expect Starkso to get so ahead of it.
I'm looking at the way they fought over that, and Koi were actually fighting them as they came through the choke from New Box and Heaven. They just didn't have anyone towards default applying any pressure.
Was that they walked into alliance then, essentially there. You know, so many players present, hard to get out a favorable fight.
Koi's just trying to tuck to play the paranoia from default rather than trying to fight.
A crossfire set up,
rather
so
than
a
put a smoke
timeout,
down
try
or
to
anything.
rethink this out. You're not too far away from Koi, but you can't then run away from you. You've stopped their momentum.
Yeah, the North American casters do have the ability to draw circles on stream, but
economical troubles, ground troubles,
the monitor that we're using. Actually, for this week, I think the monitor should be turned into a touchscreen. Previously, it had a mouse attached to it, and the mouse, like drawing nice curved lines on the broadcast with a mouse just looks, it looks really unprofessional. They told me to try it out, but I looked at it and I just thought it looked too bad, so I didn't use it.
To force these weapons in hand.
Because the thing is, if you're drawing lines on the screen and they look like scribbles, it's just distracting.
A very easy opening to try and close out this map.
Anyway, they're changing it so that it's a touch screen, and then we'll be able to do the same thing as EMEA, which I like. I think it's really good to do a small amount of live telestration. I think it helps draw the viewer's attention to the minimap sometimes as well.
This quickly from VCT EMEA. They want to stick around for a little bit.
Whoa, they are up.
Comes out prematurely here from Kushner. Gets met with paint. We'll chunk him down to 96. Not too much.
See, this is where you really need to go back and re-clear vents before committing. But fuck it, I guess. BBL are in. Is Grabinho going to cancel? No, he's out.
BBL have taken full B access, but Koi haven't traded anything from this.
Nightfall only caught one player. Both initiators in backside managed to dodge that.
I've got to use so much to even gain the smallest of control.
They're gonna pit Heaven. What the fuck has Brave managed to win that with a pistol?
But Koi need to cross, need to find their way through Heaven, but no, they do elect to go through CT instead. A crossfire setup that Grabinho can deal with single-handedly, perhaps. Still,
Grabinho gets 2 off the back of his Omen ult, which is pretty incredible, really. That's the kind of thing that Tens would go for. I think Tens is really got a good feeling for ripping off Omen ult. It's such a low-value ult, but he tries to use it pretty regularly.
BBL, I guess they do still have that rolling thunder that they have the opportunity.
I don't understand the Viper ult though. I mean, it allows them Heaven control, and I mean, I guess they've like planted for Heaven. To be honest, I didn't even look at the plant position. But
make it so uncomfortable for BBL.
I think if you're going to commit the Viper ult there, commit the Breach ult as well and just fight them.
All the time.
Right?
I feel like he's doing this for us, our own entertainment. Or he's just loving this game too much.
If you see that they're retaking through CT, because you've locked Heaven off.
Rolling thunder
Rip the Breach ult.
But for now, Koi is going to be victims
Counter
of
ult.
it and throw their own right back at them.
Brave caught by the horn.
Is there, but has to drop
Tragedy.
to his demise. And still, BBL haven't gained too much control.
What is going
now
on?
Only moving into round, and there's
BBL, again,
Camo
BBL
here
are
to stop
the tier of team where they don't really understand the
actually looking for a
second
pivot.
phase of
Back towards mid, but with all of this A control
baiting out
in
some
towards heaven, the spike's still
baiting out
behind
some
Kushner, the one to keep it towards the
utility and
lobby.
then re-hitting.
And it'll take so long for them to clear off Shadow. So if he
They just
holds
kind
onto
of
that
send
elbow
stuff
position
from
and
really
that
far
A-side
back.
hit does come through, they'll be really well off here, Corey.
Well,
Can you believe NaVi lost to
positioning
BBL on
from Rubinho
bind?
as well.
No, not based
They
on how both
have
teams have played today.
BBL stuck.
They're locked in.
I mean, I know it to be true.
Sardines. I mean, Grabinho with this
But
position.
I didn't watch
if
that
they
game,
do
so-
choose to make that rotation through spawn, BBL will be heard. But they're looking to just try and cut noise. But they just don't know that all of this mid control is in the hands of Corey
Shados
right
is
now.
Shados is still a pretty
Everything is in
good
their hands
player.
right now. It's just down to BBL to try and win out.
He's
these
an extremely good
fights, 30
support
seconds
player.
And nothing much to spare.
He's always been a
Kushner,
very good
aggressive,
trader.
stun. It's good. It hits
very
Kushner,
good,
and there's no more
like,
momentum off of his
flex
speed.
player,
Shadows
that kind of thing.
Trying to make his presence known and put
I don't think he's
pressure off
fallen
Camo
off,
here,
but he was
this
never
is where
like the
Shadow comes
carry
into
of
contention.
Gambit.
Tries to keep himself alive for the rest to come in.
He was an
but isn't
extremely
able to do so.
consistent
Reezy
team
on the drop gets the
player.
pick. Rubinho
He's
on the
the
flank is a little bit
puzzle.
too late to the party. And he will die as well. 3 kills for Reezy. He salvaged BBL from a poor
That happened last year though. BBL would just take random maps off good teams. Well, normally it wasn't random maps. Normally it was Ascent, right? It was like Ascent every time was the map that they could actually beat top teams on.
Winning out when it got scrappy.
I don't think
there
that
on
was just
site.
random or them being an upset team. I think that was just BBL were very good
I
on
think it's
Ascent.
so difficult to say what adjustments
But,
can be expected, what adjustments need to be made here. Because
They were
both
picking into
teams
bind
reading into
today
each
because
other
they beat
very
NaVi
well.
on
The
it.
back and forth is so close.
Let's be fair, like all these circumstances have become quite messy. And it's the team that is in the best
How do pro
position at
mics
the
not
moment.
pick
With
up the
heroics,
loud
individual
casting?
heroics are what
Because the
allowing teams to
speakers
entangle themselves
are
from
in front of the
ugly
stage,
moments.
pointed at the audience.
By no means a clean game from either side.
So it's the
say that, but still,
the speakers are
feisty one.
directional, right? And they're pointing
That's a lot more fun in my opinion.
the opposite direction.
Either way, sight lines denied here
And
towards
the
mid
mics are
again.
also
fully
very
funneling
directional too.
on
They'll
the
pick up
extremities.
general
Manages to
ambient
dodge
noise,
that
like
prowler
a
that
crowd
comes out from
cheering,
Stark so early.
but specific stuff
Regrouping now off
is
of that
not that easy to
information,
pick
but
up.
boy, they still look to play forward positioning here.
Well, they want to avoid that Viper split altogether. That's for sure.
And the Compops team checks
They
all
are
of this
definitely
stuff as
aware
well.
of this push. This fault line
It's a
from
great
Shadow
stun.
could be good, but it all comes down if Saxo
Timing.
is able to use it correctly. No, he dies even before
Yeah,
he
the
has a
microphones
chance
are super quiet
to
too.
get
You have to
that
have them
sideline
really,
cover.
really, really close to your
Potential
mouth.
do a little bit of damage to Reezy, but it's not enough. Camo has a
Did
nice
they
bit
check
of
this?
You don't expect Shadow to be holding a
Oh,
similar
he didn't
angle
have
as
the
that, but they still
patience.
traded out, and that's the important part for BBL. It's 3v2, and they're definitely in the lead on this one.
Pora going for the Heaven
One
plant.
way denying
So I would assume Heaven and Pora and Brave are going to refight Ramp for
situation
Heaven.
looking towards the utility. Kushner does have
Brave
the
isn't
beat
there
shell
though.
still
I mean, Brave
available.
might be
Flash.
planning to ult
Ooh,
Heaven.
that's a long distance fight. That Grabinho wins. Equilibrium, 2v2.
Oh, Brave
How
swings
does
instead of
play
ulting
it? So
Heaven.
far, it's Grabinho auto himself and a triple kill to turn the whole round in Koi's favor.
I hate the way that BBL played that post plan.
BBL, they're trying to go down with a fight right now, but Koi looking so good in those retakes.
I mean, every single
They're
part
down
of it.
numbers
Power
in
was
that
already on the
situation,
side for A
just
ramps.
the lack of coordination.
He could have
You
just
can feel
decided
that
to go
maybe this
ramps.
match is
I guess he
starting
got
to
caught
get
though,
to the
just trying to
players.
jiggle.
They're not looking
Brave
to
swing
together. They're looking
doesn't
for
make
those
any sense.
individual
You
heroics.
might as well play for the super late round if you're
Otherwise,
Brave
you
and
would
try to
normally
repath
expect,
towards
okay,
Heaven.
You swing as two, you call that to move
And
together, but part of that is
yeah,
also
I mean,
the retake
at
wall
the end of the
that
day,
is
Camo just
allowed
kind
on
of-
the side of Shadows.
sorry, not
Plays
Camo,
well for the
Kushner just
defense,
kind of
just to keep
goes for it
backside
towards
to
the end.
yourself, but also
See if
allows
he
you to
can
just
pick them
walk up
both
and
up, but the
deny those fights
timings-
together from sight.
It's getting cleaner
Way
by the
off.
second for Koi, and for BBL, it's the exact opposite. Falling under pressure. And being their own enemies at this point.
Don't
They're
cock
up
a
against
Barbar.
4 rounds that they need to pick up here.
He doesn't exist for your
consecutively staying
entertainment.
in contention, in conversation. Otherwise, it's goodbye for kickoff. I'll join Giant X to the bottom of the field. As BBL starts to aggress towards Camo. He's been so good at hold out.
Camo
His line
gets
is
spotted. They
usually
don't
good
realise
for
that
one,
these
but this
players are
time
so
around,
far forward.
Instantly traded. Shados gets himself on the scoreboard as BBL still maintain this line. Haven't fully aggressive. For Koi, though, they've grouped together.
The synergy
They've
between
buddied
how
up.
Koi
And
are using their
being so low
comp is
could be
so
easy to
much
be
worse
picked up
than what we
himself.
saw from
I don't think
NaVi
he knows how
earlier
close
today.
Rubinho is.
And they're still
Well,
winning
and
fairly
Shello, but
comfortably.
Rubinho releases the control key and is back out into the open as BBL move into this B site and content over Heaven. Koi don't want to lose any more players. in that
Starzo
fight.
is
They're
super
grouping up for this
aggressive
retake.
on fade.
3v3 into the retake. Plant to go down here safe.
You can put Starzo on a different
from
agent, but you
Power
can't stop him being Starzo.
Swapping the guns over as well, knowing that Elite just has that a little bit more of health to work with. Power also has 2 flashes into this post plant to delay, but
oh my god, Power!
How's
Talking
he-
about individual prowess, this is when he comes alive. The captain's trying to do it all by himself, but now he's blocked. He's towards that left-hand side, has to go for the peak, and that's where Shadow can pick him up. It's still 2v2, and this is where Koi started to move
He's
in.
actually
That was
opened the
only
door,
flash
though. Like,
that
Power
Koi
had
available to them, though, so they're going to have to do this dry. Smoke, it's perfect from Brave, and the crossfire
Power
is
had 2
even
flashes
better.
that he could have used to
BBL
try to keep Koi
remain in
back.
contention
He went for
with
the
3
walk
rounds
push
to
into
go
spawn.
to equalize his Koi score.
Crazy
different
decision
story
by
if
Power,
did
but he still
not
went 1 for
play
1.
for his life there. If he did play for that his life there in that situation, I mean, who knows which way the round would have gotten, but the first pick to be able to push up with that confidence, that's kind of what we need to see from BBL. Yes, we do want more of that coordination, more of that synergy coming through from them, but we also want them to be able to play comfortably, feel confident in the shots that they are going to hit. As things get tight, though, time must be called here from Koi.
Oh, for sure. They want to make sure they have the right mindset to close out this map. We've known Koi to struggle on that so far this series. It's a new roster. We get it. It happens, right? But they need to rebuild their knowledge on how to
When did
close
you
it
wake
out.
up this
Be
morning?
able to
5
maintain
a.m.
their
I've been awake for
composure.
4 hours. I want to go back to
They're
bed, man.
knowledgeable players. They've won championships, some of them, right? Starks on Shados. They need to give that to the rest of the team. 12-9. BBL, long way to go.
Not that long of a way to go at the same time, though. I mean, 3 rounds right now. Koi, they're facing up against an eco coming in next, so that's the best chance
I'm
BBL
only
are going
surviving
to get
right
to
now
find
to
10.
watch.
But you also have the fact that, okay,
Yoru.
sure, still, showstopper to look towards here for Camo. I feel like he's been on the money with that Raze ultimate today, too.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm casting Americas later
Seems
today,
to be
yeah.
Getting exactly what he needs out of it. But yeah, it's that conversation again. Starks on Shadow.
I woke up at
Shadow,
4 a.m.
sorry.
today as well, excited
Time
to
to
get up
relive
and watch
your glory
Valorant.
days, and you can
I
only
looked at
do
my
that if
clock
you
and I
grab
was
this
like,
round
oh shit,
or
it's not time to
grab
get
any
up yet.
of the two
And so I had to
after
force
it.
myself to go back
Get
to sleep for
yourself
another
back
hour.
in contention with Team Liquid, get that rematch.
There's something sick and wrong with my
Kickoff
head.
Season. BBL, slow and steady out the gate.
I mean, Koi, they
Monkey
tried to
Milo,
lead
thank you for
into
the 100 bits.
aggressive A take there. They push out.
And Elite wins off the first trade against Rubinho, and he's the one that's done so much damage the past few rounds. Kushner wins his own trade, and with BBL keep on doing that, this round is theirs.
Walking over towards Shados, though.
And Shados only
Yeah,
got
they're,
so he's going to close up the gap with right
they're-
to find some damage.
It's a
but
3v1, that's
this
why
is
they're
BBL's
losing
round
though.
for sure.
BBL aren't exactly
3
winning
away
right
from his
now.
rolling thunder, so he'll
They're
definitely
coming
try
back
and
into the
find
game,
something
but
that up. Same
Starzo and
as
Shadow
Starzo,
getting
he's
up to
run
their
away.
ults.
I mean,
That's
going
going to make for a very explosive rifle round.
Then he'll get taken down.
Starks is good for nothing. He'll get his ult nevertheless because of his death. And Shadow gets one, and because of his death, he's
Koi
now
have
only
not
one
really
away
been
from
fighting
getting the
heavy
rolling
in mid.
thunder. But let's
Alright?
see if that
And I
does
wanna-
make a difference. BBL
I
close
want
out
to
the
show
gap
you
yet again,
something.
so 2 away from
BBL,
Koi.
they've got
This is
very good
becoming
ults for being able to
pressure.
take
But
sight in
remember,
the next
took a
rifle
timeout.
round.
It wasn't for their eco.
They've got
Likely
Raze ult,
it
they've got
was for
Breach
this
ult.
round
They
right
need some
here.
space
Setting
on the
up
map
anticipation,
in order to
and
go
what
for
the
that
game
kind of
plan
play.
is going into
So
this
why not try and fight
They have a
them
lot to
before they
contest
get that space?
Koi with on that ultimate front, though.
I'd like
You're
to see
looking
them
towards
play
Showstopper
3
for
mid on the
Showstopper,
defense
rolling
this
thunder for
round,
Nightfall.
with both
The ability
initiators,
to go
and then play
head-to-head in that
retake.
situation with Shadow still on the
But
cut.
instead
Like you
they're
said,
still
quick
playing
pass
this
into a rolling thunder of his own.
1-2-2 spread defensive
try and
setup.
cover the ground towards Garage, but no, it's going to be
disrespected.
pushed for BBL. Exactly, they push right past
All
it.
right, how are you going to hold on to
So
this?
now BBL,
when they raise ult into you, how are you holding this, Grabinho?
Like Grabinho has to deal all by himself. Camo's focused over.
Camo's going to counter ult maybe,
could be a little bit too late.
but Grabinho's probably going to die.
TP out if necessary.
And with that rolling thunder coming his way, he's just going to have to run.
How the fuck did Grabinho get out of there?
Two ultimates from BBL used up.
Mate, Grabinho's movement there was pretty excellent, actually. He hop, skipped, and jumped his way into spawn and teleported away super fast.
Still have the showstopper online here for Camo, like you had mentioned. The flood coming in.
And here's the push. Stun is really good onto Kushina. They know where he is, and the showstopper.
All right, they get Kushina, and Camo gets another actually. But then he swings before anyone else is ready to play off him.
BBL on the upper ground. It is brave on an off angle. It's a crossfire setup for
Big
BBL,
kills from Starzo.
is being mad right now.
No post plant utility from Elite. He's just got to spam. Oh no! The defuse is coming through, and Koi has won the game.
And that's it for
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! We get to see. We get to, dude.
But that's goodbye to BBL.
It's the end of the game, and they don't even run the score. They just literally run immediately. Coming up next, Fnatic Vitality. Like, please don't leave, don't leave. Just immediately. We know what you guys are here for. Fnatic Vitality's coming up next. We'll get these guys out of here as soon as possible.
Again,
they always do that. It's strange. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that yesterday as well. They were advertising the post show instantly as soon as they.
Some smiles you do love to see
as soon as they won.
Side, obviously.
I don't think it's a bad idea to do something like that, but it's a bit unusual the timing that they pick.
You know, with some really started players, Stark, so Shados, and together with the rest of the Polish core, they've done an excellent job to keep themselves in kickoff here. It wasn't an easy one, right? BBL definitely challenged them. It wasn't a clean one, but it's a 2-0 series that will
come on.
get them in
I want to
winning
watch
ways.
safe play against Fnatic.
A really important matchup here for them.
Big win for Koi. Big win for Koi. They're going to have a rematch against Team Liquid.
Has to say about that series and break it all down.
Well, thank you
Another
very
opportunity
much,
for Kiko to drop
Pavlos
50.
and Ash. Congratulations, Koi. They live to see another round of this tournament, but BBL, unfortunately, still. And Lothar, we've had to say goodbye to them, and it hurts as a BBL fan.
It does hurt.
It hurts.
It does hurt. I think I was most hurt yesterday after the Ascent match, you know, but we have seen a little bit of glimpses of some good play as well.
Monkey Meatloaf.
They understood the macro or understood how to keep themselves in the game, so I have hopes for them.
Yeah, they looked a little bit better on
Yeah, I'm not sure how Gentle Mates would feel about Vitality winning this game, but frankly, either way, it's not great for Gentle
You're
Mates.
holding back so much what you really want to say, I feel like.
Well, the thing, okay, so here, let me spin it this way. I think Koi's looked pretty decent. Like, we're seeing them only down here in this elimination game because they went up against Liquid on day one, and they lost like 13-11, 13-10. So it's not like they're getting blown out of the waters. So, you know, them being able to take out BBL 2-0, that's looking pretty decent for them. And, you know, they'll have a rematch now, right?
Oh, yeah. How do you think that's going to go, Lothar?
This time I think Koi is taking
fucking hell.
Against Liquid?
Yeah.
Why?
How are playoffs decided? Why is Artis saying they will most likely play Fnatic? Artis is talking out his ass. They've got like there's a decent chance that Artis plays against Fnatic, but it's under 50%.
Oh, okay, okay.
One map, just so we're clear.
We have
Wait, what did he say?
We all know this is going to happen. Oh, I kind of want it to happen. But as we say goodbye to BBL, you know, I feel like...
What did he say? He'll shave his head if Koi beats Liquid?
We managed to see everything maybe they had prepared, but let's end on a positive note. Anything you feel like could
No, it's not.
be something
It's
that
not
if they really did
a
work on
1/3 chance. It is higher than
the
that.
next split, they're going to come out stronger.
Nice. Yeah.
It's a 1/3 chance if Foot win play-ins.
They know what they need to work on, you know, and I feel like in
It's a 50-50 chance if Vitality or Liquid win play-ins.
But I think he knows exactly how to now tailor their defense towards the enemies.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them come back either. But for now, let's send this back down to Zoe, who's standing by with Stark, for an interview.
If Ardis is predicting that Vitality are definitely making it through play-ins, then yeah, under that universe, it's a 50-50 that whether they play
and you guys are not out yet. Now let's talk
against
about
Fnatic.
what just happened, because quite frankly, BBL almost took you guys to map number 3. What do you think?
Oh, it's 0% if foot win. Yeah, sorry.
Maybe not they took us to map 3.
Right, right. Yeah,
more
because
like
if foot win...
We did some crucial mistakes that shouldn't happen. Obviously, it's our second official game together, so we try to do everything correctly, but not always it works. So I think all on us, we could have ended it way faster, and just happy about the win.
As you should be, as you should be. You just said second official match together, of course. The start yesterday looked phenomenal against Team Liquid, especially on that map number 1. You guys really showed up, and a lot of people, I think, you know, you guys were kind of flying under the radar. Obviously, a late like roster announcement and whatnot contributed to that. If you're looking and reflecting back on that game against Liquid, what do you think made that so close? Because they will be your opponents again.
I mean, what made it so close is like we just did our job. We did what we've been practicing for the last month, and what made us lose is also some problems I will not talk about here because we already fixed them. That's why we won today. Like, we knew what mistakes were on the last game yesterday. We could have won that, but we didn't, and we're just gonna win it on Sunday.
All right,
Okay.
I hear the confidence.
Okay.
You are very confident that you're gonna take the W there.
Yeah, Zoe's great.
That's good. That's good. That's how it should be. Now, of
She's a
course,
very
we are
strong
setting
interviewer.
up for our next game. Thank you.
She's
once
got good
more,
on-camera
and
presence.
Congratulations to you and the team, and Vitality and Fnatic will be
I also
coming
like
up
her
next
trousers.
after this.
Yo.
Starzo's so funny. So, yeah. So if foot win, sorry, let me wrap my head around this. If foot win play-ins, they can't play against Team Heretics, which means Team Heretics are guaranteed to be playing against Foot or Fnatic or NaVi, which means there's a 0% chance if Foot win. So if Foot win the playoffs, it's 0%, or 50% if it's Vitality or Team Liquid. Right.
But in spite of everything, it occurs.
So it just comes down to what you think is going to happen, basically.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
What you think the chances are of a Fnatic Vitality, Fnatic NaVi game.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy.
Well, no, it's a 1/3 chance, assuming everyone has the same chances of winning play-ins, which just isn't true, is it? You just wait until they've played play-ins. It's kind of this entire discussion is just pointless. You just wait and see what happens. Why are you so confident Fnatic beats Vitality? I'm not. That's just kind of my default position. If I had to put a percentage on it, I guess it's pretty difficult because the world in which Fnatic loses, Fnatic play worse than we saw last year. If Fnatic are playing like they did in the major tournaments of last year, they win fairly handedly, I think. But in a world where Fnatic lose, they would have to underperform compared to last year, and then I don't know how badly they would underperform. But let's say I think it's probably something like a 70-30 that Fnatic win. Maybe a little higher than that, maybe like a 75-25, something like that. You know, just because it's the beginning of the year and we haven't seen Fnatic play at all, yeah, there's some chance that Vitality managed to pull it out, but I don't think it's particularly high. How badly could they underperform? Their player quality is just so insane. Well, they have underperformed before at various times. I mean, Fnatic played pretty badly in the off-season when they hadn't been scrimming and were just using their old setups. The game that they played against Cloud9 was pretty poor in the off-season. Fnatic also played a bit of a bad game against Liquid in the finals of EMEA. They weren't up to their top form there. They played worse in the offseason than they did in the game against Liquid, but it's super possible that Fnatic have off days. At Champs, I don't think that's so much that they just had bad performances. I think they personally have a mental block about how to get around Loud. I think Loud are just an extremely difficult team for Boaster to call around. I think they've also got some kind of like they respect Loud a bit too much. They allow Loud to get away with a lot. And Loud's got the individual skill to be able to make Fnatic's like stress test them a little bit, I guess. But yeah, because I think really Fnatic should have been able to win lock-in much more comfortably than they did. Loud are the only team that's been able to consistently beat Fnatic on Lotus. They've really got something figured out about that. And yeah, beat them twice at Champs as well. Yeah. Have you played Infinite Craft? No, I haven't. I wanted to do some variety streaming while I was here and do some like Infinite Craft or something like that. But everybody else was flying home instead of staying here, and I wanted to do it with somebody. Will you be analyzing the NA games tonight? I'm going to be casting the Loud Leviathan game. You have to play Balatro. I don't know what that is. Bum 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 boom. Do you prep anything for casting? Yeah, definitely. What are they up to here?
Can they replicate their success in 2024? All of
The comps I'm seeing this VCT are wild. I want to know what these teams are smoking. Yeah, people are really going crazy with the compositions. I think Boaster's reasonable for that tweet, honestly.
But Fnatic could just be that one.
Do you think Oxy is actually the worst duelist in franchising, like Demon once said?
A single comp in 2020.
In Americas?
That's right, 6 maps, 6 comps. A Phoenix on Icebox? That is out of the question. So just how are they going to handle the risks? Everyone else in this league is currently
No, I don't think he is. I don't think Oxy's the worst. But I think Oxy's getting a little overrated by the community at the moment for how flashy he is. Oxy's making a lot of errors as well. A lot. But I don't think he's the worst. No. And I think if he refines his game a little bit, he's got the skill to be really, really good.
Me and my team of investigators have uncovered the most upsetting truth about Fnatic. Screams of horror emerge from upstairs as Durke locks in Yoru.
What the fuck is this? They've put an overlay over the camera and they're running around with the camera.
Worry, I'm just dodging the flash. I'm not having a seizure. But we have some things to talk about. Durke might
Okay, they're cooking. They're cooking.
And he has a little bit of, gap to fill. We already have seen artists from NaVi actually playing really well so far.
I appreciate them trying
let's talk
something.
A little bit about context. What can we expect from the Fnatic on the Euro? Those are the 4 maps that I think are the
Twitch
best ones
got banned
for
in
the Euro
Turkey in the middle of the match. The Turkish stream went from 30k views to 700. What?
We already have seen Euro on Breeze. We already have seen Euro on Lotus as well in this VCT, and we've seen him on Icebox. The only map that we didn't see him is on Bind. But
When do you need to leave to cast today's games? Hours and hours and hours and hours and hours from now.
I fully think that we're gonna see from Fnatic a Euro composition on Lotus because
They cited gambling streams as the
that
reason.
support can be given to him by potentially an Omen and Breach on that map. That is something
That's
we'll most likely see. And there's
horrendous.
A lot of potential Euro lineups when it comes to the TPs that are able to.
What other websites are banned in Turkey? Turkey is a bit of a black hole of knowledge for me. I'm fairly ignorant about what's going on there. I have like a very vague knowledge of like when we went to Turkey, I looked up some of the recent political history of Turkey and how Erdogan got into power and that kind of stuff, and his general political policies. But I'm pretty unaware of what's been happening in the region or in the country since then.
Great work, by the way, the investigation. That was solid investigation.
Yes, a lot of triangles as well. But it would be so Fnatic to actually bait us into.
Is this all just stemming from Erdogan being a...
I mean, is that the answer, considering what everyone else has been doing in this league?
Like,
are they forced
authoritarian
into the Euro meta?
I think that this
moralist,
would have
basically.
effect if we would have seen Fnatic play on day one, because we'd be like, oh my god, I'm sure that these teams have played Fnatic on scrims and decided to change everything over. But I think that it's going to bring a new frontier to the conversation, because many teams, even though they tried those things, are going to see something different in Fnatic.
I think it's pronounced Erdogan. Okay, sorry. I've mostly seen it written down.
Rookies, Lothar, Fnatic in the past do what Vitality have done. They like to find some younger players from other different leagues, bring them in, adapt them into a system and make them into great players. So do you think Runner and
Twitter,
Kings could
YouTube,
be maybe,
Wikipedia, and
the
Minecraft have all gotten banned before, but are unbound now?
Vitality?
Yeah, I think so. Although I have different questions for Vitality in general, because it seems like they're swapping roles a lot. And we have seen Kicks actually, even though he was performing really well, there are still some Vitality, let's say, small nooks and crannies when it comes to the roles divided between them. But I do think Runner is a player that's incredibly consistent for this Vitality.
I saw some of the Zeta stuff, but I didn't see them lose yesterday. It was too late in the day for me.
On the race, I know that you may want that energy, that kind of electricity that a young player brings, and definitely Runner has to be that for Vitality.
I'm glad you mentioned the compositions, but so let's have a look on Lotus. Of course, Fnatic, they didn't make any changes. Lotus is one of their favorite maps they like to play, so maybe we do see these two teams go up against each other on Lotus. But what do you make of this?
Well,
I mean, yeah, you go.
The thing is that I just wanted to talk about is like we have seen Destrian play on the Sentinels in his entire career. He played 6 times on Sentinels, and that's something that we didn't expect coming into this composition, right? Sorry, into this map. So that's something I'm going to look forward in the other maps as well.
So I had a theory that Vitality was saving their proper compositions for either this game or the rematch against Gentlemates. But I'm not sure whether I'm coping.
About the Euro and whatnot that
I'm not sure.
bring onto the table, and definitely something that other
That was your theory, Charles? I think I came up with that one.
Same old, just bringing the sky, nothing new, nothing of that, bit of spice that you can add onto the compositions. They definitely, I think, are on the side of it's not that deep. The changes do not affect the macro at all. They don't affect that in that level. So they decided to stick
predictions.
To what they already knew was
I said Fnatic 75% chance to win this game. Maybe 70% chance to win, something like that.
The sky and paid the price for the lack of utility, paid the price for the lack of map.
Did you drink any water today? A little bit, actually. The water in LA just, it's so bad.
I feel like there has to be a need to change the meta game, right? And we have seen this in the past so far, because many teams already are playing so many different compositions.
I'm glad you mentioned Safe before, because I'm with you, Lothar. You would
Thoughts
think
on
that
Elmer
if you picked
Putty?
up Safe, you're
I
looking
don't know whether it'll
bring,
make
some
much of a
duelist
difference.
prowess, or maybe put him back on the Cypher Killjoy. But why on earth is Safe playing Omen when Destry is on their team? Do we want to speculate?
That's a very good question, because we have absolutely no idea, and it's incredibly surprising.
He's playing Omen because when Trex comes in, Trex is not going to be playing fucking Omen. Monkey Meatloaf, thank you for the 100 bits. Guess who's back? Oh, is Runner back? Are they doing Runaway in OWCS again?
It's a Sentinel, and somehow,
no way.
Well, Viper, okay, you can make an argument.
Oh, the nostalgia, man, the nostalgia. Legion Gone, Vigilante, Mag, Prophet, Zest, Jew, let's go. Runner is back. Baby Runner is back. The greatest branding of all time. Runaway. It's just so good, man. It's just so good. That pink color, so fucking clean.
He's a good player because you cannot deny that.
The nostalgia is surging through my my system right now.
We thought he was.
I would never believe that. Nothing would ever make me believe
we can
that.
ask him.
Yeah.
And he will tell you that Omen is his favorite agent.
That's already surprising. But just remember also, officially, he was actually signed after Kix was signed to the team as well. So there was already a role filled, and then the team's, let's say, reaction to signing an initiator would be like, let's get safe.
But he's an
why?
exceptional.
No.
He's
In
an
fact-
exceptional Cypher Killjoy player.
But
he
in
could do
fact,
that.
Runner was, I think, the first pickup of the entire off-season. So if you think about, timeline, because of the unfortunate events that happened last year, I think that Runner was already in that runner-up position to join Team Vitality. And then after Champs was over,
I think that might be
and then
dehydration.
Save
Yeah.
maybe become available,
I am
and then they
dehydrated.
decided-
But
Definitely.
Runner and Kicks are not the issues here because they could just make Destrian play Smokes and Safe play Cypher Killjoy. And the world is right again.
Yeah, but then you also have tracks that will be joining in further on, and then you have.
What
to
is
think
my
about
title
taking
at the
which
moment?
That doesn't matter. That wouldn't matter if they don't make it to Madrid, right?
Yeah.
They got to think about what matters
Oh.
now. And speaking of that, let's look at Sender because I feel like Sender. We got a lot of fragging IGLs in the league right now. They are doing tremendously, and Sender
There we
is
go.
one of those
Real
players
match,
that has
real good
really
eating.
stepped up.
That's what
And
we're
of
going
course,
for.
He's got to go up against Boaster.
The Fnatic game's about to begin.
Publicly, Lothar put himself out there saying, "I'm looking for an aiming coach. I want to improve
I
my
believe it was on the desk today.
He's gotta be
Could be
able to
wrong
run
though.
with the boos and Senders of the league.
Look, I need to say this though. I don't ever thought about.
You're gonna look really dumb when this is a 13-2, 13-5.
I think.
I
when he
don't
was
see it
playing,
being that
2 years
one-sided.
ago, he was having to he had to micromanage the entire team, think about everything, communicate everything, and coordinate the entire team. And it's incredibly hard to be focused on your.
He said he's casting?
and
Oh, is he
playing
casting
well
today?
When it comes to the shooting mechanics, when you're doing all that,
I didn't realize.
I feel like there was a natural progression when it comes to his performance because he is performing better nowadays, right? But it's because his team is now allowed more freedom when you compare it to the past Fnatic interaction.
I thought he was on the desk.
Iterations, thank you very much. So now I do expect him to perform better, but not because he's putting time into practicing it. It's more about his own just freedom.
He said first day on VCT Americas, nothing about casting. Yeah, I think he's on the desk today.
He's coming in,
I think he's hosting the desk.
18-year-olds are very fresh, they're very quick. They're not going to give you any time to react, and I
He's a
think
very
that
good
he
desk
also
host
needs-
as well.
We were talking about Frontiers, like for Cena, for this, for that.
He just hasn't
Fnatic would not
had that as
making
his main gig in a while because he's so good at
changes
casting too.
besides the coach. I think that you need to look to look for something for yourself to improve. And if Boaster thinks that in his case was the aim, I'm actually very happy that even him, in the position that he's in, decides to be like, yeah, I actually want to get better in every single
We
sense.
have no excuses. We literally have no excuses. But I want to quickly take a look at
I'm casting later on today.
tweet
I'm doing Lev
Team
Loud.
Vitality tweeted out. What do we make of this?
Well, at least the colors fit.
I think honestly, G2 goes and did it better.
Oh, the guild? The guild stuff back in the day? I'm with you.
Yeah, this is
a
a weak tweet.
If
I'm not
you
gonna
want
lie.
to dish it out, I feel like. And
It's,
if they do win today, Lothar, I think they win the social
It just
media
doesn't.
as well.
It doesn't fit, man. If you're gonna go after Fnatic,
Yeah,
you have to go after them being like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, well that's an easy one.
You have to go after them for like choking at champs, or you have to go after them for
We
like
are going to bring the boys out in just a minute. but I
not
wanna
even
talk
winning in
about map pools.
EMEA, something like that.
Like, we don't know what teams' map pools are going to be like. They're new teams, but we do know what.
Like if
Fnatic
if
map
Vitality
pools
put
are.
out a
There's no
tweet
Haven,
saying
no Thrasher
like,
this year, so where would you
looking
like to
forward
see
to
them?
playing against the best team in EMEA.
I would like to see them
Unfortunately,
in
that
maps
Team
like you
Liquid
were
roster
mentioning.
broke
If
up,
they've been
something
hyping
like
up all
that.
this Euro, I want to
And
see them
that would be
try
such a
down the
better
sunset
burn on
below
Fnatic
this,
than
of
just
the map pool. I
taking
think
a
that
picture
is
of them
where
with the logo on a trash can.
Icebox enjoys.
I mean,
You got to hit them where
not even a
it actually
question,
makes
yeah,
sense.
Right? When you think about Fnatic, you think about all of those fantastic maps that they had, the comeback on Icebox. Those are the maps that
Boaster
kinda
overrated dancer.
identify with Fnatic, at least for me. And
Just
I feel like you
create
don't want to play against Fnatic
create a
Icebox at
targeted
all.
character
That's something
assassination
we've
of
seen in the
Boaster's
past,
dancing.
banning Icebox, right? And now with the new iteration of Icebox, I feel like Fnatic could also adjust very well to how you play mid with the window now in kitchen.
I think that no team wants to face Fnatic whatsoever. I think that
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it's
they
so
are
funny because
beatable.
Like the team to beat. The team to beat.
They
Oh, you
are
told us to
beatable.
Liquid.
I mean, you see what happened to Champions, right? Everybody thought they were going to do the 3P. It would have been an upset if they didn't. And the fashion in which they lost to Loud was concerning.
But I think that also has to do with.
I think there must be some kind of delay here happening here, right? Because I feel like we've been in this desk for a long time.
Oh, goodness. We can understand that the burnout was definitely there because if you want to keep a consistent training, like
it's always unfortunate having to fill during moments like this as well, when
it's normal and
you're talking about a team that you haven't even seen yet. You've got nothing to go off. Yeah, I saw the JDG got rolled.
Run back a little bit to
It's
the map
pretty tragic,
because
honestly.
If you think about how Fnatic always plays in new metagames, you expect them to innovate something. If you guys remember how Fracture was being brought to the map pool, we have seen
It was supposed to start in an hour and a half. Yeah, they're not going to wait an hour and a half, guys.
Showcasing something new.
They're not going to run it on schedule. They just run it after the next match.
A completely new map with Sunset being in the pool, but also Lotus is completely reworked when it comes to the defensive side, and we also have icebox changes. So preferably, if you're a team facing Fnatic, you don't want them to give the.
They did a game against Liquid on both their YouTube channels. The losers could decide the other team's walkout. Wait, so is Fnatic's walkout being decided by Team Liquid here?
I'm actually more excited to see maps like Bind, like the maps that haven't had exactly the
Okay.
maps that haven't
So,
had changes,
does
but,
anyone know what this is going to be? This has made me intrigued for the walkout here.
But also, if Fnatic, is going to be, you were mentioning 6 maps, 6 comps.
They have to wear Liquid player masks. That would be very funny.
Give me a number. Give me a number. How many agent changes they make? Quick.
Overall?
Yes. They made 0 last year, so give me a number.
I think it would be 4.
7 and 4. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. We will see because the wait is over. There is just one team we have yet to see in the Riot Games arena. It's time to bring them out. Here is Fnatic taking on Team Vitality.
What's going on here? I just see someone's hand. I don't know whose hand that was. It was probably an admin. There was nothing. Nothing's happening here.
They've been cooking. They've been trying to define the meta. They've been trying to do something new. Fnatic are the last.
I've been baited. I've been baited and scammed. We got fucking scammed.
So this is going to be very, very interesting. Of course, they have yet to face the new
Team Liquid got scammed.
Just yet, and a reminder: a win here sends you to playoffs, which means you are.
Ooh, they're honoring Liquid by doing absolutely nothing of note when the time comes.
But for Vitality, it would be a huge boost.
Look, for Fnatic, it's gonna be back-to-back.
That is a banger, Triceratops. That is a banger. Fucking hell.
If you ask people in the audience, I don't.
All right, come on, let's get it.
That Fnatic are
All right, Elmer Puddy.
So this is gonna be a very, very hard battle.
What has the team cooked up? What has the team cooked?
Also, a shout out
Yeah,
to
Destrian is super tall.
him in the Riot Games arena. I think the first time Salah has ever had to look up, maybe.
A cameraman is just like between Durka's legs.
You didn't see me? We missed you.
I didn't see him.
Oh no, that was Mitch. My bad. Sorry. It's a long day.
Throwing out the short jokes all over the place from Yinsu. That's aggression.
They got their win already against Gentlemates, and Fnatic, they are beatable.
Who's got their hand? Whose fucking hand is that? It's Leo. Dude,
you said that they're beatable. They were already a very hard team to
what was
beat
Leo doing there?
year. You cannot even imagine how
He was
this
way
year
below
is
the
going
rest
to
of them.
be. Even on scrims, this has been the team to beat. Everybody wants to, score a win against it, but doing it on stage is a different feel, and of course a different outcome because of what you're saying about just getting that spot on playoffs. Now,
I want Vitality to lose so Fnatic can get destroyed by NaVi. Wow. Let's have a look at this map veto then. So what are Fnatic going for? They get rid of Sunset, probably because they don't want to show it. Vitality get rid of Icebox. I mean, yeah, it might be Fnatic just permaban Sunset as well. They do sometimes just pick a map and leave it out all the time. But that means that Fnatic are going to get forced to play Ascent here.
they're leaning towards?
So Fnatic's historically not been very good on Ascent, despite the fact that they have an incredible roster to be able to play that map properly. But they just don't seem to have as solid a defense as other teams. They end up playing too passive on their defense side, and then Fnatic bind to finish things. So Vitality, I mean, if Vitality can push this to 3, it'll be really cool. Fnatic have historically been extremely good on maps 1 and map 3. Yeah, this will be interesting. This will be interesting.
Hard for Vitality to counter all of that from the defense when it's always going to be Fnatic taking up the upper hand.
Yeah, and I just want to say, 17 times Fnatic has played Lotus. They have
Are Fnatic just going to play the same stuff?
One time, not one change.
I don't think there's any reason for Fnatic to change their composition on Lotus, though. Because the Sky nerf doesn't affect them. They were already running the Sky. They're already running the Fade and the Astra. I don't see any reason why you should be pressured into changing your Lotus comp. Don't see any reason why they should change their Ascent comp either. I think they just needed some improvements in terms of how they played it. Bind? Maybe they could mix something up on Bind, but I think the Solar Sky is still pretty good there. So, but maybe the Chamber on Bind would be interesting.
They have to make a plan for it, right? So what? Double Sentinel here?
But yeah, to be honest with you, Fnatic could just keep all of their compositions the same and still win this game. But we might see something really interesting from them here.
Every player out there, maybe we have some teams, you know, that have joined that. I was gonna say celebration, but that stretching session before the game. It definitely, it's worked for Fnatic. Maybe Vitality should try it as well, as we're seeing the crowd. But you know, going back to the maps, going back to
that DRX game was that DRX game was like the worst loss Fnatic had all year, and they'd always been able to beat DRX before in the past on Bind. That one was a really unusual map.
A different Fnatic, but not a very different Fnatic.
I mean, like you
but
guys
it doesn't
said,
mean that they
Vitality,
couldn't
they're the
run
underdogs
it.
here. They have nothing to lose.
Like they shouldn't
If they lose today, they would just
they shouldn't
have a
feel
match
like they
against
can never
Generator
return to that.
in the lower bracket. But what
Were
are
those
the win
Woohoo Jin
conditions
signs?
as we take a look at the agent select? Because Fnatic have made
Yeah, they made one change. They put Boaster onto Omen.
It counts. So
I'm not really sure why either. I thought Boaster's Astra was cooking on this map, and I actually think that Omen is going out of style a little bit here even, because what people used to use it super heavily for was going for that like Omen teleport on the attack side, but I don't think people are doing much more 3-1-1 defaulting on this map rather than 1-1-3.
On the left side of the entrance when you're attacking, you're gonna be able to clear that very particular angle
So
of that paranoia. That's very important. So I'm a fan of Omen in this map because it gives you a lot more potential.
I don't know. I like the Astra. I think they had really good game plans for what they wanted to do with the Astra. Boaster used to use the recall smokes in order to cross dangerous op sight lines. He also used to use pulls and stuns really effectively to combo with Durka's utility if they had already used the Fade util. So I thought the Astra was fantastic. We'll see. We'll see what he's got with the Omen.
It's Mitch and Tom.
Sealed, thank you for the 5 months.
Good to hear your voice. The rest of the desk all day long.
I am on the broadcast today. Yes, yes.
The biggest fan reception so far has been for this Fnatic squad. How do you think
Tens cooked on Omen entry against 100 Thieves. Did he? He was kind of just teleporting in with Zekken and getting killed a lot. He had some good value, and I mean the Omen can still be useful with aggressive teleports.
This is their hometown. This is
But
their map.
I don't think that's Durka's style. Boaster's style very often. So, Chronicles just jiggling this, catches something. This is going to start the acceleration into C.
Is spotted. 4 players already going aggressively. This puts a lot of pressure onto Kicks alone within that C site, and the B site.
They're making it feel like a B hit with the Prowler. Chronicle gets through. They're in onto C. Boaster only has 1 smoke, and he uses it to lock off the flank.
Looks like a plan coming through. A wall to cover their back and, most importantly, the door.
They're really, really worried about this, but that also means that they don't have, like, they haven't planted for Mound, and now they're playing post plants in a spot where they only own Mound. I think Fnatic have fucked this.
The spike itself.
No, they haven't, because Durka's the actual
It's going to force the player out.
Goat. No, no, they have fucked it.
And he has saved the day. Alpha left in a 1v3, Ghost in hand, and almost
Yeah,
no chance
that's...
to deny that defuse.
They completely misread what was going on there. They didn't realize that those 3 flanking players were not going to fight super heavy over Mound. They also didn't plan for Mound. And so what they ended up doing was, instead of reacting into the site and taking more space towards Waterfall or CT, they just got themselves trapped.
In terms of duelists last year, probably second only to the man on the other side. So now this is like their litmus test. This is how good are they? It's early days in their roster's lifetime.
I think they needed to take Waterfall there. I think that would have been the best option. Now, that would have meant that they had a massive fight, because that's where the Vitality people ended up going, actually. But like reacting into the site, taking control of the site dominantly, and then planting in a better spot would have been a good start, too.
Than it is to stay there.
Well, that's always going to be the thing. Look, everybody has in their mind a different target when they come into events. You might have a regional rivalry. There might be a team that has an ex-teammate of yours that you want to take down. We have plenty of those storylines here, but everybody wants to take down Fnatic. The accolade you get alongside that, you get added to a very short list of teams.
Safe and Leo make
Can I turn up the game a little? Yeah, sure. Nope, just kidding. It's on full volume.
In terms of a rivalry, but I don't even feel like there is much of a rivalry. Maybe between Safe and Fnatic. He's mentioned that once or twice. Yeah. He wanted to go there with Leo. They made other choices. For now, at least.
Durka trying to bait out that Guardian spam from Sender.
A bit of a weak bind.
You know, they might be able to tap the orb and then punish Sender inside tree.
I think that was something that Boaster masters very
around with it.
quickly, and
He
thus
got hit.
became an incredibly strong map for them. With the changes, we now kind of look at
He's just getting rid of his ammo.
defensive side is going to be better for a lot of
Safe
teams.
realizes that they're coming back over towards C right now.
For now,
Throws down the smoke. Safe still has paranoia as well.
Shouldn't
really be too much danger here. Safe should be fine.
Well,
He doesn't have the paranoia out though. He's got his gun out. Oh, does he spot the player up top? He doesn't. Boaster went for the TP play on top of his head, and Safe didn't realize.
Beautiful to see. Nade's going to deny plant for a second. 10
Oh, there we go.
left.
That's a really bold play from Boaster that worked out nicely.
Won't really have a chance to double down on it and deny any further. That plant does come through. Damage
It's kind of crazy how good that teleport is, actually. He was completely out of Safe's sightline.
With the rifle to do the heavy lifting.
It looks silly from the third-person perspective that we were watching it from, but from Safe's POV, he can't actually see Boaster on his screen because he's so close to the box.
It has landed. Nade's a little short.
Yeah. So much still that would need to go wrong for Vitality. The weaponry so far in their favor.
That shot from Boaster's pretty big, and Durka's coming around behind. Ah, Kick's got him. They know where Boaster is. Kick should be able to handle this. Nice try by Fnatic, though. Nice try. Certainly showing that they have a specific plan with Boaster to put pressure on people anchoring
the side of Vitality. So many players lost to get back in there. And already we're seeing some of these plays that previously have been built on with like a paranoia going through and the TP up top from an Omen. Boaster did it dry and it worked out. Just distraction play on Safe as he was a little too focused on the rest of the players making their way through. That'll work.
So they've done a lot of damage to Vitality's economy here in terms of trying to get the bonus round done. I mean, this is essentially just an eco round, right? From Vitality. So this is where they used to use this Viper Orb is where Boaster's Astra used to do a pullback smoke so that they could cross, so that they would avoid getting hit by this angle, because now you can swing it from both sides, right? And now they're using the Viper Orb for this, which means that they don't have the Viper Orb here, and they're going to reposition it here to lurk into C, I would assume.
That's certainly being denied from the side of Fnatic. All the utility that came back at them, they give up the space, they pump the brakes, they wait, and they let Vitality get a little ahead of themselves. Hopefully, on the attacking side, you're hoping
the dog is re-clearing Boaster.
The side has rotated. They've gone to B, they've gone to A, they've seen that fake, even with the orb being
and
taken.
Boaster's going to try and take this timing. Oh, they're going back in. So they're going to ego the fact that Boaster's... Yeah, see, that's the problem. When the dog comes down like this and you don't break it, Boaster left and then came back and he didn't realize that someone had pushed up behind the dog. And then Safe's able to get the kill on him. So I thought he was going to use the timing of the dog re-clear to go for a C react. But he didn't. He went to walk back towards A and got caught by Safe, who'd pushed up. And now Safe's got another.
Still going strong. A second for him already. Fnatic are going to be getting that planting, but now he can wait for the cavalry to arrive. There is a
the vulnerable
very
didn't
real
land.
chance for Vitality in this round.
Oh, that shot as well.
And Alpha just gets tapped into the gut.
A big kill. They could double down
Chronicle
even further.
is
It's
the
only
last
Chronicle
alive.
left. Just one man standing between them.
He could
He's
still
already
win
picked up
this.
the first, and he's on his way for the diffuser, but it's guarded by Destrian.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Destrian. Just didn't know which way to look. I don't think Safe should have gone for the defuse there either. I think they should have tried to find him on site for at least a few more seconds before they like tap and try and hunt the guy. Because there was no time pressure there for Vitality. Unlucky though, unlucky. Chronicle wins the 1v3.
Chronicle. And this is the thing. But whoever Fnatic seem to have, they have this depth of
Don't really like the way that Vitality played that final situation, but other than that, the round was pretty good from them. And they did punish Boaster for going for that contact re-clear of rubble.
But that was a while ago.
Where's his Odin?
So Vitality gets Safe posted up on here.
With the way Vitality
These guys are taking some mound control.
In this round, just to leave the one player safe alone on A. He's holding that control much deeper, and you've got the stack, the rotations towards
Yeah,
the
big
left
Ray's
side of
ultimate.
that
I was just
minimap
about to point that
towards
out.
C. Spotting the turret outside, still online. There's the killjoy. Okay, B lurk.
They're
C players, they know
in,
what's going
but Sender's
Now
on
they gotta
top of the
stop it.
box.
So Darker had the showstopper there, but decides not to use it, just tries to almost seemingly make some sort of sneaky play through. Now bear in mind, because
I think a little short hop in like that is pretty good though. You can get punished from this position or on top of the box, but that's about it.
The showstopper in the process.
I mean, if somebody's playing on the site and tries to look over the
40 seconds
lip,
left. Well, it's Jake up to his old tricks again, TPing through.
ah, this guy's been working on an aim trainer, has he? Sender walked into the Nana Swarm on 2 health.
That gives him a chance, but the fact is the cavalry has already arrived. Leo
Mother of God, what is going on in this game? Alright, Leo helps his team just take a breath. There's 15 seconds here. They get the info on where Safe is playing. They've got to fight this. And Safe gets both. Great shooting from Safe. Fnatic struggling to deal with just a single player on top of the box anchoring C. They threw the paranoia. Oh, wow. So, I didn't catch exactly what happened there, but Boaster actually threw the paranoia to catch the player on top of box. The paranoia was specifically for someone on top of box. And they dodged the paranoia, jumped on the box, and still had enough time to get the kill. That's sick from Sender. Like, Fnatic specifically threw a piece of utility to stop Sender doing that, and he dodged it
with ult online
by jumping on the box immediately after the paranoia and catching Durka. Are they sending ults? Fnatic don't normally ult in rounds like this. Boaster likes to save them for the rifle rounds.
He's gone in. He's cleared the corners. He's got himself some control. Boaster's fighting his own battles.
Boaster's dead.
His own demons miles away. What?
That's
out of position to
pretty ridiculous.
He wins that fight, and look at the value from the bookie. This close angle could be absolutely massive if they go towards it.
Nightfall hasn't really connected onto anything.
Chronicle's just playing his life here.
Fnatic taking 1v1s with much weaker. How has he got?
How has Alpha got a second in the same angle? Okay, now Durka needs to ult, right? Like if Durka.
This is not a round that
wow, they're gonna save completely. What the fuck? What is this
It looks like the
bullshit?
Vitality player.
How have Fnatic won that round by Alpha killing 2 people with a frenzy?
If it wasn't for that bookie on Durka being able to seize close control, that's gonna.
That was definitely the plan. Let's send Durka in with a Bucky.
They've lost a Bucky, Tom.
Oh no! And then Alfia will kill 2 people with a frenzy. One of them at range.
I think that was the play right after he's been cleared out of the corner.
What was his second kill?
By an
okay, it's a bit more reasonable. I don't think Kicks will see it that way, but
I think he was stood on the same spot of ground for both of those kills. So
The Vitality
he really
players
used his own
just
killjoy
trying
fair
to
play. That's good to see
flank
Alpha
on the
getting off to a
retake,
fiery start
all
like that,
approaching
even
from
with the
different
frenzy in hand.
angles,
You felt pretty
means that you're all
confident seeing
taking
the 3-1 lead with low
1v1s.
economy for Fnatic.
And
3-2.
even when
Fnatic
Althea
right
has
back
a
in the game, and they've
frenzy,
got ultis to
he's
play around.
beating people
That
in
showstopper that
1v1s.
Dirk has had for 2 rounds.
Still didn't use it.
It's coming. It's on its way.
Maybe that'll be the flex.
So they take a little bit of space with the horn.
They have been farming orbs for it, so I would be a little bit frustrated. Now,
Safe
one of the
and
players
Durka
they've
swap
struggled
some
with so far has
damage.
been Safe. He has caused Fnatic real issues with his repositioning, but also just...
So if you know that the Omen is here on A, what does that tell you? Probably that the Killjoy Viper are over towards C. So that's not a guarantee, but it probably indicates that.
Again, the way Fnatic play this attack,
And Fnatic are just slowing down the round a little bit, and I think at some point here they just A-pop with Durka's ult. They're going to fake the B hit. I don't think this is going to be real on B.
It's the paranoia for Safe. This could be
They
huge.
paranoia.
There's the initiation. They're on their way through.
There's the blind.
Paranoia, but no peek. I thought that's where Sender was going to go swinging in to take the fight, but instead it's used a delay. Yeah.
It looks like they might be committing B. They're kind of stuck in the middle here. This is a nice reaction from Vitality. This is a really nice reaction from Vitality.
Stuck in a hovel and trying to fight their way out. Leo's at least done well. They've managed to punch through.
They had 3 players over towards A, and when they thought that Fnatic were committing like this, they just pushed out and kind of flanked them.
There's that decision made. Finally, Viper's Pit comes into play from
Dirk has still not found an
Remember,
opportunity to use his
Sender has his
Razor,
own.
but
He
here
can
comes
try
the
to pick
pit.
back through this and make it a very awkward fight for both teams.
Thing is, it's the other
I mean, this is probably just
There's actually access back
spamming into the pit or something, but you only have one player with a rifle.
If they clear him, it could get awkward, but never mind. Leo
Safe
goes
gets
facing
one.
outside Chronicle, taking a little bit of damage, but that's his own teammate's molly. If anything, it just gives away a position he's not
Okay,
even
well,
gonna be in.
Vitality is still going to be able to
Now,
buy
with
in the
just
next
one man
round, so
standing
it's
safe again, he
it's
just
not
has to back
devastating
off.
for
There
them.
wasn't really an avenue back into the
But
site.
Fnatic have Razor, Fnatic are about to have Killjoy ult as well.
Vitality, again, it's closer than maybe it should have been with the weaponry they have, but it is still
If that's a rifle round, though, I think Vitality are winning it again.
And as we can see from the kill feed, he did not. A rifle lost. Another reinvestment for Fnatic. I think that's sort of housekeeping for the side of Vitality. Being able to flick between...
Boaster there is doing his job by trying to defend their back. But it's just a really nice idea by Vitality. They put the Viper wall up so anybody playing Rubble or whatever can't really hold it. Boaster's forced to swing through the Viper wall. And they put the crunch on the people trying to pivot towards B. It's really decisive. I think if Fnatic were playing at their peak there, they found an opportunity to like go back into Vitality with the Raze ult. But I think they're looking a little slow at the moment here, Fnatic. I think Fnatic are looking
Side last time out.
a mite ponderous.
Sender did a fantastic job on their attack as well of holding onto this position and making aggressive pushes awkward.
Safe too slow to be able to get the one-way online.
Also played a lot in towards.
He's just relying on his individual ability there, isn't he?
Mollies and mowing people down with an Odin as they tried to run through it. Seems like they've switched things up a little bit for their defense of last time. Paranoia going to be going in on to
Nice.
Safe, looking to put the pressure in. There goes that showstopper. He's
Good
made it to the
play
side,
from
but it doesn't matter.
Fnatic.
Boaster's already got the kill.
Paranoia with the Prowler, so it's really difficult to shoot the Prowler or hear it or whatever. You get blinded for super long, and then the Raze ult comes in around the other side. Very good way of breaking that hold of tree.
Take as the rest of the teammates spill in, guns ablazing.
And that just creates a
Still has that
very
Viper
large,
ulti online, but the pit is hard to bring into play.
a very large player advantage for them to win the post.
Sender, good idea of where these players are. Flash through as we emerge from a different wall. It's the A site. That's quickly denied.
All right, Boaster gets 2 instead of being traded. All good.
Sender's going
All
to take
good.
his pit home. At least he's going to try to. Those steps are already heard. Dirk is close.
Yeah, Fnatic normally play a slow Lotus, but they normally commit very decisively when they make a decision. Like in this round, that set play to take tree control, they commit really heavily once they actually hit the go button. I felt like in the previous round, their mid-round call of like, where are we going, what are we doing, it seems a bit, a little unsure, but this round was, yeah, very clean, very clean. Good little U-tool combo to get them onto the site.
In the early stages of this defensive side, and letting that one slip, giving Fnatic a little bit of an extra boost financially, and also just in terms of the scoreline, might come back to haunt them.
Safe's thinking, how the fuck do I deal with that? What do I do about that?
Still a very long way to go in this map. Unfortunately for Vitality, that was sort of the last ditch.
Because, I mean, even if he counter paranoias and keeps everybody back from inside tree, he's just getting resulted around the backside.
Could be problematic.
Maybe if he double TP'd, like if he TP'd out and then TP'd up to heaven, maybe? But he's blind, so
Runner.
good luck executing that really well.
Again, after a lot of early
Boaster spotted A, but Boaster's there like A side lurker, so doesn't tell you that it's an A hit. Vitality are going for a triple push out B, or at least playing for some kind of info.
There's a bit of an early shift from Vitality.
I think Vitality are doing a good job of gaining information in the mid round here. They have done in the last few rounds.
When you've got pistols, mostly sheriffs to work with, trying to play the numbers advantage. The A site will have the backup for now as they've seen the door open, the Viper wall go up. But there's no movement from Fnatic, not just yet.
Yeah, I'm casting tonight. I'm also planning on bathing in Red Bull before the broadcast. Because this 5 AM wake up is...
I thought he was going to go through first.
It's hidden.
Right from the back. So
the Nightfall doesn't actually catch on anybody, but they know that there's people here. So they're going to commit the lockdown too? They don't have...
Gets them so much information. Nade doing work. The snake bite was sublime.
What's the point in using the lockdown if you're going to go into sight before it's applied any pressure anyway? They just completely wasted that ultimate there.
Now, you know what? That's a great teammate because he was like, you know what? Dirk is at the bottom of the board. I'll act as a distraction so that he can get the kill.
It didn't do anything.
When it comes to the support role.
Of course.
Just a warning ult. Makes the opponents panic. No. I mean, it makes the opponents panic if you wait for a few seconds. But if you commit, like...
That is an assist.
If you just go forwards as soon as you use your lockdown, it's not doing anything.
Happy to help. 5-3. Yeah, a really nice recovery from Fnatic. It's been 4 rounds in a row, and this is the problem. Once they get the ball
You have to wait until there's a little bit of time pressure.
Boaster solo playing this side of
the like when Vitality have to make a decision. Okay, are we fighting this lockdown? Are we leaving? But they don't have to make a decision in the first 2 seconds, which is when Fnatic decided to push them. I think that was just miscom. I think Alpha was just worried that they were going to lose the round.
Taken away from them, but they're filling in to spill the gaps.
So now there's a really big ult advantage for Vitality. This is a great opportunity for Vitality to come back into the game.
The difference is Fnatic have been
They've read this C hit. They're in position to stop it.
Much quicker to fall off. This time out, though, it's perfect because they've got 3 players dedicated in.
They're trying to break the lockdown. Blast pack, recall the nice recall from Destrian.
But safe having ultimate as well. You know, he doesn't really need to fall back from Rubble. He can keep
still 3 players here, still safe posted up on Rubble, or was posted on Rubble. They've used the Viper utility, so safe's backed up here. So they're actually pushing safe away a little bit just based off the Viper util. But there's 30 seconds left on the clock. There's 3 players ready to defend. I mean, the round's over, pretty much. Because look, Runner's already there. Runner's already rotating across with his Razor. It should be over. How is Durka getting that kill? What a shot. They forced out another ultimate here just because Durka got that kill.
How do they defend it from far away? I didn't see any nanos thrown down on it. This spike could be got in half.
They're pretty far out here. Do they have people posted on angles? Yeah, they clear out breakable door. That's good. Now they need to win duels against Chronicle, Alpha, and Leo. Surely that won't be difficult. Smoke on the spike. They're going to bait Fnatic into spamming. Nobody challenges. Oh, Vitality. Vitality, when you tap and you bait the spray out of the post planners, you need to punish them for it. Not just hide around the corners. Oh no. Oh no.
I felt like it could have flipped either way. The fact that there's no smoke on the defuse.
This is a prime example of a round that Fnatic should not win.
Look at that.
It is a good mid-round pivot over towards B, but the round should be over because there shouldn't really be any chance there of the plant even going down, I don't think. As soon as the ult is popped, they should be able to flood off the back of it, I think.
All 3 players were looking at Boaster.
Yeah. So it's sort of like, yeah, Boaster is the immediate
Tragedy.
threat, but then you have to kind of...
Yeah, I think they should have just flooded with the showstopper there, absolutely. But I think they could have still won the round with the lockdown. You know, there's nothing too terrible about that decision. They still had winning opportunities towards the end with it. I just think it would have been... I mean, the time pressure on Fnatic is so intense. If you flood with the showstopper, everybody from Fnatic is going to have to commit to that, and it should be quite predictable.
What's just happened, trying to get his team back in this one, because 5 rounds in a row is not a pretty sight. And that's it.
Can you really punish if the spray kills the diffuser after like 3 bullets? Not really. I mean, they did get a bit lucky with the spray into the smoke, but I think a better decision in that situation would have been to tap and then like swing out of the smoke.
Could just be accounted as well. Okay, they've been pushing aggressively up on A. I'm going to pick him out of the sky.
Which makes it much less likely that Fnatic kill you, because you're tapping, then you move out to the side, and then you get ready to swing them.
You guys go that way. I've got this side of the map.
Yeah, you know, we've seen again.
I think Leo missed the horn there, right?
Immediately, he jiggle jump.
They're gonna fight this. Runner's got a good read on where Durka's playing, and Safe's up. Safe is doing a good job here. I don't think it's enough though.
And now the numbers advantage in the duel, 3 versus 1, as Runner goes down, leaving Sender alone.
Chronicle just making sure that he cleans up all of the players that are fighting.
You know, I feel like I've said that for a couple rounds now.
No, Destrian got killed at the very beginning of the round, facing this aggro angle over towards C, into the operator. Alpha, tearing people up with the op, opens and closes it.
Let me just shoot a shot while I'm just running away.
But the economy's not going to be good here for Vitality again.
I genuinely think that, from what I can see on the map, Destrian just did the classic, I'm just going to jump, peek, and go back out.
Oh,
yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a shot from Alpha.
That's what you get. Do we have his last kill as well? Was it as quick? I don't know if it was, but it seemed...
He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
I thought Alpha was already ahead of the wall, but no.
All right, they're going to fight over this again. Boaster's teleporting past.
67 health left.
Most teams are not really gonna. I wonder.
I mean, only
yeah, I mean, I guess you can fight heavy over a rubble like Fnatic are doing now if your opponents aren't running the fade, because you're not worried about getting randomly seasonaded. So you're just not scared about the raise nade that much, even if it lands on top of you. And you can always do the aggressive teleports like Safe was doing when Vitality played recently. Or like Billy was doing, you know, where they go for the double TP over towards Switch.
And it is Sender trying to clutch this one out. Currently vulnerable. They know exactly where he is, and the spike's already made it to the site. But Leo, I think he's just going for the kill at this point. He just knows, you know, I don't even need to risk this. Let's just wait for the cover of my team. This time he gets him, though. That's the kill that gives him maybe a chance. They've used Nightfall just on him.
I think the fade is really fucking good on this map too.
Oh, he's looking the wrong way.
Sliggy disagrees. Sliggy thinks you need a flash in the comp. I don't think you do, to be honest. I think the fade is cooking. I think you have so many other tools to be able to push people off angles.
Clearly they've come in with an idea.
I think it's really good.
Talking about it a little bit, the fact that the opening matchup.
Yeah, and Leo's fade is incredible on this map. So good.
How much have they investigated that?
Again, oh my god. Alpha's getting some bonkers picks here.
Then he goes, I'll check B this round so he doesn't get me, and he's there.
I will say, like, the inner nerd in me, every time I see that little zoom thing comes up, cool. It just makes me happy.
I'm so glad they showed it to us in rehearsals.
They're fighting over rubble control again at the start of this round.
It was so cool.
Vitality not really able to stop them, deciding to take mound control instead.
I don't know if you guys know this. Sender actually has a Viper's Pit online. So
what?
Yeah. He got that online, you know, 6 rounds ago.
2 days ago.
He hasn't used it yet. But now, maybe not the best idea either, because Durka is coming in with a showstopper.
All right, they catch Alpha, who's not opping.
Alpha.
That's a big stop because he has been causing them real issues. The problem is...
Oh, maybe it was opping. I thought it wasn't.
The thing about having that Viper's Pit here is they can use it to waterfall their way back through. The problem with
Fnatic setting up an aggressive play. They get the C's onto a couple of players. Oh, are they just going to spam into this?
It'll give them that extra bit of space. It'll clear out that back corner as well.
This not quite as good of a retake ult as we've seen from... Who the hell was the other one?
Showstopper, he could get multiple kills. Instead, Safe's come from behind. He saved the players of Vitality and maybe just the round.
I think it was one of the Pacific teams,
still
wasn't it?
sitting back, manages to find himself one, and now he's the only one left.
Time? Oh, that was close. If they had killed Kicks on the spike there at the end,
and they will have
Vitality would have run out of time. That was
7-round hiatus.
All right, a decent retake from Vitality, grouped up together, taking space with each other.
It's not the best. It was 3-1 at a certain point. And that point was quite a while ago.
Safe is 17-7.
Yeah, Safe is fucking trying. Safe is trying.
The thing is, when they've actually run into him, he's been ridiculous. Like, I was a little bit skeptical seeing him play controller because, as I said, he was.
This sounds like the Ace Attorney music.
Last year, and it's because the best one won 2 trophies. Like,
I also discussed a little bit about, you know, what does he want as a person, as a player, and
They have such fantastic soundtracks in the Ace Attorney.
From what I've heard, he's got his eyes, I won't give away too much, but on different roles. And not even the one he's playing right now.
It's obviously not exactly the same, but it has like some similarities.
He thought he was meant to be a
Objection!
I feel like he just plays everyone.
God, those games are so good.
That's safe. That's safe.
I haven't played them in years, but they were so good.
A lot of value to be cleaved from having players like that who will just say, what is it on this map?
It's actually the meme of Safe is the guy pouring sweat while Boaster's just dancing and singing. Boaster's pretty serious when he gets into the game.
If I was to give
But
advice to someone
it's
getting
quite
into the
funny.
game, I'd say don't play like Angel. That would be the first thing I'd say.
Don't know what Durka was... Oh, Durka was looking at the door because they had just broken it. Nice pistol round from Vitality. Really nice pistol idea. Going up through A. Fnatic go for a react B push. They collect the B push. Split B.
Leo, 74 health.
Nice pistol.
Good luck.
This is still going to be a game. I feel like Fnatic have just kind of skilled their way through this match so far. They've had like 2 really good rounds, and the rest of it has been mostly
That's one. That's one. He's got a few more to go.
either skilling it or I suppose they had better rubble fights
I think the clock will do the job at this point.
in like 2 rounds.
Onto the spike. It's another instant headshot, but Safe will survive, and Kicks is going to make sure it doesn't go any further. Controlled from Vitality. Didn't give him a chance. Now they get the rewards.
There are new ones that came out on Steam a few years ago.
Really?
Oh shit, I should play some.
Into this attack half, which, as we've said, like, we've seen teams improve on the defensive side of this map, but ultimately we do still lean it in the attacker's favor.
And also lean it in the favor of players or teams.
How's Fnatic looking?
Both pistols. Big advantage to have, and you can see why.
They're looking...
Even in a game where the buy rounds haven't worked, where Fnatic have found such a heavy streak of rounds.
Very good.
In the game, least possible.
Not unbeatable, but very good.
Lose this round. Damage was done, but now I'm not so worried. Very quick kills from the side of Vitality. They should be able to retrieve that spike, and unless Leo's classic is a little bit of an upgrade to it, I think this one should be.
It's called the Great Ace Attorney. A duology. Has a banger soundtrack. It's like 10 chapters. Maybe I'll play that on stream. I have so much nostalgia for those games. My friend that introduced me to TF2 introduced me to those games before I started getting into TF2. He was like, hey, have you heard of these games? They're super good. I was like, oh, I'll check them out. He was like, yeah, you can borrow... this is when, you know, play all my games with official cartridges. It's like, hey, do you want to borrow the game? Oh, thank you, thank you. And then I just got fucking sucked into it.
Which is exactly what they would do.
Nice controlled one for Vitality. Plenty more to come. And look, for this attacking side, now they get to set the pace up against Fnatic. This is going to be a really interesting round with the
all right, bees, buzz out.
The Guardian as well, the light shields.
What does that mean?
Fnatic is an outlaw. A lot of light shields, man. A lot of light shields.
We're on the crowd there for so long. Asking them to put on a fucking show.
Feeding them information. I think.
Got my WhatsApp open,
clearly, Mitch needs to be investigated, but.
bees buzz out? That's what I don't really get. What does the bees buzzing out mean? Like, I would assume buzz out means leave, like buzz off.
Viper screen. Again, there's patient stuff coming out from Vitality.
No one knows what it means, but it gets the people going.
Maybe hoping to try and destroy some of that utility.
Is that gonna break it? It breaks one nanoswarm.
Even still, though.
It's like roll out, buzz out.
Aggressively pushing up. It's exactly
Okay,
the same as
sure.
what we saw from Safe in the first
Sure.
half. Having that TP to get yourself out of there will help out quite a bit. Still has another smoke
So
available.
Boaster's got into the, you know, one of the pretty standard aggressive positions. He's gonna smoke.
Down just to make it a bit more annoying, but
Rotates around. A is... He's lost so much information over towards A because of the way that he pathed. And that means that Durka's coming to help Boaster instead of going towards where the exec is actually happening. So Vitality have found a really big gap here at the moment. Alpha somehow kills Sender even though he was hit with a paranoia, I think.
Spray down from Chronicle. He's forced back into the smoke. His teammate dropped. I don't know if he can go for this anymore. Probably has to wait for a teammate. Spam just to try to deal the damage. But
And I think the way that Boaster played that really opened up a gap here that Vitality have managed to exploit.
Out of the site. The only issue. The smoke isn't online for Safe just yet.
Chronicle's
to help
just
them across.
walking out with
They'll stack
Durka.
up, take these fights together.
They're really nicely controlling these angles, but are they going to clear kicks?
Has to win that opening fight
Not
now.
quite.
There's too many players.
Yeah, and that angle doesn't give anything.
Yeah, huge round from him. Really
Big round from Vitality, but I think... Yeah, I mean... There is a small issue with the way that Boaster paths in terms of losing a little bit of timing and information, but I think mainly that's just really nice attack side calling from Vitality. There aren't enough teams who are making sure they put pressure A before they end C. You need in the mid round to push that A player away so that it pulls people over to the right side of the map, and then you hit C and you have a much easier time of it. They're not going to be in position to do any kind of flood retake. You just have to deal with the people on the site. They already went and pressured C earlier on in the round. Like, that's just really nice calling from Vitality in that round. Go C, break a bit of the utility, push the player off A, pull a bit of a rotate over to A, end C, bada bing, bada boom. Nice.
And doesn't have to deal with Sal's mind games.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it.
And doesn't have to deal with being insulted by Sue, which is something that you have to clearly deal with on a regular basis.
Yeah, I heard that earlier, Sue.
It's funny, I didn't have my headphones on, but I saw his face and I was like...
Agent 25 teaser just released. Yo, Link.
I deal with this every day.
Lito 77, thank you for the 14 months.
Everyone loves a short king.
Oh, Sender. You know, we saw the Guardian ball up, right? The spam attempt that I was holding my breath the whole first half to see from Chronicle.
Yeah, I'm casting Loud
Pioneer,
Leviathan
certainly at
today,
the top level, pulling that Odin out attack side, denying the cross. Now, when you've got someone like Safe who's just going to shrouded step across, it's not the best. You know, typically
Any linkers?
Rays coming up,
Nope.
Neon sliding into the corner, things like that.
Nope.
Omen's a little bit
Oh, there
more
we go.
annoying for that.
Thank you.
But Sender, well, he don't give a damn. He's saying if your Omen steps out, I'll tag him up. And Chronicle can't even spot the corner. He's losing HP now. Obviously, it looks worse than it is initially due to that.
The economy is really bad here for Fnatic, so we're not expecting them to win the round. If they do, it's just going to be tragic for Vitality. They've been outskilled in this game a little bit already to give up the lead. It'd be brutal if they lost this anti-eco.
Make moves in this direction. This is the thing, though.
Destrian's just making sure that there's not a push coming out from C or B. They're opening the door and leaving. Destrian's been making sure that there isn't a push on the other side of the map, so, you know, they're fine to rotate back over to him. C is empty right now. I'm not sure they know that. I don't know how they would know that anyway.
Right now, the C site is completely empty.
Because they haven't seen Chronicle. Chronicle hasn't used any utility. Like it would be quite reasonable for there to still be two people here. I guess they're just thinking we pressured A so heavily that they're probably stacking A, which is correct. I mean, that would be the right read. Oh, the flash, they're not going to clear the left side. Oh no, it's a disaster. Oh no, it's a
He's
disaster.
not getting out of that corner, granted, but the damage is already done. Now Paranoia
Oh,
through.
and suddenly Fnatic can smell blood in the water. There's 14 seconds left. Chronicle does die. 10 seconds. Oh, there's so little time. Oh, Kix has the fucking spike. Oh, 5 seconds. 4 seconds. They don't have time. They don't have time. They don't have time. They can just run away. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Such a mistake. It's
oh, bro.
It's a safe place to plant the spike
they could just
now.
go back round.
They can't spam you. They can't do anything.
Oh, that's not a melons round though, chat. Because their macro was not the problem there. It was not checking Leo. When they flashed into spawn and Leo kills 2.
For Boaster, he's almost just going to be laughing his way to the back.
That's the big issue there. It's not that they mismanaged their time.
And build on a lead, and they've lost it to Nico.
And we point to so many players on Fnatic
brutal.
strong individuals.
They just couldn't get the plant down safely after that because Fnatic were grouped up and they'd lost a couple players.
Well played across the board.
Fuck, dude.
Fnatic on the defensive side early on using some ultis to try and deny this B site. You can see why. Once that Viper's Pit comes up,
I mean, it's pretty tragic the way that it ends with like Kick failing his jump to be able to get the plant down and stuff, but
it's so much utility used already.
Yeah.
Deny the plant for
Kick is gonna be
change of pace of vitality. I said they've been slow
Kick's gonna be
thus far.
kicking himself.
The spam's not bad, but safe.
I mean, this is just a simple B hit from Vitality though this round. It looks pretty solid. They don't have very much space though. This retake's coming through from all 3 sides. Durka hits an insane flick. Alpha's just killed 2, lurking his way in. Alpha is fucking gross, man. Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible. Vitality keep getting into winning positions and Fnatic are just booming them. Oh no. Oh no. The flick that Durka gets in B main is outrageous to win his duel. And then Alpha is just walking into the pit to kill 3.
It can be so difficult. And I was even going to say, you know what, in a round like this,
That's a nice
they get on
flick.
site, they plant, they pit.
What?
Oh
What is that spray control? He can barely see them.
The fact he quickly transfers to the second
Oh
player
my
and then gets a
god.
third, like,
Oh, he's disgusting.
This guy's insane.
He's
This whole roster
disgusting.
is insane, to be fair, but like Dirk is
Oh
on the
my
bottom
God.
of the scoreboard, and they're doing just fine.
Yeah.
Like most teams, you're doing
All things being even, like if you take any generic teams and put them in these positions, Vitality are getting into winning positions.
he got seized by Leo.
But it just doesn't matter.
I think that
They're just getting outskilled.
He would have got that little bit further.
They're getting super teamed right now.
Again, they've got themselves the afterplan. This time
Holy
they've left
fuck.
Pedestrian in the back lines. Looking to try and hold them back, but also this time Fnatic have themselves a lockdown. The remaining players can't really do too much about it.
Vitality are getting pushed into the Fnatic players. But Durka dies.
And just trying to deny a little bit more. Sender has thrown in some utility, but
The player's
being detained won't change too
detained.
much.
Reflash, they're trying to put that presence on
The
side as
stick.
Vitality retake
They've got
control over the
half.
side.
Boaster's
They've
so
got that
weak
off
though.
angle, but
Boaster's
by
so
no
weak.
diffuse
Okay, he
possible.
dies.
Denied completely.
Okay.
Right back on the board.
To be
And
honest,
it looked like they were calm, cool, and collected
that
under
round
pressure there, 'cause that came
looked
down
like
to the
they
wire.
had less chance than the previous,
Really
but
like the reposition. 'Cause that's the thing, a lot of
Safe
teams
being
when
able to kill Durka
they're
was
having to lead because of the
enormous
lockdown,
for them to be able
I'm
to
outside the lockdown,
at
I'll wait,
least
and then I go back to where I
hold
was.
on.
That was not what Vitality were doing. They realized, okay, we've got players coming
Safe
in.
is
broken doors.
pounding.
Let's wrap back
He's
around,
22 and
fight those
10.
players first, and then we'll head back in. So they used the time better. They also made sure nobody could get on the defusal by Sender taking a risk, getting the
Yeah,
team, but
I mean,
putting a snake
yeah, if Leo just hides in the corner again, he might have killed them all.
really well.
Clinical play from the Vitality squad. Not a lot to work with in terms of ult economy.
They're
From the Fnatic
tapping,
side,
expecting
that showstopper from Durka. It could help
a
them
trap play there.
side. A lot of the
No
difficulty
trap play
has
though.
been
We can see it's
holding
only the
on
Killjoy
in the first place.
defending on
Vitality
C.
got boots on the ground
Boaster's got a
whenever they
judge
want.
playing close B, and Durka's now floating over just in case it's a C hit to use his ult.
It's like a shift towards C. The success on C side.
So you'd expect to see Durka use his ult pretty much immediately here. He's holding his nade. Chronicles just spamming. Kills Sender.
Straight through. He's caught Sender. I don't know if he saw.
They Prowler afterwards. The Prowler doesn't see anything.
Just genuine, like, this man knows the inside and out of every monitor on the planet, so it might just be the most ridiculous thing that gave it away.
The Judge. What a great weapon. Durka's going to start rotating over now as they open the door. Durka's going to be in a good position in case they go A or B with his ult. That's a 3v5. Fnatic getting up to 11.
They don't have anything to really help them in this.
God, this is...
Make sure that any reaggression
I feel bad for Vitality.
by him. For now, though, you can see the rotation of the remainder. I feel like the one player that might be able to do a little bit of extra damage.
Doesn't feel fair some of these moments.
Been fantastic thus far, but also has a slightly more aggressive position. The fact is, though, Mitch, Fnatic are all coming from the same
Here comes
spot.
Durka.
Yeah. Oh, they're looking at death ball.
They trade out nicely over towards stairs. There's only one player left. I'm kind of surprised they even used the showstopper, to be honest, but they go safe. They're not giving safe a chance at that. Not a chance.
It's 11 rounds for Fnatic. 2 more to close this map out. This is their pick. They looked very good on their attack side. They streaked together, what, 6, 7 rounds?
It's not that Fnatic are only relying on individual skill. Like, they still have good defensive rotations, good defensive setups, but Vitality's attack side calling is really solid, and it should be offering them opportunities to win these rounds. And
He'll be like something like, it's like, oh, no,
you know,
the wind was blowing a certain
in
way.
any game, there's going to be some situations where you end up in a disadvantage because the other team's played really well. And in those situations, Fnatic's still winning anyway because of their individual skill. But it doesn't mean that they're like playing horribly and just shooting everyone to bail them out. Vitality's attack side calling here is really lovely. The part that I'm focusing on is how the fuck are they not winning, because Fnatic are just hitting crazy, you know, 3Ks from Alpha inside a pit or something.
They've had moments, they've had opportunities, and they've had big mistakes. And that's where this will probably be quite frustrating for them in post. 2 rounds that they've lost to. One was a Bucky, Stinger, Frenzy. The other one was a Stinger.
This finesse clip is why Vitality are losing.
Not planting the spike. Those are 2
finesse jinxed them, huh? Na'Vi would win against Fraudnatic.
The fact is, though, those are rounds that you just can't
You know,
lose to Fnatic.
it would be an interesting game. I'd like to see it.
With both hands.
Someone's asleep in the audience there.
A couple of rounds to the good. And just 2 away from taking the first map and heading on to Ascent.
I think Na'Vi, when they're at their best, could definitely be close to Fnatic, but they generally have not been able to get the better end of them.
Next map up is Ascent. They want this one to be close. And already we're seeing a blitz out from this attacking side. They've come out of the pause.
I mean, I say they generally haven't been able to get the better end of them, but
the site, though,
that's only kind of true.
plenty of utility to keep them back. The smoke, and of course,
In the past, before Fnatic signed Leo and Chronicle, that Na'Vi team used to beat them with some level of regularity. It's just that now that Fnatic have those 2 players, it gets a lot more difficult.
Because he heard them taking the orb, there's still that doubt of whether they're actually going to head in this direction yet.
Okay.
Doesn't want to just throw
Vitality taking a rubble control,
because they could very easily
breaking the
surround him on
door.
that A site.
We've got Alfie Ed Jiggle peeking over towards C, which is allowing the rest of Fnatic to stack B and A. Now, I don't think you can just contact Reclear here. They use a Paranoia to Reclear. And then Chronicles playing with Leo to try and get this spam. And then they put the wall up. So nice from Fnatic there. So nice. Using Chronicles' wall to refight from breakable door into the site.
With angles like that held by Boaster. And he's safe.
Good angle to fight from too.
Far away from that lockdown.
Love what they went for there.
Okay, it might get them to
They didn't go for the contact reclear of this. They actually threw a Paranoia like that goes through. And then they put this wall up. And so they've got 2 players here and 2 players fighting like this as well. And these players here can't really help.
He's down to 11 HP. The price was paid.
Is there still a chance here for Vitality to win this one? I don't think so.
Made this round look plausible.
Maybe if Sender can pull off some big flank or
being watched by Destrian.
pinch him in the back somehow.
Timing on this is going to be everything. If he gets this kill, it's plausible.
That's
now.
huge.
Possible, in fact, for them to get this one through.
Smoke on the spike. Boaster's getting spammed, and Sender picks the timing. Oh my god, Leo. Leo, you have time to reload.
Wrong about how low Destrian is and is almost caught switching on
All right. big clutch up there from Vitality. I think that's the first round where we've seen Vitality win like a close situation at the end of a round like that. Maybe I'm misremembering, but it's been a long time.
Not with that pit online. Not with the fact that they can use an orb to block off an angle, close the space, get the pit down.
I really love what Fnatic did there in order to get into a player advantage retake situation. But then they ended up scattering a little. Leo wasn't really ready to help Boaster inside the smoke. He was trying to worry about the rest. He just assumes that Boaster's going to get the kill inside the smoke. Alpha just spamming into safe smoke there. Oh, not safe smoke, sorry. Into Boaster's smoke.
Like, it's just the perfect time to spam. But what I was going to say is...
And when you get kicks like that too, you know that they were defaulting over towards C. It's not like Kicks is ever going to be the lurker, right? So I think they could even have reacted by taking more space in rubble off the back of that kill. They've chosen not to. They've chosen to just be calm and play the 5v4.
They just wrecked at the beginning of the round. It hasn't changed the setup either. Slow walking into
Runner will have an ult
still with the chance to
if
go
they get the
back,
plant down.
With safe TPing in. Not so sure that's
Runner's dead.
And straight through the poison
Safe's dead.
well. That's the second kill
Alpha's killing everybody.
A little bit calm.
Oh, the timing. Oh my god.
Get your gun out, Boaster.
Oh my god.
He got there. My god. And that's all we're going to remember about this round.
Okay, I'm pretty sure Sender
He's got the stinger. He knows
heard the crowd there, because there's no reason to be looking around like that otherwise. And it still didn't help him.
Holding the control, boxing him in.
Oh god.
12-9 for Fnatic. They've gotten away with another.
If you're doing a lurk play like that though, you kind of have to be more worried about, like, if you're lurking into B, you're worried that somebody's going to be jiggling Heaven, you're worried that someone's going to be jiggling Breakable Door. So it's pretty reasonable, I think, not to be hard clearing the left side.
Okay, the smoke actually went up just afterwards. I thought he'd done 2 straight through.
It's not like it's a super common spot for people to hide in.
Just alpha things. I imagine
Omen smokes make noise?
like, oh, hello. Check your corners, guys. Check your corners.
Omen smokes make noise?
Fnatic, it might not have been the cleanest.
Does the Omen go like when he smokes or
They
something?
are still looking like they're going to get the same result. Runner.
The thing is, some of the people in the chat were correct last time when they said this. Half the people had no idea what they were talking about, but some of the people in the chat did know what they were talking about.
Last round, he was up, taking a random shot into the dark to try and get a kill. This time, he's at the back of the site.
I'm going to need to test this because there's so much misinformation about Omen, man.
It's worked out very nicely. Avoided the ult, baited it out early. Fnatic have their own to play back in with a Viper's Pit. And this is
I'm not trusting any of you.
Play aggressive. Dirk is down. Boaster in trouble now. Isolated.
I'm going to test it myself, but I'm not going to trust any of you.
Needed to recover this round. But again, the problem is denying the space for him to put it down is very difficult to actually do. Chronicle can just...
That's a lot of damage onto Kicks.
Or another bullet through. Kicks is on 5 health. If he even had a snake bite here, it could change the game. But they've delayed quite a bit of time now on the side of Vitality. And with still 5
I don't
players
think
left,
there's time here, is there?
go for this?
You want to save at least one of the guns.
Financially, but I guess they care more about taking
They're doing
weapons away.
good damage to Vitalities.
Really getting out of there
Economy
with a
as well,
victory.
though.
It was more making sure their opponents didn't get out of there with guns. But with 2
Hello,
guns
everybody.
being saved, and
Hello,
3
hello,
players,
hello.
4 players, I think even with the ability to buy, it's not too much of a problem for Fnatic.
How are you
going to
do it
I don't
alone,
think it's
though?
done that much
I
damage
do
to
have other
Vitality,
people that I could
they'll still be
test
able to
things with,
purchase
you
him with
know.
the next round. The thing that worries me a bit
I
for
don't
them
live the entirety of
is
my life
ults.
alone.
Viper's Pit not too far, lockdown as well, but the Showstopper and the Seekers were utilized.
Hi,
there
Satcho.
just to
Hi,
get to the
chat.
site.
Hope everyone's been enjoying the season so far. I have. Thank you, Righty Lucy.
Well, I think the Fnatic fans want
Noobzor,
Vitality
thanks
to
for the
have one
prime
more
as
round
well.
So we can get all of the rounds in regulation.
I'm signing in for you on NA.
to see.
Yeah, after this map, we'll give it a test. I have updated my game, actually. Alright, so they're going to use the Paranoia, Haunt, really aggressively take control of A Rubble here, Fnatic.
Do go a little bit awry, but considering the fact that Alpha
And Chronicle Pits as a reaction over towards C.
I guess again, noise is
So
being heard
now
outside
Fnatic are controlling a huge amount of the map. They control all of this with the pit. They've got 3 players over towards here. They're going to try to get inside the pit, but there's an alarm bot here for them to play off too.
And then just, okay,
So this looks really strong. Alpha probably shouldn't be committing to that because he has lockdown.
Holding them back at least a little bit more, and Leo not wanting to overcommit. Here goes Runner.
He's been getting away with it all match though, so he probably thought he could just fucking get one and get out. But in an ideal world, you want to use the lockdown there for the B retake, I think.
He's seen what Alpha's been cooking and trying to do
Attacking lockdown's got to be respected.
That was after taking an orb and a kill.
What?
They've got a good opportunity. It's just perfect though.
Okay. Fnatic trying to pick a timing there to fight those guys before they had to respect the lockdown. But very good defensive. The breakable door room by Runner and Kicks. The round's over. The round's over, and this one was the one that Fnatic were investing to try to win. I think that's a big mistake from Alpha dying here. I think this is a round-losing mistake from Alpha. His team's committed 3 people over towards Rubble Control. They've committed this big Viper ultimate as well.
There will be weaknesses.
If they go B,
potentially be found on that Fnatic side. They've used
I don't think that was the call there to try to hold the site super heavily with Leo and Alpha. Maybe if so, then it's not Alpha's mistake necessarily, but a bad call. I think the call there is to play B more for retake with the Killjoy ult personally.
Back to basics, just playing as a unit. I think that's where Vitality
yeah,
plays some of their best. Valorant is just playing off of each other.
All right, we're gonna get an eco.
Fnatic have done some of their best.
Sorry, not an eco. We're gonna get an overtime, is what I meant to say. We might get an eco as well.
The sheriffs, the frenzies, the stingers.
Where's the coach, the small dude? You mean Mini?
I'm looking at a Spectre on Durka, who has been
Mini is now the assistant coach. Elmer Putty is the head coach.
At the moment on that raise. Maybe he really has been practicing the Aura just a little bit too much. But this also gives Salah the chance to talk through with Vitality. The fact that this one has
The small dude.
so close,
Small dude is so out of pocket. I mean, literally his name is Mini. Like, surely it's not that much of a stretch to go from a small dude to just remembering his name.
Expectations with the signing of Trax is that he'll be in this roster soon. A little bit of boost to firepower.
I loved when we went to the cams first, you saw the stress on Elmer Putty's face. Something that towards the end.
Yeah, actually, now that I look at that, I don't know who that is with Elmer Putty. I wasn't paying attention to that, but I don't know who that is.
First time, that's what Devard's saying at home.
It's not Kojo.
Stressful games.
I've met
Kojo.
Kojo.
Known for. That's what they deliver every single time. But Alma, you know, the good thing
for Devard to start tweeting the skeletons. That's when you know. Yeah.
That's their new performance coach.
Oh. They get there in the end. Almost every single time, they get there in the end. For Vitality, they've got to be that roadblock, stopping them here.
One round to head to overtime. Viper's Pit already secured. As I said, the last few rounds, it's been a slow start, but then a fairly direct response early.
That is so many people. Is Boaster going to try and make a play off the back of that?
But at the same time,
no, he's just chilling. So they cancelled the A, you know, the first wave of A utility, but look, Vitality still have Paranoia, they still have Nade, they still have stuff to be able to hit the site. Flash, Nade to be able to hit the site here.
Theme with Vitality to make that move back to the B site.
And Fnatic have used a lot of the stuff that they're trying to stop people with. Double Snake Bite, both used for Chronicle. He can't hold tree. He's got a back.
That Paranoia has pushed them back.
That Paranoia is good though. That Paranoia is so good from Boaster. Oh, Leo whiffs a little bit onto Kicks there.
Damage being done. It's close. Kicks was almost
big kill from Chronicle onto safe, but he couldn't deny the plant. 4v3 retake,
one big issue is the fact
but Sender could make all the difference. The lockdown here, though, is amazing against the Pit.
The Viper's Pit, and in fact, they need to go very far away. The thing is,
Sender's going to get deliberately detained in here. They have Snake Bite, Nano Swarms on the spike. They can spam for a little bit as well. Yeah. Incredible decision from Sender, just staying alive in the Pit. The time's over. It is over. We're going overtime in the first map. Yo, Vitality are cooking on their attack side, man.
which basically won them the round.
It's like an alt.
I love the way the Vitality are approaching their attack side, dude. This Sender is calling for this team. He's never IGL'd a tier 1 team before.
But on such a tight angle,
And he's doing such a good job at it.
Just look.
He really is.
So damn easy. Ping it up.
Yeah, they don't even have Trex yet.
Have your teammates cover your
They don't
sides.
even have Trex. This team is going to look better with Trex.
He's so goddamn smart. A beautiful play, and also to stay detained inside the pit. They didn't get to him because how could they? There's a line of bullets blocking them off unless they came from spawn.
But it's also just the other thing as well. Okay, sure, the Odin's still going to be very good in that scenario.
I really think Fnatic just aren't showing much. They're playing last year's Lotus and winning anyways. No, they've got new stuff here. Their Paranoia Prowler take for Tree was new. I mean, anything with the Omen is brand new. I mean, that play there that they did in the previous round where they paranoid from heaven, right? Boaster was stood here, and he threw the paranoia like that for these guys to swing on backside. That's new. They're like, they're definitely doing new shit.
So good they did it twice.
Now that doesn't mean, I mean, fuck it. When they get to Madrid, maybe they're playing Chamber on this map or something. I don't know. But they look prepped.
I think it's 15 wins to the 2 losses allowed. Just a premise, if you're a Fnatic fan, you're probably feeling right. Not a bad
I mean, they demonstrated some new C execs as well when they teleported Boaster on top here.
Taste of his own medicine with those opening duels alongside the operator.
Oh, Sender's in. Sender. Oh, sorry, not Sender's in. Boaster's in to kill Sender. Yeah, that's quite similar to their previous take of Tree. But again, they're using the Omen tech, and then so they use the Omen and Fade to put pressure Tree while Durka comes around the side. It's a similar theory to the Paranoia Prowler take that we saw earlier, but it's really effective. Paranoia TP
He needs someone to give him the advantage.
with a Prowler, and then, you know, Durka comes around the side. Super strong from Fnatic.
The only piece of utility they have, and the second it leaves his hand, a bullet flies right back. Destrium.
Honestly, in terms of like ideas, this has been really good by both teams. In terms of like individuals pulling things over the line, it's been mostly in favor of Fnatic. There's been like one round really where it felt like Fnatic were going to win and then Vitality stole it away. The rest of the time, Vitality have had to really work for these rounds.
Pretty proactive, especially in default or in the regular rounds.
They're looking good on their attack side. But I think Fnatic need to dominate Rubble control. Vitality are getting Rubble, and I think Fnatic just need to go for like Season Aid back of Rubble kind of vibes. They're gonna try and fight them here with the Viper Wall. No? Maybe the next Viper Wall they decide to fight? They look like they're set up to fight it. There goes the Paranoia. Yep, they're going in. Oh, they've just absolutely fucked them. Wow, so they decided not to fight Rubble at the start of the round. They decided to fight it with their Viper Wall. Like I said, it was the second rotation of the Viper Wall. They let it go down. Vitality think they're safe. They put Viper Wall back up as soon as they hear them using utility into Baby Room, Paranoia out, and crunch them from both sides. Really nice shit. Really nice shit.
They've shown that they can go the distance.
But also,
they can roll with the punches.
dude,
and now they've only got one
Vitality
or bind. The next one up, Vitality's pick.
Vitality like choked an anti-eco where they went for that flash play after really good macro game. They went for a flash play into CT, didn't clear Leo on the left, 2 died to the Stinger, and then Runner wasn't able to... No, it was Kix, sorry. Kix wasn't able to get the plant down because he was like failing his jump. They kind of beefed that round, and then Alpha killed 3 inside the pit. Like, there's so many moments there that could easily have resulted in Vitality winning that map. I think that was really good from both teams. I think in terms of teams that look good on Lotus right now, you've got these 2 teams, Fnatic, Vitality, and then T1. And all 3 of these teams look really fucking good on this map. I don't think we've seen like NaVi play it, but honestly, they never looked that great on it in the past. We haven't seen Loud play it, and Loud are normally really good on that map. Who else? Is there anyone from Americas that looks elite on Lotus? Maybe I'm forgetting someone. Heretics? I'm not sure about Heretics, honestly. I feel like Heretics' macro game was not as good as those other teams, but they were playing a very standard good game and then also had their players firing on all cylinders. But fuck it. You can throw Heretics up there too, because they did look really good. I'm just, I don't know. My mind still can't believe that Miniboo is always going to play like that on Neon. I just can't believe that that's going to be true. Because it's such a step up from what he was doing in Tier 2. He looked promising in Tier 2, but he didn't look like he was going to light the world on fire. Sentinels look great. What were they doing to Lotus again? Oh, yeah, they were running the Raze Omen. Yeah. Did they look great? I don't think they looked as good as Fnatic Vitality T1. But they did look pretty good. I was less sure about their ideas of getting into sites. I think John's always got pretty good macro. I was just a bit thrown off by the way that they were committing to sites by just kind of launching Zekken and Tens in there. It didn't look as fully baked. I'm not sure about Sentinels, but Sentinels might be in that group. Don't know. Anyway, yeah, that was a great game. That was a great map 1. That was a lot of fun. We got all of the classic big moments from Fnatic players. Safe had a great performance. Vitality brings it to overtime, but lose in heartbreak. Great map 1. Oh yeah, let's have a look at the Omen thing then. Yeah, I forgot we were even discussing that. What's this?
Omen's smoke, when deployed, will make a huge amount of noise.
Oh yeah. I guess I've just never even thought about that before.
Omen's flash as well, you will hear some sound when he throws the flash. When Omen TPs, you will hear 2 sounds, one at the source as well as one in the destination. But the source sound is very loud and the destination sound is quite small.
Yeah. Okay, there's... this is a great video, but it shows that there's still misinfo about this. This part is the weirdest part of the entirety of Omen's kit, I swear to God. If you cancel the ultimate after the bar has gone past the letter A, it doesn't make a noise. When you cancel the ult. The cancel noise doesn't play at all if you cancel it late. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah. We went through all, like, we legitimately, I've tested this on stream, and we tested it, like, to the exact point. It's literally like, if you can find a POV of an Omen ulting, when the bar hits the letter A, anything after that, you won't make a noise. So if you want to make a, like, Shinobi ult outplay, where you, like, fake as if you're ulting away and then you cancel it and kill everybody, you should try to time it so that it's towards the end of your ult animation, because then it won't make any noise. Yeah, it's just literally the ending of the deploy noise. It's not an extra noise that's being created. It's just that I think it kind of looks like a bug in the game, to be honest, where it just still plays like the final little bit of the ulting noise when you cancel it. So if you wait until the ulting noise has completely been played, until the sound file's finished, then it doesn't make any additional noise at the end. The letter A, yeah, I mean, let me try to show you. I mean, let me launch the game, actually. We've been through this before, but yeah, let me show you. I think it's just easier to show you guys. I wanted to make a like little TikTok short about this as well, because I really feel like it's useful information that nobody else knows about. It was so fucking niche that we even found out about it on my stream. But yeah, I need to, dude, such a pain in the ass having 5-factor authentication on all of my accounts. Nobody's getting into these bad boys. Does anyone want my password to my my account? Why would you want it? Your login credentials don't match an account in our system. Dude, I'm so fucking stupid. I just typed in my Twitch password for my Riot account. Dude, I'm losing my mind. My marbles are flying out of here. Oh, fuck me. Absolutely ludicrous passwords as well from this password manager. Now I need to go through the 2-factor authentication. The process is crazy. You're never getting into these accounts. You're never getting in here. Okay. You need to see the loud banger of the century. Wait, what the fuck just happened? What is the loud tweet banger of the century? Was that when you tested this Icebox silent screen jump? Yeah, I mean, it was a different day, but a similar concept. I am still so confused about that. Like, why does that bug exist in the game? Where if you crouch jump onto screens, you take fall damage, but if you don't crouch jump onto screens, you don't take fall damage. Like, that's so fucked up, man. That's so fucked up. It's like it's at the exact perfect height that small bug in how it adjusts your player height actually ends up resulting in whether you take fall damage or not. It's so fucked up. Yeah, it's so bizarre. It's fixed, right? Not that no, I don't think it is. I saw somebody take fall damage from it recently. All right, so I'll show you what I mean, right? So if I just hop in a custom, actually, fuck, I should have just gone in the range. What am I doing? Whatever, custom game is fine. So when you ult as Omen, what is this? This is the loud tweet. Fucking hell. That's really good. That's really good. All right, the game's not quite begun yet. But yeah, let me just quickly show you. So when you... Dude, open up the fucking... Give me infinite abilities.
My ultimate is ready.
Right, so when you ult... Not available during the buy phase. Fuck off. Alright, so when you ult, right? There's this bar that comes up on the bottom. And if you cancel, after it hits the A in again, like the first A in again, you see right here, there... Right? It won't make any noise. So it'll make a noise, it'll make a noise, it'll make a noise. Now it won't make a noise when you cancel it. It makes a noise on your side, but it doesn't make a noise on the opponent's end. So if you just wait until your bar has hit the end of that again, the first A in the word again, you won't make a noise when you do Omen alt cancel plays.
see, I'll be honest. I do think going into a map like an Ascent, it was a decent map last year, but of all the maps, I feel like it was where teams had
It always makes it at the destination. It's just this is about where you came from, not where you're going
I also
to.
like the roles that they've got for this one, but we'll have to talk about that later because Runner is already straight in towards the side.
Safe on KO. Let's fucking go.
Support coming in already, but he's got to try and
Oh my god. Okay. Leo gets one.
Blind, praying for a
Boaster's trying to take down Sender here. Nice punish onto Sender. Boaster needs help though. Actually, the rest of Vitality didn't feel confident to punish Boaster there. So he gets away with it, and it's a 3v3. One flash for Chronicle, up over the top. Still a minute here to play with. Safe doesn't need to get antsy about putting the spike down.
Not necessarily against Fnatic just yet. That spike still has not been planted, and they are taking.
Check out the new agent. Oh yeah, I'll check out the new agent trailer after maybe the halftime or something. Kurt Binder, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much.
Come through. Now the time starts to tick away, and someone's got to be the first to take this fight, take the big risk. Fnatic, though, need to decide exactly
who wins in a situation like this. 3v3, no utility, pure gunfighting.
So I have to assume they know all 3 players
who
are
wins
on that site right now. Otherwise, you'd expect at least them to check main.
Vitality win. Kix just popped Chronicle and then finished off Boaster, who was weak. Yo.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to bring up about this sort of
okay.
Obviously, we're seeing Vitality switch roles quite a bit.
Fnatic has util. Yeah, they had like a fucking knife and a smoke. What's that gonna do? That's not really gonna help, is it?
It's the one sort of initiator that I really feel like you can play as a quasi-duelist. And
what do you mean by macro when you're talking about the teams? I mean the way that they move around the map. Like, for example, did they rotate at the right time? Have they managed to pull a defender from one side to the other and then hit the weak side? Have they found the right timing in the round? Like, anything that's to do with the macro, meaning large-scale movements of your bodies around the map. Not the specifics of, like, how did they take A main, or how did they take that gunfight. That's more micro. But when I talk about macro, I mean, like, the large rotational movements around the map. Like, basically, what you could understand from just looking at the minimap.
Otherwise, that first map very easily could have gone in their direction. Kix is going to be looking for info to make sure they avoid a stack on this A site, which they might not do, because there are quite a few players there.
Still diving in, not deterred. The side of Vitality, hearing lots of classics fire away, but they've got the firepower to fight.
Turka. Okay. Seeing if he can get kills with the classic. Do you think Leo could have been a top 5 flash initiator if he'd pursued playing Breach and KO other than drone initiators? Yeah, I don't see why not.
How has Durka got 2?
I mean, maybe KO doesn't exactly fit what he played, but Leo used to be a smokes player, and he was like one of the best smokes players in Europe. He looked so promising. When he was like first coming up in the scene, he was known as Ziz, and he was a smokes player, and he looked really, really good. And then he swapped to initiators, and he also looked really good. Dude, how have Fnatic won this round, man? My brain was in a different place because I was thinking about your question. What the fuck happened, bro? I've got to go back and look at that. What? It looked so lost. How did it go so wrong? Durka gets 1 kill.
He can manage to find a kill or 2 here.
How
did Durka get 2 though? I don't understand. How has he managed to get 2 in that spot?
This is the problem they had in the last map, was just unable to play against rounds with Eco.
How has that happened?
Basically nothing.
How has that happened, man? I don't get it.
An immediate bounce back. We talked about how most
Vitality bought 3 rifles, 2 pistols. I think that's strange. Yeah, that's what NaVi is still doing. 3 rifles, 2 pistols. I like 4 rifles, 1 pistol a bit more.
Your team just gets demolished most of the time. That's what we've seen from teams time and time again. The one thing they have on Fnatic is the ability to fall back on not one,
You missed the
not two,
dart?
not three, but
So
4
what,
players.
Leo threw a
There's
dart,
always someone
and
else who can pick up that
how
flag
did that
and run it
allow
back home.
Durka to run into sight with a classic and kill Runner?
Also fit that bill. They've got a lot of depth. Yeah, Kix probably a little bit frustrated with that drone. Again, Chronicle's timing.
I hit the Cypher trap.
It's always
oh,
perfect.
right.
Seems to be. Now the investment here from Vitality is a hero rifle. A little bit of extra cash because
I saw that on my screen. I just didn't register it.
Gonna try and do some damage here. Counter paranoia as the fragment, and Sender takes the bullet. A runner is the one to go in.
That's a tragedy.
His teammate falls instead. The rifle has also been dropped to the deck as well. Safe gonna try and retrieve it, and will do just that. They are now starting to run out of time, and you have to bear in mind, that is where the spike is. The spike was on the short push. They even know that there's players coming in from A main as well, and they don't have anything to play with Chronicle.
You denied Chronicle's anti-eco ace. Tragic.
Replay of Chronicle's kills
Tragic.
because I'm pretty sure on the fourth one, he also hit a shot through the wall. I mean, the guy is playing, just like the round, Andalucia, flawless. Every single one of his shots found its mark. I want to see this.
Is it Andalucia?
Because that's just insane.
Rather than Andalucia?
He follows the jet. That's a headshot. That's not.
What were you saying?
It was actually Leo, I think, that got a headshot through a wall.
Mm.
Not on kicks, but actually on one of the other players. You see how he just shoots him once and he dies? I thought it was him first. I saw the head flick up. Either way,
What a
4
flash.
kills isn't bad for Chronicle. He's on his way towards his ultimate, and most importantly, they've claimed a very valuable upset.
Is that supposed to be a flash
Vitality.
recon trap in case
they've been
Vitality are
put 2-1
walking down catwalk?
It's now the third and counting of rounds that Vitality 100% should have won.
Durka pushing out B main.
To a low buy. That was definitely the lowest of the buys.
Durka baiting for Alpha, yeah. Alpha kills 2. Alpha kills 1 so far.
Now Alpha is completely isolated.
Alpha does get killed. Okay, okay. Punishing Fnatic for playing in front of their Killjoy utility. I love it to see it. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way Boaster's just slipped in. And he headshot kicks as well. Oh, there's no shot. There's no fucking way.
64 HP. Chronicle down, safe tagged.
No.
Kicks can't even really peek from this angle because he is so desperately low on HP. It'd be too much of a risk to get that spike plant without it. It seems like Boaster at least has a rough read.
God, he's gone back into logs.
And he's expecting them to go looking for him because
Back into logs.
the risk for safe. Without that plant yet coming in, the flash over the top, it is
Recon with the flash. Clears out a lot of these standard positions. He doesn't realize it was a bounce recon from the left side. Oh my god. Yeah, he gets caught. He gets caught. Ooh, boy, that looked close. That looked like it was doable for Boasty Boy.
Try and let them beat themselves. Someone to step out wide, make a noise, make a mistake. It didn't happen. And at some point he did have to move because kicks could easily.
But yeah, they get the punish onto Durka there because Durka's pushed out super deep without someone to break the drone for him. And yeah, then they kill Alpha. Yeah, they managed to trade him out by pushing him from both angles at the same time. Alpha almost got the kill on Runner, but he did get caught. Durka's gonna go for the glass cannon op.
Bear in mind his kills are currently only with a classic. And not in the pistol round.
Now, I just want to point out again that long-term, historically, Fnatic have not been good at this map. It seems bonkers when you look at the roles that they're playing. Like, this should just be a slam dunk of a map for Fnatic. But they've never really had the best read on how to play it. Especially on their defense side, they've never dominated defense Ascent in the same way that the best teams in the world have here, like Loud or FBX back when they were insanely good on Ascent, that kind of thing.
Which is where all of the utility currently lies. And of course, we know that the way this is going to go is a quick dash in.
That's a big one, catching Destrian in the middle.
He meets the bullet of that operator.
That all won't be back though. No dash
And
online.
to me, one of the big things that Fnatic used to do that was kind of bad on this map on the defense was play too passively. They would like only have Durka and Alpha play aggro for map control. They wouldn't really try to re-clear A main with Boaster and Chronicle. They would sometimes take like Boaster down in wine, but they played really, really passive positions on B anytime someone pressured B main or market, and it just led to them getting fucked up.
Down below, must have heard a step, and he's having absolutely none of it.
Oh, what a beautiful shallow peek. Boaster's playing so well. This is a Boaster classic as well, throwing us deep smoke. Oh, he's smoked onto the diffuse. They're losing time here. They've got no time at all. They killed every player, but they were too slow.
Just enough time for the side of
And Alpha
Vitality.
died.
Even eliminating Alpha with the spike. Very nicely played.
Wow, fucking hell.
That was good work from that. I think it was actually, correct me if I'm wrong, that was Boaster's smoke that he hides within
He
on
put the smoke
spike.
and then the paranoia. The other way around, it goes completely differently.
Yeah, it just gave enough in that Red Bull clutch. But safe to hide within it, take him down, and the clock
Fnatic looks like a team out of their prime. Need new faces. Sent by a user who is listening only.
Down enough. And the same with Sender. It's like, that's something Fnatic are now having
Blood,
to
you're
actively
listening
deal with, that he
only.
is gonna
How
be
do
lurking
you
in
know
mid.
what they look
So they sent
like?
4 players to deal with him. Did it relatively quickly, but then the further time bought
What
by
the hell
Vitality's
does Twitch
utility
listening only even mean?
win them around. As
How
said,
can
though,
you even have Twitch
Maxwell
open only listening to it?
Yeah, pretty comfortably. A lockdown for Alpha, whether it's going to be used.
You can just set it yourself?
Space after noise is
Oh, you just put it.
retakes. That's what we tend to see.
Right. So you just tag yourself. Right. So it's not auto-detected or anything. It's just that somebody's tagged themselves as that. That's fucking funny. So they probably were watching the game. It's just that their Twitch name makes it look like they weren't. Oh, fuck. Alright, Durka is on this little head triangle. Sender couldn't quite spot him. Look how easily they've given Vitality the site. Fnatic didn't use either of their KO flashes, no KO nade, no paranoia, but it does mean they have massive retake utility to go with the lockdown. So how does Vitality win this one? You have a KO nade, and you have a reflank. That's about it. Does Chronicle have like a nade lineup or something for this lockdown? No. Well, he used the nade, but... Okay, the fragment grenade there from safe is good, but the post-plant reflank was caught. So... How... Yeah, this is donezo. Alright. So a like super hard retake strat there from Fnatic where they don't even try to pressure Vitality, they just let them to get into the site. Durka plays one angle to see if he can get a pick, but they're playing full retake there.
Moving from this corner, I am the short turret, and he found himself the kill.
Were you talking about the round?
Yeah,
or
no,
yourself?
I knew it.
5 people in one area? For who?
If someone was to like clip Mitch saying, I am the short turret.
I mean, the rest of Vitality got shoved into that corner of wine. But they only had 3 people there. They had 1 gelato and they had 1 reflanking. They probably should have reflanked with more people. But it's tough to come up with a game plan in that situation.
Going to be tweeting that out in a few minutes. Right. Good. If not
Fnatic have just got such an advantage if you let them get the lockdown off.
It's a race against time.
I mean, that's the kind of situation where maybe you want Safe to try to use his molly to break the lockdown rather than save it for post-plant, but I think it's quite a difficult lineup, the anti-lockdown.
On most of the map. On short, though, they want to get a little bit aggressive.
I don't know it myself, but I know that Boaster talked about it being a bit difficult.
Way to a similar position as we've seen before, but they're not convinced this is an A play.
I saw a stat that all teams' average retake win is 42%. No, it's not.
They do stick to this.
I mean, there's no way.
Much easier time getting onto their target.
Maybe in one match or something it was, but like people tend to win post plants about 70-80% of the time.
This time the spike is going in.
Also, they don't have Chronicle sat on the
like if you have an over 30% retake win rate, that's really high. Because remember, most of the time, like it's not a fair situation in the retake.
Seems like Chronicle might be wanting to try and push that one back. No command utilized to take away the utility. He just popped him through the floor.
It might be something like 40% of like fair retakes or something like that, like player like 5v5 or 4v4 retakes or something. But it's not just generic every retake.
It was only really the Blade Storm that could have done anything. And what looked like
I'm just talking in total. Just in total, the most basic version of retake win rate. Like, how often do you win when your opponent gets the plant down? Obviously, the numbers are going to change if you only select rifle rounds, or you only select rounds where the teams are in an even situation, or you only select when you have a player advantage retake or something. Yeah.
For short, they're going to be holding on to that control instead of just finding info and reacting. They're going to want to be the first ones to make that move, play their own game, so to speak, as many players like to say. Vitality, play my own game. Vitality
I am
had
casting
something
today,
that
yes,
I've been
but
interested in, 'cause they, I think,
the
takes Bond and Odin to start with, but
the America's broadcast doesn't go live until after this begins. Like, the America's broadcast goes live at 1:30 with the pre-show, my time, which is in 2.5 hours. So by the time that happens, this game will be donezo.
So that sounds like a win to me.
Right. Okay. Well, the execution onto the A side
Okie
seems
dokie,
to be
so
where the majority of rounds have ended
flashing
up, for
up
Vitality.
over the top,
Flashes over
Boaster
the top,
smokes,
drones through.
they break the
Shots of
drone,
smoke to try and delay.
Boaster goes out,
They're going straight
nobody in a
through
hard
and
anchor
leading the
position,
charge once
no
again,
paranoia
but it's
used
the
from
same
Boaster,
pattern
but
with
Durka
Fnatic.
still gets the
He
kill.
waits for that dash to go through,
Fnatic playing
and then
heavy
peeks off the
retake
back of
again.
it. Happy to just play with that man advantage, and especially when you consider the ults available. There isn't a whole lot for Vitality right now. A single kill for Safe could make all the difference.
They drone to clear catwalk out, Alpha can clear the rest of mid, and now they can commit to site. Fnatic are a little slow here. They need to break door. They can paranoia recon and then flash. Paranoia, recon, flash. They're taking a long time here. They're taking a long fucking time. I mean, this retake is really, really nice. But if it doesn't work perfectly, yeah, okay, it did work perfectly.
No chance for an ulti. No chance.
How many seconds are they gonna have at the end of this round? They really were like cutting it close there. 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds. If Vitality had found a way of buying 2.5 seconds there,
this is the moment
they would have won the round. The retake looks really clean, really clean. I mean, knives are up, all the utils comboed, they've cleared out mid, they know that there's no backstab catwalk, like all of that kind of stuff. All of that stuff is really good. But they were really close to still losing the round anyway, just because they tried to play so perfectly.
Because that is the thing. Even though with a lot of talk about the
That's something to keep an eye on in the future.
as a whole, there's always going to be that sort of mental block of, okay, we're up against the best team of last year. We have a point to prove. And I think that even in the last map, Vitality have already
Fnatic don't do melons rounds.
They're here to battle.
There's a strong positive correlation between time taken to retake and win rate. Retake win rate, by the way.
There's only two teams to go through here. Now, luckily for them, if they were to lose, they can't play Fnatic at the ladder stage playoffs, which, if anything, I think is the
how would you
bigger
even
win of
how would you even measure that?
Play him in the double elimination. Hell yeah.
But the fact is,
how do you define when someone begins the retake? That seems like an impossible stat to track.
Well, the fact is, with
Are you and Brent gonna cast NRG versus Cloud9?
He's good.
No. No. Me and David Brent
match
from The
versus
Office.
Apex the first time around and second. They had lost the first one, 3-0 the next one. Sorry to bring that up.
If you take longer than 45 seconds, your retake doesn't go very well. That's true. That is very true.
Time for a field test.
Well, it worked out there for Fnatic, so I'm not saying the perfect was the enemy of the good. I'm just saying it seemed a little dangerous.
Done well. 3 rounds on the board, but Fnatic started to wake up. They've picked up a couple now. The streak is on.
Cage from Sender. Shock dart to try to break the alarm bot, which isn't there. Fnatic faking that they're fighting over A main. Dude, look how easily Vitality have access to A main though, man. Fnatic need to incorporate some A main re-clears and some A main fighting into their game. It's just too easy for Vitality to get in onto A. Fnatic are in so many player advantage retakes because they get like Durka gets a pick as Vitality enter, or here Booster spams through a smoke. But they're playing retake every round. Is this really how you want to play Ascent?
For the side of
Maybe.
Vitality, and there just hasn't been one in a while.
No one else really playing it like that.
Operator. The reason for that is that Dirk is about to make his presence known into this site. Already spotting out the camera.
They're droning. There goes the paranoia. Boaster manages to find one. Durka gets another. The spam kills are so effective. It's crazy how clean this looks, man. Considering they're allowing Vitality to get in control of the site, and they're taking their time to set up the retake, it just looks so clean. Vitality can't find a way to hold on in the post plan.
Back at how this started out, it seemed like such a great sign with Vitality taking that pistol. But Fnatic, they've been pulling no punches. as time has rolled on, we're seeing
God damn.
there's a lot of work to be done.
They're literally winning every fucking retake. They're winning most of the duels. They do have a utility advantage.
Because that's the thing. I almost
They're holding their paranoia. They're not using it ever to defend the site. They're holding their KO utility. They have almost all of their util to retake. But that also means that Vitality should just be able to kind of contact into A. Because Fnatic are playing retake there so often.
Fnatic have been getting the entry every single time, be it Durka, Bosa, or maybe Alpha, yeah.
That, I don't like that play. Unfortunately for Vitality, they ran into a stack in mid, and it was really booming. But I still don't think that's going to be a great way of playing the attack side, generally speaking. Alpha is like 19-4.
When he gets that third kill,
Alpha is going
the old, like,
bonkers.
Turkish Valorant brain comes back and he's like, I'm running!
He's back on Jet.
I'm getting all the headshots. And now you almost have to think of your Vitality. It's like, well, at least the other rounds you were getting the spike down in and an afterpart.
What's his KD
they
right
almost
now?
go back because that was just brutal. And the thing is, they've given Fnatic the...
Get him! He's complaining about the Odin, you know. Even some of the best players in the world.
He's 17-3.
One of the best mind
Fuck.
I've ever seen.
It is beautiful. It was beautiful. Maybe we'll see it again. Vitality 3-0.
He's going to flash. Oh, there's that flash that we saw Chronicle setting up previously. The one that goes through the tree.
He's made it out. I think the 100 Fury.
So there's a set play from Fnatic to try and, again, not really any need to show that strategy, to be honest. In round 11, when Vitality's ecoing, but I guess it's not that specific, to be honest. But going for the flash play with Durka and then using the Sova ult to get him out is a very nice idea. It didn't get them a kill, but it did a lot of damage, and it could have easily gotten a kill.
And by the way, they don't have many weapons, so it's looking pretty bleak. The other problem is Durka's right back in the position where he's had an entry kill pretty much every single time. Both are going for a little bit of spam.
So this time, they're still trying to play off-site, even though they've used Paranoia and one of the flashes. Okay, and this time they lose Durka. So now they're in a player disadvantage retake without as much utility. So let's see whether it looks as clean from Fnatic. Because the two things that are different here, they're down 4v5, which they haven't been before, and they don't have full utility.
Okay, we're actually going to get...
Boaster dies, just gets picked off trying to be on the flank. Alpha and Chronicle dominating Heaven, though. And that recon is really nice from Leo.
They're still storming the beach. At this point, though, it's being tapped, but it's not being stuck, and that could be the big problem. They're getting all the kills, but they need so much more.
That flick from Chronicle, and Safe comes around the back.
Just about pulling it across the line. A fourth round for Vitality.
That's a close one.
With one more to go.
That is a close one.
Definitely seems they...
But yeah, that round went very differently. Very differently. Boaster wasn't with the rest of the team.
It's one thing to play in front of the EMEA crowd, but you got the other team here.
What in the fuck is Boaster doing over there at Gelato?
I don't know if it's pressure or motivation.
Chronicle hit a nasty flick headshot onto Sender as well. But Safe cleaned that up nicely. Very close, very close.
Maybe they just never left. They've just been chilling there. They've woken from their slumber, they've come up from under the floors somewhere, and
nice attempt at punishing from Sender. Alpha can't be getting away with two. It's so silly, man. I hate this setup from Fnatic. I really hate that they do it all the time. This 1-2 from Durka and Alpha is only good. It's only a good setup because it's Durka and Alpha.
And they watched out. They found him, and they rooted him from the round.
You get what they're going for, right? With the op, and then when the op gets pushed back, you play in your teammate. But they're playing in front of all of their Killjoy utility. And hello, no, Leo can't win this. And they're playing in front of all their Killjoy utility, and Alpha should get traded out most of the time. It's just so good. He ends up taking 2 down with it. But then you also lose B site control, and Vitality are then able to get into the site and win the round. So I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's a bad setup, and Fnatic use it all the time. It's a very common one from them.
Kicks top fragging on his team.
He's killed Alpha twice, right, with the Odin, and Alpha
DRX did this exact same thing as well.
kills.
Yeah, there's plenty of teams that push their killjoy into that corner, but I don't think it's a great. I don't think it's a great strat.
Kix is doing nothing wrong. He's playing this perfect. His team are letting him down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know,
So, yeah, 5 rounds on the attack side. A really, again, an unusual approach to Ascent defense coming out from Fnatic.
You should be
It sounds so much like Ace Attorney music. Ace Attorney.
Sometimes you get blindsided because your teammates
Right, okay.
Objection!
A little bit of delusion.
Is all I'm hearing every time. Alright, Boaster takes a shit ton of damage over there, but Durka's made his way through. Durka can't go for the pathing he was looking for. I think Fnatic need to chill. Nope, they're not going to chill. Durka's going to keep going. Leo and Alpha can't really follow. The Sheriffs are going nuts. No way. Okay. Only Chronicle left alive.
Both players' positions are noted. He's actually going to double right back into the Cypher utility. Manages to get past the player, but will be slowed down. Gives all the information away. However, he's still going to have his opportunity. Try and clutch this one out.
Well, I saw him just a second ago. Taking out the reveal. They'll know that he was tapping it the first time, the second, but maybe not the third. Nice reaction from Chronicle.
No way.
What a round!
No fucking way. Vitality are getting robbed again. I mean, what can you do about that, man? What can you do about that?
Ridiculous.
He literally fakes
What can you do?
Is quick enough to react, letting go of the spike when he actually went to plant it, and then uses the knife as a fake, and for the split second his opponent is trying to shoot it, he shoots him in the face with a classic. Like it.
I don't think it made too much difference that Sender was shooting the knife there. Chronicle's so quick.
In that situation, for Sender,
Chronicle is so quick.
Why does he give a damn if he's not? He doesn't. But you see it, you shoot it. That's the rule in Valorant. Your brain doesn't react as quickly as your hand does. And he's just used it there. He's fake flashed him almost. Just disgusting. And it's not like he didn't know he was already.
I think Chronicle's winning that if he doesn't throw the knife as well.
Crazy play.
Because his aim was just so clean there. His aim was like magnetic, glued onto both of those players' heads.
14-12. They came back in with 3 in a row when they were 12.
I can't believe they've scammed Vitality out of a pistol round again. There were so many moments in Lotus where it felt like Vitality were going to win, and then Fnatic would pull out some bullshit like that. It's just happening again.
With classics over the top, yeah. Not too much in terms of weaponry, but with the information, Paranoia through, left completely blind. Oh, Runner will at least be able to get
Yeah,
one
that's a great
nice
point, Maze and Lilo. Yeah, instead of buying the Outlaw, because the Outlaw forces people to just buy classics, Boaster's buying the Marshall, which wouldn't be good. Do you know what I mean? It wouldn't be good if people were buying half armor, but he knows they're not going to buy half armor because he could be buying an Outlaw, so he buys the Marshall because it's cheaper, and it'll work if they're afraid of the Outlaw. Yeah.
Fnatic able to find a team
Ahead of the game.
killing each player, an orb on each player. Nobody's super close.
And Boaster does always buy the Marshall, but I think it's particularly good in this meta because people are going to go zero armor all the time.
They can take pretty much any fight. Defensive
Maybe
side,
not all the time, but a lot of the time.
Vitality has got kicks.
Is it anyone even buying the Outlaw? Yeah, yeah. We've seen it fairly common. Not all the time, but fairly common. I don't know what the percentage is on the second round, but it's decently high. The thing is, normally it's just one person. It's not many people on the other team. It's just one person buys the Outlaw. So the pick rate overall for the Outlaw will be really, really low if you looked at the stats. But the pick rate isn't really the important part. It's like how often you face one. It's kind of like pick rate divided by, yeah, like pick rate times 5, I guess. Because even if one person has it, it's still a threat.
They believe they can win it. He's got to be careful. There are Guardians on the other side, so although that Odin will
Liquid were even force buying it after they lost the pistol. to put pressure on the other team. Which I'm not huge on that idea, really. But I guess it does work if you're on a judge map. I just don't think I really want the judge on an anti-bonus. Uh-oh, Safe doesn't realize Dirk has already passed him.
A bit of a misplay. Caught out because of it. The side currently being defended by a runner. He's going to have to do some serious work. Does have a trip.
I don't like the fact that both teams are playing completely off-site on A.
He just about takes Durka.
Does well to find that. They haven't stepped in the trip, but
So, 4v4 retake for Vitality. They don't have their KO util, but they still have Paranoia comboed with Recon. Runner dies right at the beginning. Paranoia with the Recon. Alpha gets the Recon, but dies for it. Can Ascender kill Leo? Yes, he can. And now, no. Oh no, Chronicles won it again for them. He's won it again.
I don't know what happened.
That one's a little less impressive than the first, but that still bails them out of a rough spot. And the first kill in the 1v2 was so clean.
I'm just saying, if you do that in a ranked game, reported by 9 players on the server.
Fnatic are getting so much value from just, I mean, Alpha holding that aggressive angle over towards Heaven and winning. That kill on Sender, though, is so nice.
Chronicle resets instantly. Yeah, that's all you need.
God.
Bonkers.
Bonkers.
Filthy. Like, so quick to react. Alpha as well is having an absurd performance. You always worry when a player gets a new contract for a long time. They're going to go, take it easy now. Not Alpha. Yeah. Not Alpha, no. Still at the top of the board, still carrying away. Goes, I get to do this for another 2 years. He has been ridiculous for Fnatic. Definitely one of the best signings we've ever seen. And I'm sure there's a lot of teams out there that are kicking themselves. It wasn't them. 10-5. Fnatic, as said, this is a map where in the past they've at least shown some vulnerabilities. Not quite like Lotus, where it was flawless every single time.
Caleb, thank you for the prime.
Picking off runner.
Just trying to see if there's any danger in this round, but it doesn't really seem like it. Even if Runner had peeked mid there and Runner shot off. That's a little body shot into Chronicle.
A very good shot to kill someone from there. He did hit him. He did hit him, but for...
I like it though, he jump spots it and then just goes, okay, I know where you are. He didn't see me. They've taken Sander, do they expect another? They do now. He's stepping around, he's firing back. He's hoping to pick someone off. It's not buying...
So rough for Vitality. They really did have chances of being able to make this either a much closer game or maybe even win. They so could have won on Lotus. And this map too, if they'd won the pistol, it would have been a completely different game.
Yeah, at this point, it really does just come down to...
It might not have been a win, but it would certainly have been closer than this. I'm not coping, man. I'm not coping. All I'm saying is, from a game plan, team play perspective, especially considering Vitality is still playing with Destrian, this is fucking impressive still.
Fight our way out of this one. Make sure we're not the ones going down to the spike. Kick still on this other side. There's a little bit of utility, and Safe does manage to get one. Again, making things at least a little bit more costly. But other than that, well, Destrian's just going to go down to the spike.
Yeah, the Fnatic players are so good. It's defense-sided, it's going to get closer soon. It might not.
Pretty much every single ultimate.
It might not.
And on the other side of things, it's the same, but the difference is Fnatic only
We're pretty close to 13. It only takes one big ult round, which Chronicles got online,
to call a pause. They've got a minute to discuss.
to fuck up Vitality's economy again, and then they've got stuffed.
Defensive side Ascent. There's a ton that you can do.
That logic is stupid, because if Fnatic won the pistol first map, it would be a completely different game too, but they didn't.
The best team in the world.
Right, but I'm not saying if they won pistol like I'm pulling it out of nowhere. I'm saying they lost the pistol because Chronicle had a crazy clutch, right? Fnatic didn't come close to winning the pistol. and then have it torn away from them with some crazy play by Vitality. Vitality had fundamentally better pistol ideas. I mean, like this half as well had much better pistol ideas, but then Chronicle just clutched it at the end. Generally speaking, if you have better ideas and better execution, you're going to win more. Chronicle's not always going to be able to pull off the 1v2 towards the end. So
which for a lot of these players they will not have
generally trying to like reduce the idea of the crazy clutch moments. Vitality are still playing a very good game.
A couple of ridiculous 1v2s, so it really is trial by fire for Vitality. But that's the thing.
To be honest, it is a bit of flawed logic, because the thing with Fnatic is you always get those silly moments. Well, not silly anyway. I shouldn't say silly. Incredible moments. You always get some incredible moments from Fnatic, and you know, maybe some of them happen in the pistol, some of them happen in a rifle round or whatever. But that's the power of having such an absurdly stacked roster.
They're slowly building them up. Durka 1 away from Bladestorm, 2 away from a lockdown. They could have pretty much everything in this round.
You can't just discount all of the individualism winning rounds for Fnatic, because they actually can lean on that for 1 or 2 every match. Just like with Paper Eggs? Yeah, I mean, you can just rely on the quality of the roster to be able to get you a couple rounds here and there.
So Leo's insane, but I love him. He's bought an Odin on the attack side. Didn't go for heavy spams back. But
yeah, exactly, Cavalry Archer. Chronicle doesn't always win the 1v2 clutch, but one of Fnatic's players is going to win one kind of absurd round at some point in the map.
He's in the corner. Runner, though, has managed to find himself a safe hole to fight.
Oh, clean shot from Durka. Oh, another clean shot from Durka. I love the way that Durka's taking space and then waiting for them to peek into him. Oh, he's so fucking good. Get the ace, bro. Get the ace. Yes, Leo keeps stealing the aces. Dude, they're deliberately stealing them from each other. They're fucking with each other, man.
So I commended. Well done.
It's always Leo. Just ruining other people's aces.
Yeah, didn't really see too much. Second map, he's been getting the odd kill with the operator, but this was just a Durka round. This is why people fear playing this map.
Yeah, I quite like the way that Fnatic play on attack side Ascent. I think they've normally got some nice ideas. What did he say at the end? He said it's fine. I have other fucking.
No, it's all good.
Other fucking, I don't know, something.
Yes.
You just don't understand what that
Yeah, he said, oh, Leo, and then he said, never mind, I have other fucking team? I don't know. Don't know what he said.
Met with not the best of results thus far. Fnatic now have 7 chances to close out this map, and if you're holding on hope for Vitality, I do apologize. It's probably not going to go too well, but maybe they can get a few more rounds in there, make it a bit more competitive. An OT on Fnatic's map pick, and here in Ascent, barely making it to T.
Pressure onto
that seems pretty good from Fnatic to try to break an aggressive hold like that. They haven't really got anything out of it though, so now you want to pause the round. You don't immediately want to pivot into a B hit after you didn't find anything. Cool idea from Runner, but he didn't have enough knives to actually pull that off. Alright, so now Alpha can just use this, lockdown.
This is a fake.
If Kix gets one here, he then has the ult. Oh, he was so close to killing Durka.
Again, I don't really know how
does Durka... Sorry, how does Chronicle get that? He peeks into the Odin spam, so he's getting tagged. He's getting slowed, his movement's getting fucked with, and he hits the headshot. What? Right click?
Runner down. Man advantage now for them, but Durka can't get far. He's stuck
2v2.
Now the info's there to play with. Hat on the body.
Doable, so doable for safe.
Where they're hiding, no abilities to play with.
I don't think this ult does anything.
It narrows the angles from which Vitality can approach. They don't want to go sprinting into that and give Boaster a free kill.
Maybe they lost track of whether Boaster would use Paranoia, but he used it at like the very start of the round. Like, you can't res safe here. Yeah. Boaster played really well too. Boaster played incredibly well actually. Map 1 and map 2, his Omen was cooking. Alpha went nuts. Okay, that was not a slow version of Fnatic. That was a fucking sharp version of Fnatic. And you know what? Vitality still almost won map 1 and pushed them to some degree map 2. Not really, but they pushed them at least in the first half. I think that's still a pretty good result if you're Vitality. It wasn't like they squandered an opportunity to upset Fnatic at the start of the year. They just... They're still pretty far away from competing with this squad.
Instant loss that is facing this squad. Looking untouchable on map 2.
Map 2 wasn't a slaughter first half. It was just they couldn't get their defense working at all. They had the pistol taken away from them, and then Fnatic were building up to ultimates. They had huge plays, Durka's entries, like everything on the attack side was amazing from Fnatic. But the first half was still competitive. In fact, in the entire match, it was only one half where they got blown out. That's pretty good.
And for Fnatic, as said, the next time you'll see them, you'll need a little bit of a wait because they're going straight to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, I mean, they breezed straight through that second map. No signs of slowing.
Vitality looked like a top 3 EMEA team? Yeah, I think so. I think from the games that we've seen so far... Actually, I don't know where to put Heretics, man. But I think at the moment, my EMEA power rankings would be Fnatic,
I think just based on everything we know,
NaVi,
there's only one man you want to be hearing from
Vitality,
right now.
Team Heretics.
Give yourself some credit.
But I'm kind of confused about exactly where to put these three.
Congratulations.
I feel like Fnatic though should be assumed to be on top. But I think I would order them like this.
They were talking the talk on social media. They posted a picture of themselves with a trash can with a Fnatic logo.
You think Heretics clears Vitality? I think it's possible with how the Heretics players are playing.
I'm a humble winner, so all I do is stick to my protocols. I got the AIM Labs grind right now.
It was looking good.
Obviously, I'm trusting in my teammates. I can't flame Vitality after we beat them. However, if we play them next, maybe I can flame them before the game, if they're doing that. So
that's okay. We'll save it for later. Why not?
Wait, where the fuck is my mouse charger?
Obviously, last year, you know, you were the team to beat. You're going to be expected to be that
no
team
idea.
again this year. Is that chip on your shoulder bothering you at all, or you don't even notice anymore?
Honestly, last year was just a learning curve for us. This year we're going for all three. So that's the goal.
Wait, all three, all four, motherfucker. Set your sights higher, all four. You want to win in EMEA as well. Don't lose to bloody Liquid again.
Ascent is actually looking quite strong for us somehow. But yeah, Lotus, I'm happy that it happened today, the mistakes. Because it was something that was in the back of my head. Like, I think there's something wrong with our defense. And I think now I can get cooking with Elmer and Mini, and we can start fixing that up.
Right, so people will be eating soon.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, what is wrong with their defense on Lotus?
Obviously, last year...
I'm not sure. I think that Lotus is a difficult map to play on the defense side because the defenders can't really re-clear very easily.
With the shifting meta, did you guys feel compelled?
Maybe they needed a bit more aggression out through B to crunch sand in the mid round so that, like crunch mountain in the mid round so that they could get info. I'm not really sure.
Not for me.
I don't know what the answer is.
But we have done some testing on some agents. You know, we've seen that other teams are cooking, so we did try it. So you'll just have to wait and see what we have been cooking. However, first things first, I've been playing this game since it's been out. And I think like it's just about protocols and playing together, and like that's the macro. You know, teams they change up their comps, they go cheesy comps, and they lose the macro. They're all over the place. One VOD review, they're anti-stratted, and it's just Jova. So yeah, I think we're more boring, unfortunately, but we try and make that up with our players.
As long as it's a W, right? As long as it's a W. Thank you so much for taking the time. I'll let you go and
I think that's an extremely valid perspective, to be honest. The counterpoint to what Boast is saying there is that yes, after one VOD review, you can break it, but the first time you pull out a cheesy comp, you can win. And that matters a lot if it's a big game, especially if it's like a single elimination game, which is what they've got coming up, right? Cheesy comps can win you important matches. even if your macro goes all over the place. I do agree with Boaster, though, in the sense that the system that they've developed and the things that they're focusing on lead to long-term success. And Fnatic have completely showcased that. They've completely showcased that. Would it be cool for Fnatic to start adding in a range of other compositions? Yeah, I think that would be really cool. I think that's something that NaVi have done. And NaVi do lose control of the macro a little bit when they try to do those more bonkers comps. But they've done it for so long now that they feel very good improvising from comp to comp. It'd be nice to see Fnatic try something that was a little different. But yeah, we'll see. I hope that they do pull out something new, something interesting this year, but they might not need to. What was I gonna do? I was looking for my fucking cable, actually, for my mouse. The matches were all fun, to be honest. Even Koi BBL. I gotta be real with you. I didn't find Koi BBL fun. It was very low quality Valorant, and I don't particularly care about either of the teams. Oh, the new Agent video. Yeah, does anyone have a link to the new Agent video?
Oh, yeah. Stop it. Oh, get your gun out, Boaster. It's all right.
Ah, here it is. Here's the I've got so many fucking bugs.
For grabs the fifth just around the corner, but he won't get it. Can take the final kill, 13-5.
Okay, I got my mouse plugged in. It's charging. Let's have a look. Oh, it's on Valor Leaks. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Yeah, I clicked on a Valor Leaks link for the new Agent, and you've hit me with the Piers Morgan Gooners at Jeremy Corbyn. What the fuck is this tweet? Why on earth did Jeremy Corbyn take a selfie with Piers Morgan, for starters? I mean, but also, why did Piers Morgan tag it with Gooners? Look at the date. Yeah, I know, it was 2018. Yeah. But what? That doesn't clue me in on why they've said Gooners. That's what Arsenal fans are called? Arsenal fans are Gunners. They're not Gooners. Gooners are people that sit in their fucking cum caves, jerking it. No, they are? No. Arsenal fans are not referring to themselves as Gooners. There's no shot. Go to r/Gooners. I'm not doing that. Google it. We're going full webcam for this one. Gooners. Arsenal FC supporters. Since the 1980s, Arsenal's fans have often been referred to as Gooners, a derivation from the team's nickname, the Gunners. No, I understand that they're the Gunners, but why have you become the Gooners off the bat? What? Why? Dude. Bren asked me at the beginning of the year whether he could get away on the main broadcast saying gooning is the new meta. And I said, no, there's no way you can get away with saying that on the official broadcast. And he was like, no, it'll like connect us to our audience more, because they'll know that we're like, you know, in on the Gen Z memes, the Gen Alpha memes. And I was like, you can't say gooning is the new meta on the broadcast, man. So anyway, we had a debate about that, and now I think he actually could. He could definitely get away with it. And if somebody ever asked him what he was talking about, he would just say, being an Arsenal FC supporter is the new meta. What the fuck? What's going on here? Okay. Alright, what's this? Valor Intel. Just link me the fucking tweet. Please. Just link me the real tweet. Please. Please. I'm getting owned out here. There is no tweet. This is the video.
Brimstone, I found him. Omen is in Edinburgh. Seems he was after a journal of some kind. One that belonged to our dear friends at Hourglass. I have confirmation that there was a disturbance near the library. But we know who won. Wait. Hold on. Omen's checking in now.
This is not a video, is it? This is one of those audio files that are on the website. This one wasn't real. Read the description. Yeah, these are the voicemails, though. They're not fake. They're just... It is a lore... Like, it's a lore teaser from Valorant. But the video has just been put over the top of it. Isn't it?
Disturbance near the library. But we know who won. Wait. Hold on. Omen's checking in now. He's met someone he says you'll want to meet. I did always want to go to Scotland.
Brimstone, the nightmare brings more
A
visions.
Scottish agent? Am I getting trolled here? Or is this real?
Bright lights starting around a dim room.
Bright lights.
Silenced gunfire and hundreds of butterflies.
Butterflies, dancing lights, and silent gunfire.
The danger means nothing to them. Still, I worry. Cypher mentioned Edinburgh. No?
The Edinburgh.
I anticipate a connection. We should hurry.
The Edinburgh. Oh. If they have an agent that's from Edinburgh, but they don't use an Edinburgh accent and they just use some other Scottish accent for him, I'm going to be so annoyed. The Edinburgh accent is so beautiful. Okay, so... What? They said dancing lights and bright lights darting around a dim room. Does that just mean he has a flash? And silenced gunfire. Does that mean silencing your own team's gunfire? Or silencing your opponent's entire setup, like Fade? I don't know. I don't know. What's going on here? What's going on? Reminder, it's a controller? Wait, how do we know it's a controller? KO knife, but it silences guns, maybe? No, surely when they say silenced gunfire, they mean quiet gunfire. They don't mean your gun jams. Can you imagine if they gave you a KO knife that jammed your opponent's guns? That would be wild. That'd be absolutely bonkers. It's a dome smoker. How do we know this, though? Where has this come from? Where's that info come from? Loud. What is this loud tweet? Why are you linking the loud tweet? What the fuck is this? What is this? Krusty, ask your mom. What is this even in response to? I don't even know what post this is in response to. How is that a got him? There's a dome smoke on the player card. Which player card? I haven't logged into the game in ages. What player card are we looking at? When you're inside the smoke, there's no tracer or sound when you spam? Sure. Like a passive that his smokes don't have... Like, you can't tell where they're shooting through? That's really weird, though, because that's basically just meaning that the Vandal becomes... It has the advantages of the Phantom. If you... Nah, I don't think that makes too much sense. I think that would be too niche, too small of a thing to put in the game. It doesn't seem to make sense. The card is in the video? I thought, what, the butterfly thing? Where is there a dome smoker in this? Are you saying that is a dome smoke? It's spherical. I'll give you that. Are you blind? I mean, what? Are you saying that is a smoke? That doesn't look like a smoke to me. A big fucking sphere is a dome, no? That's not even a dome, mate. That's like an egg. You're saying that's a dome. It's a fucking upside down thing like this. You're saying that is a smoke. That doesn't look like a smoke to me at all. I mean, fair enough if he had, like, you're saying its nickname was Smoke Dancer? Fair enough. All right, yeah. But to me, this player card does not seem like, oh, it's obvious. It's a smoker. What? What am I missing?
They would have given him footsteps.
It's got like a brimstone smoke texture on it? I mean, kind of, but it looks like something's popping out of the smoke, like vertically. Maybe it's an agent where you get a high jump ability every time you enter a smoke. Or maybe you can put out smokes. Maybe this is the top of the smoke getting, like, battered down. Maybe this is the famed Dismisses Smokes character. They're from Edinburgh, of course they smoke. You could say they're from Edinburgh, of course they wear high heels and no coat when they go out drinking on a night. I mean... What? Maybe a healing controller. We've never had one before. Dude, healing in this game is just so bleh. Like, it barely has any impact, man. I snooze for healers. I absolutely snooze for healers. How are we supposed to trust your game analysis when you don't recognize a smoke? Tell me what part of that is a smoke. What? Huh? Huh? It looks like Mikkela's egg that he's inside of in the Elden Ring DLC. Maybe it's an Elden Ring DLC tie-in. Maybe this is Mikkela. It kind of looks more like the Easter Bunny compared to anything. It's like the big Easter Bunny eating an Easter egg. Fun fact, Durka was the bottom fragger in this match and they still won 2-0. Yeah, Durka wasn't actually popping off on their Lotus game. It was mostly everybody else. He was, you know, trying to make some space for them and stuff, but he didn't go crazy. He had some incredible rounds, though, at the end of Ascent on the attack side. Never ask for a heal ever again? Yeah, guess what? I fucking won't, because I'll play Phoenix everywhere and heal myself. This is the Fnatic reply to Vitality. That's good. That's good. I like that. That's well done. Hold this VLR thread. Hold this VLR page if you're lost. That's good. Fnatic are doing like the low effort stuff, but really, really well. Like their hype video basically cost them zero money to make, but it was so well executed and so in touch that I really enjoyed it anyway. Maybe low effort's the wrong way of phrasing it, but low cost. Low cost, high effort, maybe, is a better way of framing that. Hot take. Make the first 2 Bucky buys for this agent super buffed, but after 2 buys their vision is blurred for 1 round. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Make the first 2 Bucky buys for this agent super buffed. So you're asking the game to keep track of how many times you've bought the Bucky. But then, let's assume that you wanted to buy the Bucky every round with this agent for some reason. I don't know why. After 2 buys of the Bucky, you could just get someone else to buy you the Bucky and drop it. You could just pick it up, and you would avoid the you would avoid the blurring effect. What are you talking about? Also, why the Bucky? Are you just talking because it's a smoker agent? What are you talking about? Make this agent have a super buffed shorty for 7 rounds, but when that's over, you get your address leaked. Oh, never let anybody in my chat into a design studio. If there are any people in game development listening, just turn off your ears. Oh, it's a Buckfast joke? Bucky, Buckfast. Awful joke. Awful joke. I mean, terrible. Buckfast is a popular Scottish drink that's a fortified wine. You just didn't get it? Oh, it's tragic. It's such a stretch. It's such a stretch. What the hell is it fortified with? Haggis? I don't fucking know. Don't know. Oh, Christ. Okay. What do I have to do today? Let me have a look at my schedule. So, Wyatt messaged me half an hour ago saying, breakfast, ? Little does he know I've been awake for nearly 7 hours. And I have a breakfast burrito right in front of me. Right. So, we've finished. So, we could do some more VOD review. But I think it might be best if I took a shower. And shaved my head and stuff like that before the broadcast today. So yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Shave what? My head. What's there to shave? Look at that. Look at that. It's like all dirty. It's got like, doesn't look good. Holy headphone dent? Nah. Nah. What, that little thing? That little thing?
If Zen wasn't supposed to flank,
Castleton, thank you for the 3 months. Oh yeah, this is the other thing that I wanted to plug as well, chat, which is that I'm pretty close to hitting the first month of the 70-30 split on Twitch. I've never had 70-30 split before because I just wasn't offered that version of the contract. I got trolled. And
if Zen wasn't supposed to flank,
only paid subs count. So if you've been enjoying the stream at all, I'm currently at where am I? Down here, I'm at 312 out of 350, and I've got like 7 more days. So I'm not saying subscribe right now, but listen, if you're interested in helping me, this is the best way of supporting me right now, is to make sure that I hit this 350 number by the end of the month. And unfortunately, gifted subs don't count. It's only paid tier 1.
It's a super cheap Turkish sub, so I'm curious.
Can you check if this sub counts as a super cheap Turkish sub? So I'm curious. Yes, if it's a tier 1 sub, it does. It counts, yeah. It's only primes and gifteds that don't count. Zassinator, thank you for the tier 1 as well. Ali, All Yo-Yo, Kig, Jiggly Boy, Cheese Senpai, it's me, Joshi. Cheese Senpai with the gifted. I just told you gifteds don't count, but thanks anyway. May, Demon X Beast, Mike Dam, thank you for converting the Prime to a tier 1. That also helps just as much. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Tier 2 does count as 2 tier 1 subs, and a tier 3 counts as 3 tier 1 subs. Yeah, that's how that works. Zanine, Agner, Vela, Maddock Jr., thank you all for the brand new subs. That's extremely kind of you. Okami, Spectrum, Soccer Bags, thank you for the Prime as well. But yeah, the primes don't count, but they still give me money. So I mean, thank you for them. I appreciate it. Thanks, Fowler and Renegade and the others. But Lacrosse, thank you for converting your Prime. Colton McLeod, thank you as well. Maso Soup. Yo, Kiko-chan converting the Prime to a tier 1 as well. Holy fuck. Ranakin converting the Prime to a tier 1 too. Wild Jelly Jam with the tier 2. Master Yeshin with the tier 1. Or Gain Orange with the tier 1 as well. Now laugh at my joke. Oh yeah, that's really funny. Mooseland, thanks for the tier 2 as well. Compex Val with the tier 1. Lumos with the tier 1. Wolfstark with the tier 1. Kiko with another tier 1. Crane with another tier 1. Yo, what the fuck? Guys, I only needed like another few. You don't have to go so crazy, guys. Sidhu, thank you for the resub as well. Jinu, thank you for the resub too. CX Rays, thanks for the tier 1 as well. Cine Omega, thank you for the tier 1. Jubanai, appreciate the 67-month resub. Appreciate that. Ayua42, thank you for the resub too. Soda Meister, holy shit. Castleton, thanks for turning the Prime into a tier 1. C Junior 6 with the tier 1 as well. Does it update that quickly? I'm not sure this little tracker updates that fast, chat. Does it update that quickly? No, it doesn't update. Look, it says last updated 2 hours ago. I don't know why. It's so shite, man. Dude, I can't tell you how bad Twitch is for this kind of stuff. They tell you that the only thing that matters in terms of getting a 60-40 or a 70-30 split is this Partner Plus thing. And then they don't give you any way of hooking into the API to track Partner Plus. Like you know when people record their sub points on stream and stuff? Those all include primes or gifteds and that kind of thing. There's nobody... I haven't found like a Streamlabs tracker that tracks Partner Plus points, which it makes no sense because that's the only thing that matters for streamers who are like my size. It's so bizarre. Anyway, Lava Lord, Benny Bops, thank you for the tier 1 as well. And Forright, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months. Stefan the Cringe with the conversion of the Prime to tier 1 too. Thank you. I subbed and immediately got an advert. Yes, they're shit. Yeah, dude. Twitch are absolutely awful at being able to actually serve proper advertising and serve like specific adverts to you too. It's wild.
I am a game dev and will make sure to implement chat's ideas.
Yeah, chat's ideas of horrendous gameplay loops. Busted Hemorrhoid, thank you for the tier 1. Voluted Wolf, Coffee Wanker,
Sorry, my Prime
TDQ, thank you all for the tier 1s as well. Would you like to watch a C9 comms video before you go? No, I don't think I do. I think I should go in the shower, I think I should go to the gym, and I think I should start prepping Loud Leviathan. And I think I should go and try and find some bloody caffeine too. Check the Loud tweet as well.
Pass into the subscribe.
Right, that fucking does it. That does it. That does it. I'm leaving. Norello, thank you for the 8 months. That fucking does it. I'm gone. Thank you. I really appreciate all of the subscriptions towards the end. It's genuinely, it is so useful. Getting a 70-30 split rather than a 50-50 split is like literally just thousands extra that makes streaming so much more viable as a time sink for me. I really appreciate it. So let me tell you what I'm going to be doing. So coming up, I'm going to be casting the Loud Leviathan game later on today, and then at midnight tonight, Pacific is happening, and I'm gonna try to co-stream the first game of Pacific tonight because it looks pretty good. It's what is the game tonight? T1 Paper X, yeah. So I'm going to do T1 Paper X. Unfortunately, I'm not going to do DRX Gen G because it's just too late in the day. And my call time the next day is pretty early. But I don't have time physically to do the DRX Gen G game. But I'll do the T1 Paper X game. So those are the next things. You can catch me on the broadcast doing Loud Leviathan. And then I'll be back with a co-stream for T1 Paper X. And then I'm going to be on the desk the day after. So, yeah, see you then. Goodbye.
Into the subscribers.
Oh wait, I should pick someone to raid, shouldn't I? Before I just fucking click the end streaming button. Who should we send you to?
If Zen wasn't supposed to they would have given him footsteps.
Now laugh at my joke.
Jaws? What's Jaws doing? Jaws, Finesse, Rivington. There are a bunch of people online. Wait, Jaws is playing Balatro. What is Balatro? You guys were talking about Balatro earlier on.
Pass into
Go find out. Balatro is fire. Poker for nerds. All right, fuck it. I mean, let's go. Let's find out what this game is. You guys were asking me to play it. Let's go and find it out. It's poker, but you cheat. The greatest roguelike of 2024. I did do Jaws last time as well, but I mean, to hell with it. We'll do it again. Jaws is still trying to make partner, for God's sake. He's only an affiliate. All right, peace.
Pass into the subscribe.